took down the Bears, and Green Bay is on a bye. WNBA Finals, the Liberty survived the Aces in Game 3, 87-73, down 2-1 now. Lexi Thompson missed the PGA Tour cut by a couple of shots. Tom Kim won the Shriners. In Vegas, Kyle Larson took the NASCAR checkered flag, and the Rangers are up 1-0 in the ALCS after beating Justin Verlander and the Astros 2-0 in Houston. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, as is the case every Monday during the football season, TJ Lang joins us. So we have a great right tackle. We have a very excellent guard here, and I'm just a center. Not a good one either. All right, TJ back from Tampa.
Oh, boy. I love TJ's reaction to his introduction.
Well, you know.
Yes.
He's the best.
You're unlike any center TJ and I have ever known.
That's right. I'm just flattered to be with greatness.
You probably would have been a great center in like the 1930s.
Yes.
Probably.
Back in his heyday.
What do you mean would have? I was.
Yes.
He doesn't have to look the ball in the eye.
Back when linemen
He's not supposed to.
140 pounds.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that must have been a pretty happy flight home, huh?
Yeah, no, it was great. Kind of thought it was going to be a dogfight. Did not see the defense probably playing that well.
No.
They were just playing really good football, man. It feels like we all. I mean, I kind of heard you guys talking about it this morning. We don't expect this team to probably win out, right? Win every single game. You're going to hit a bumpy road at some point.
Yeah.
But this 5-1 start, it allows you to, whenever that time does come, it allows you to kind of weather the storm a little bit, right? It's not like last year where, oh man, now we got to go on an incredible run. Like now you've built yourself a nice little cushion. You've built yourself a little bit of a lead here where if you have one or two games that don't go your way, no panic button. Like we're still in a really good spot. Yesterday was just Jared Goff, man. I think the thing about him that we've been concerned about the last couple of years has been his play on the road, right? I mean, you know, that was kind of always the negative about him was, oh man, he can't win the road games. Oh, his stats aren't very good. He's 3-0 on the road this year against good football teams.
I mean, in some tough environments.
Some tough environments. And look, our fans have been incredible. I mean, the tough environments have not been nearly as tough as they normally would be if these fans haven't been traveling like they are. But I thought Jared was really, really good yesterday. I know the run game we knew was going to kind of be a battle, but the defense kept them in that game long enough to where the offense didn't really have to get away from what they were trying to do. They didn't have to just abandon the run game and abandon the play action game, and because they were able to sustain a lead. But Jared Goff was excellent. The defense was excellent. It was good to see J-Mo make a play too. Good to see I think it was 2 plays after the drop, which would have been a tough catch, I think, in my opinion, from my angle. It was kind of a wobbly ball. I don't know if it got tipped. You still would like to see him come up with that, but Goff to have the confidence to go right back to him a couple plays later, and then he makes the play. You feel like he needed that. You feel like that was probably the weight of the world off of that kid's shoulders to go out there and make that play. All things combined, I thought, look, that was a good football team. Tampa Bay, especially their defense.
Levante David, I mean, the guy's going to play till he's 60. It's unbelievable.
And Devin White is incredible. I mean, they've got a lot of beef up front. We knew it was going to be tough running. I didn't get to rewatch the game. I got home late. Probably go back and rewatch and just try to break down what was the issue in the run game. Obviously, losing Montgomery hurt. But they did what they had to do, man. This is a team that they're just unfazed. Like, this train doesn't stop for anybody. If you're hurt, if you're sick, like, just get out of the way. Like, they got a job to do, and nothing's going to stop them. And you kind of feel like right now, I mean, what the conversation has been about San Francisco and Philly, where everybody's like, oh, the only thing can slow them down is injuries. I feel that way about this team. And I don't even know if I feel that strongly about it because they've had so many injuries.
Right.
And they're just going out there and taking care of business still. And that's been incredibly impressive. And can't say enough. I mean, Aaron Glenn is a guy I think doesn't get enough credit for what the defense has been doing this year. Took a lot of heat last year. We all know that. Rightfully so. I mean, they were historically a terrible defense last year for the first half of the season. Something seemed to click with him. He's got his guys playing at such a high level, a fast, physical, violent is a word they always use. And it's a lot of fun to watch, man. It really is. And you look at it now and you say, what do we have, 5-1? We still have 5 division games left.
Right.
Is anybody in this division right now scaring you?
Hell no.
right? I mean, you do the math. You might, even if you drop one.
That's 9 wins.
That's 9 wins, right?
Yes.
So, and look, it's still a long season left. You're still going to have to continue to get better. The teams at the end of the season that are playing great football aren't usually the same teams that are playing great football at the start of the season. You got to find a way to continue to get better. And that's the thing I love about this team is even yesterday talking to them in the locker room, they weren't like really thrilled with the victory, right? It was like, man, like we left a lot more out there. We're still not playing at our level that we think we can play at. And that to me is admirable, saying these guys aren't satisfied, man. They only want to get better. And with that type of attitude, you are going to continue to get better. And that's a scary thing.
I mentioned this earlier in the show, and John noticed it as well. There were a lot of little things like milking the clock in the fourth quarter where Goff, whether it was instructed to do so or not, whatever, took every play down to the 1 or 2 second mark on the play clock. And they had that one drive that ate up like 4.5 minutes, and they still only gained 40 yards and punted the ball. Yeah. But they milked the clock. That's what smart teams do.
Yeah, and then you pinned them deep, right?
Yes.
I think that was the punt that went out at the 2-yard line.
Yeah.
And you kind of knew at that point Tampa Bay's day was over. Yeah. I mean, they hadn't been moving the ball really through the air or on the ground themselves. Baker has been good this year, I think.
Right.
I didn't think he was very good yesterday.
No.
I thought you caught him probably on an off day, but you know what? That's what good teams do. When they're not playing their best, you take advantage of it. Baker probably had maybe 2 or 3 passes that guys were open downfield and he just missed by, just a couple yards here or there. Look, you got a break. I mean, it is what it is. But
he admitted it too. Did you hear what he had to
say?
I
didn't hear what Baker said.
Greg, get back. Let TJ hear
here's the
what
other
Baker
thing
Mayfield
is before we get to that sound is sometimes the defense makes a quarterback play bad.
Yes.
Whether they're under duress or not, they feel that way. It's different looks, but here's what Mayfield had to say after the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair.
Yes.
I
As a
admire
player,
his
don't
honesty.
you like that when the quarterbacks?
I do, and I think like John said, it wasn't just because they didn't win. They won this game because Baker stunk. Like, no, it's not it. I mean, the defense was doing things to throw them off. I know that the pass rush wasn't great. They didn't have great numbers, but they were getting to him a lot. They were confusing him a lot, even on the interception. He tried to pull the ball down and go for a quick slant on the RPO. You kind of clog up the lane and. Good things happen. Also on that play, I don't know if you guys saw or they showed a replay, Mike Evans was open by about 40 yards.
Oh, yes.
Baker, I think that was part of the defensive front getting after him, though, that he felt like he didn't have the time to get the ball downfield. He tried to get it away. You get tipped. You force him into a mistake. And, look, that's what good teams do, man. When other teams make a mistake or when they've got a quarterback that's not playing at a high level, you take advantage of it, and you don't give them any life. You don't give them any hope. And that's what this defense did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to, and we heard this when Tampa was, going for their Super Bowl. You got to risk it for the biscuit. Sometimes when you blitz, you're just banking on the fact that you are going to affect that quarterback. You're either going to get home or affect the quarterback because you are vulnerable. It's a risk reward. And the risks, the Lions were the beneficiary of the rewards.
Yes.
But when you look at the film, there were some opportunities for Tampa, but there's always going to be opportunities. And TJ, you and I have seen this time in, time out, and we've talked about it here, Stoney. Each game is going to be decided generally by 4 or 5, a handful of plays. The Lions made those plays, and Tampa didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Tampa dropped some balls as well, and the Lions made some great plays. Another guy we talked about earlier in the show that got no recognition, but I'm glad a lot of our listeners did because they texted about him. Can we call it Sutton Island? He was unbelievable yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that on the broadcast yesterday. You feel like you never say the guy's name, and that's a good thing because he's just really not getting tested much. And he had a play yesterday. Man, it was I think it was a quick wide receiver screen, and he defeated the block and he made a tackle for a loss. And it's like he always has that one play a game where it's like, hey, don't forget about me, right? I know they don't throw my way a lot, but I'm still a good player. And we were kind of laughing about it. Their defensive backfield is playing good. I mean, they are. Jerry Jacobs, if you feel like after that Seattle game, that was going to go one way or the other. He was going to kind of, because that was a rough game. I didn't think they used him right in that game, but a lot of fans were kind of piling on him. He's done nothing but bounce back. He put 3 takeaways now in the last couple games. Yesterday, I thought he played a good game. He was physical.
Yes.
But Cam Sutton is a big reason why this defense is good. When you can completely, not completely shut down, but lock down half of the field, now it frees up Aaron Glenn to be creative with what he wants to do on the other side. And you're still missing – you're missing Brian Branch, who might be their best player in the defensive backfield.
Right.
You don't have Mosley, who was supposed to be a big piece of this defensive backfield. And we forgot
all about Gardner Johnson, too.
Yeah, and CJ. This guy played, one game and a quarter, So you're doing it with the cast of characters that you look at on paper and you say, we should be able to take advantage of them. But the bottom line is they're playing good football, and Cam Sutton is a huge reason because of that.
248-539-9797. That's the telephone number if you'd like to text or call. TJ is here. John is here. And, of course, even the lousy center's here. 97-1 the ticket.
Hey, football season's here. Dive into the best pool in history. That's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch football. They've got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop football party going on. Score the perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the attention. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened. Right. You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success, whatever. So be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussina route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people like Rieger get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
Hey, who doesn't want free wings? Be one of the first 50 guests at the new Buffalo Wild Wings Go in Taylor on this Wednesday, October 18th, and you'll receive a booklet that includes 6 free boneless or traditional wings each week for a year. Buffalo Wild Wings Go is a brand new concept designed for takeout or delivery. It's great for game days and family dinners and includes all your classic B-Dub favorites with all your favorite sauces. I'm a spicy garlic guy. Stoney, what are you? Don't miss out on the grand opening of the Buffalo Wild Wings Go on Telegraph and Taylor on October 18th for your chance to score 6 free wings each week for a year.
Two 248-539-9797. TJ Lang in the studio with John and I, and we'll take your phone calls and texts. Where were you on the sideline when Craig Reynolds delivered the best block of the season?
Literally right next to it.
Oh, cool.
Literally right
in front row seat.
Literally right in front of it. Yeah,
it came out of nowhere.
Oh my goodness! And it was loud. It was violent. You can't even really get the full, gravity of that hit, in my opinion, unless you see it in person. And it happened probably 5 yards in front of me. And my goodness, it was the whole stadium erupted. And then they showed the replay, and the whole stadium erupted again. And I didn't even look at Amon-Ra score the touchdown. I started following Craig Reynolds, and he went to the sideline and got absolutely mauled by every coach, every teammate, because that's what everybody saw live. That was a great play by Amon-Ra. He played, fantastic yesterday. You see what a difference maker he is. 12 catches, and that touchdown was huge on a 3rd and 13, I think it was, too. Both touchdowns, I think, were on 3rd and pretty long. But that block from Craig Reynolds was unbelievable. And coming out of nowhere, too.
You mentioned 3rd down. Story of the game. The Lions were 9 of 16, and Tampa was 2 of 12. When you have that much of an advantage on 3rd down, chances are you're going to win the games, not to mention they didn't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
And Tampa only had 1, but still.
Yeah, 9 of 16 and 3 of 7 in the first half.
Yeah.
So the second half, it felt like the plan was there. I think you knew Tampa was going to do something different coming out of the bye week. I think they were like the 29th ranked defense on 3rd down, allowing almost 50% to opposing teams. Their adjustment was they were going to pressure. They were going to bring empty pressure and try to get the ball out of your hands. The first couple 3rd downs, you could tell it took the Lions a little bit longer to adjust to, but second half, they started adjusting well to it, and that was huge, man. The situational football yesterday, we kind of knew was going to be the story. Anytime you play a good team and another good defense, it's going to be about the turnover battle. It's going to be about who's better on 3rd down. It's going to be about who's better in the red zone, right? And our defense, obviously, I think it was 2 trips in the red zone for Tampa Bay and 2 field goals, right?
Yep.
And, our offense just found a way in the second half just to keep grinding and keep picking up 3rd downs and keep the chains moving and keep the clock running. And even you mentioned, I thought big underrated part of that game was that drive they were able to go on in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
Now, it didn't end up in any points.
No.
But you felt like that kind of sealed the game,
yes.
right? You give it back to them with 4 minutes left, and You got a 2-score lead. It's like, okay, you feel pretty comfortable at that point of the game. But the situational football, I thought yesterday really made the difference, and a big part of that was the third down.
Oh, no doubt. And even early in the game when, normally you'd think he would go for it, he punted. Now, they lost the ball in the sun, it looked like. That's why the ball actually went in the end zone, so it really wasn't that much of an advantage when he punted instead of going for it. But that was the right play, I thought.
Yeah, I thought they all were. I thought even, Riley Patterson missed the field goal just a little wide right, but I thought those were the right calls. I mean, that was a game, John, you and I talked about it, where punting is not going to be the worst thing that can happen to you, right? If you can play the field position game and you can pin them deep and you can find a way to flip the field, and when your defense is playing good, that's going to allow you to go score points because you can start. We saw it with Tampa Bay. I mean, both their scoring drives, I think they started right around midfield, right about 42, 44-yard line, and you could see it's a lot easier for the offense to go get points. And I thought, look, going for the field goal, I liked it. I mean, give the guy a chance. Especially at that point of the game, it's like, you're going to need Riley Patterson again at some point this season. Now, we're going to have to see how he responds moving forward. But, I thought punting the ball were the right calls. That was a game yesterday. You didn't need to be overly aggressive with the way your defense was playing.
No.
And they only punted the ball once in the second half, and that was at the very end of an 11-play, almost 7-minute drive. And of the 4 punts Jack Fox had, 2 of them were obviously pinned inside the 20, and that one was at the 2-yard line. It couldn't have been a better outcome in those situations.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, the first one that was the touchback, I think the gunner sometimes, you key in on the return man, and he did a nice job. He came up to about the 15-yard line. You're trying to cover in him. The ball lands at the 7, and you don't get the bounce. But defensively, too, yesterday was probably the best I think I've ever seen Alex Anzalone.
Oh, he was unbelievable.
I mean, he was in the backfield. He was making hits. I think he had 5 tackles in the first maybe 6 minutes of the game.
Covering backs out of the backfield.
All over the place. I mean, a couple pass break. Like, he was all over the place yesterday. And even Coach mentioned him after the game. I think, he said you're probably going to be tough to find a linebacker playing better than him right now. I think Anzalone is a huge part of that defense right now. I mean, he's got speed. Like, you don't really talk about white linebackers having a lot of speed. This is a guy that covers sideline to sideline, and he flies around, man, and he plays physical, and he plays violent. The pass rush wasn't, great yesterday. Certainly not to the standard we saw against Atlanta and Green Bay, but it was good enough to kind of rattle Baker in some of those big moments, but a lot of it was because of the coverage. I mean, and Anzalone was a big part of that. I think he's playing really good football right now.
We talked about that drive that just killed some clock, and they didn't do anything on it. 11 plays, 45 yards, 6 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yep.
I mean, that's perfect football.
Kind of game over at that point, right?
Let's go to Cameron. You're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, I just got 2 quick points, and then I'll hang up and listen. One, do we really know how good this team is without being healthy on both sides of the ball? And then 2, from what you guys can see with San Francisco and Philadelphia losing yesterday, what can we add to this roster to put us over the top and just win this whole thing this year? And, John, real quick, I want to win by 50 this weekend. Go Blue.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think most Michigan fans probably do.
Yeah, 50. Why stop there?
Yeah, and it's probably realistic. I think, look, this is going to be the time of year, the next week or two, where the contending teams are probably going to make moves, right? We see it every year. Every year there's kind of a surprise guy that, oh, wow, this team's shopping him, right? I think we've already kind of heard rumblings of Minnesota. Maybe there's a couple players there. Hunter might be a guy, contract here. Brian Burns, another guy who a lot of people love talking about. The bottom line is, I don't think you can stand pat, because if you're not making moves, the Eagles are going to make moves, right? San Fran's going to make moves. They have a ton of cap space,
right?
Still,
even with McCaffrey and all that.
Even teams in the AFC, the Chiefs, the Bills, we know those teams are probably going to make moves.
So what position do you think they need the most help? I mean, depending on Montgomery's injury, maybe another running back. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. But it seems like there's a pattern of how these really good teams build their team and add to their team, and it's up front defensively.
Yeah.
It's, in my opinion, you can never have enough pass rushers. I mean, you look at some of these teams like the Eagles and San Fran. I mean, they don't have. We have Aiden Hutchinson, right, who's a really nice player and had a couple good pass rushes yesterday, and the ball was just out, and He could have probably had a 2-sack, 3-sack game. He had enough pressure. The offense was getting rid of the ball. Nothing you can do. But those teams have 7-8 guys that can go rush the passer. And that makes a difference when you get into December football and when you get into January football. And I'm not trying to dog on anybody else on that defensive line, but I think that's a position where you never feel 100% satisfied. There's a guy out there who can go rush the passer,
you get him.
Go get in the conversation. Go see if you can make a move to bring that guy in.
I thought played pretty well yesterday. Julian Okwara.
Yeah, he had the pass deflection, the batted pass, and then also a sack.
Yeah, and he must have had a really good week of practice because we know that Coach Campbell likes reliable guys out there, right? If you have a good week of preparation, you're going to get rewarded. And he was out there on the third down. He was at the bookend with Charles Harris and Kaminsky and Hutchinson on the inside. That to me was like, man, I think the coaches are pretty confident with him putting him out there on the very first third down of the game. But you're right. I thought he showed up, and statistically, you look at it and you say, probably not enough pressures or quarterback hits or set, but he did make a difference in that game. It's another player, that really had obviously a great preseason. We all remember that. If he can continue to get better, maybe he's the guy that steps up and provides you that extra body on third down to rush the passer.
Yeah, I'd like to have another pass rusher. I'd also like to have another pass catcher. Just somebody to add to the depth, because if you lose, hopefully you never lose Amon-Ra St. Brown again for a game, or like J-Mo, he's still coming on. But I just want another guy there, because Marvin Jones Jr., as much as we love him, and he's a great teammate, and he's got really good experience, his production hasn't been great. So I'd love to add one more guy to that room. And I'm not talking of trying to go and get a first or even second, but somebody that is reliable as a 3-4, or, hey, it just comes in when somebody gets hurt type of guy.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I mean, I think Josh Reynolds, probably a little quiet game yesterday. He still had 3 catches for 50 yards.
Yeah,
still really good.
He caught all his targets.
Still had a really nice game. Laporta, I think a couple drops in there, right? 4 catches, I think.
11
targets.
targets.
A lot of contested.
A lot of close ones. One of them, Levante David, made a really good play. Would have been a great catch, but one, for nitpicking, you got to find a way to make. But no, I'm not against you there either. I just think whatever it is, you're a good enough team right now to be a legit contender. Mm-hmm. And if you believe that, then you never feel satisfied with. You're always trying to improve the roster, right? And I know that the Lions still have some cap space too. Now,
and don't forget that Brad Holmes did learn his craft under Les Snead.
What was his motto?
F the picks.
Right. Now we know Brad Holmes loves the picks, and rightfully so.
I love him picking.
Rightfully so.
But they haven't been in this position where they say, we can F a pick if we can get somebody who can definitely take us to the promised land.
Who can make a difference, right?
Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. Hey, Sarah Whalen Chevrolet is the place where I got 2 of my cars, the Equinox and the Blazer. But right now, brand new Silverados are the story from Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, the perfect truck for any tailgate party. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in the country, Sarah Whalen Chevrolet has a huge inventory of brand new Silverados ready for you to test drive, take home today. Plus, Sarah Whalen has a great selection certified pre-owned vehicles for you to choose from. So hurry in, talk to one of Sarah Whalen's excellent sales associates like Darren Eulich, and they'll put you in the driver's seat of a brand new Silverado today. Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 800-WHALEN-1 or go to sarahwhalen.com. Find new roads. 248-539-9797. We'll get to TJ Lang's broadcasting education
debacle.
No, I wouldn't call it debacle. You just, there's certain things you need to learn
The situations
about.
that come up, it comes with experience.
Exactly.
Like
But first, let's go to Morris in Rochester Hills.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Great show.
Thank you.
Gotta love those lines. Never thought in my lifetime I'd see a playoff game, but there's hope.
Yeah.
Crosby from the Oakland,
Vegas.
Las Vegas,
Yeah, wherever
Raiders.
they are, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you, we get him. Puts it over the top.
Well, you're talking.
I think
I don't know his contract situation. I think he signed a multi-year recently, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
You might have to give up a number one for him.
Oh, you might?
Yeah, you better. Yeah.
I don't know. Those Eastern guys.
He's one of the best players in the league at that position.
Yes, he is.
This is like is it starting to turn into like a fantasy for fan? And I'm not trying to be rude, but
No.
it's like you look at the bad teams and like, oh, let's go get all their best players. It's like, has there been any rumors or reports that Max Crosby wants out of Vegas?
No.
If you're Vegas, would you trade arguably the franchise centerpiece that you have? Right?
No.
So it's like, and I get, sure, would you make a call and make an offer?
Sure. Make the call.
But like, can we stop with this whole fantasy of let's just go pick off every other bad team's best players?
But here's so in defense of some Lions fans, they've never. When was the last time a Detroit team was a buyer at the trade deadline? Like, this is something that's relatively new within the last.
We bought a second round for Minnesota.
Right.
Was it Snacks Harrison? Seriously.
But for the Lions, yeah. We just talking about any sport. You were
Any sport, yeah.
That was a weird year because you traded for Snacks, and then a couple weeks later, I think we traded Golden Tate. Or Quandre Diggs, or it was kind of. I think it was Golden Tate.
Yeah,
that 2018 year.
Right.
But,
Which makes
so
sense.
you sent a
No, but back
fifth.
to your point, yeah, it's
been a while. So fans right now are
yeah.
looking at all of the other teams that have made additions to their roster. And you go back, a couple of years ago, and the Rams and the additions that they made because they said F the picks. And it wasn't just at the trade deadline, but it was throughout the course of the year. And it felt like a team that was just plucking guys off the top of the pile because guys wanted to go there, win a Super Bowl, and other teams just needed picks. They needed to rebuild their franchise. That's not always the way it goes. You can't just go and say, well, we want your best player.
No.
Here you go. It doesn't happen that way, but it's a new situation for Lions, especially Lions fans, to be in.
Yeah, and I think, if you really want to start taking a look at possible targets, you probably pull up guys that are going to be free agents next year. And like we already mentioned, like Danielle Hunter's a guy whose name's been brought up in the media for the Vikings. The guy from Brian Burns, right? You look at a guy, Leonard Williams, who's a defensive tackle for the Giants. I mean, they're probably not going anywhere this year. He's about to be a free agent. You have to start looking at these players that teams don't want to give up necessarily franchise pieces for, but if they could cut costs, they could cut salary, and they could, pick up first or second round pick while you're losing one of those players, it makes it more palpable. So I think that's more realistic to look at those type of players.
What about some of the guys who don't have teams right now, like Leonard Fournette or Ndamukong Suh?
Leonard Fournette, you'd have to wait for the playoffs, right? Playoff Lenny. I mean, I don't know. I really haven't taken a look at the guys who are still out there. I'm sure there's some players out there that could help you. Ndamukong Suh.
Would he fit in the locker room?
I don't know, because I'm sure he's different now than what, he was when he was a young player.
Right.
Seems like right now he's probably playing the smart game and wanting to see which teams kind of separate themselves.
But he did last year. He ended up with Philly.
He ended up with Philly, right? Yeah. And, the year before, I think he ended up with Tampa or the Rams, right? Yeah. I mean, he's kind of been on good teams. I don't know. I mean, I have no relationship with the guy. I don't know what kind of teammate he has been recently. Does he still have enough juice to come help you for, 20, 25 snaps a game? Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if he does, then sure. I think you think
you
about all
it.
Yeah, I think you explore all options.
Let's go to Cornell in Pontiac. What's up, Cornell?
Hey, guys. Just want to push back a little bit on TJ. I love you, my brother. I really do. But, I mean, when you said, can we just stop fantasizing, picking up the best player? No, I don't want to stop fantasizing. I've been a toilet bowl, Lions fan for years. I can't tell you the time when able to fantasize about anything with Detroit Lions. It's sort of like, I know I'm not going to win the $2 billion in the lottery, but I'm sure love to fantasize about what I would do with all the money if I did win it. So no, I'm not going to stop fantasizing about it. Let me have my flowers and enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? While I can. I waited a long time for this, and so it is what it is, CJ. I love you, my brother.
But quit being a buzzkill.
I hear you, man. It's always good to dream. It's good to fantasize. What I don't want, though, is that to be the expectation and for people to sit there, well, we didn't go get Max Crosby. What are we doing, right?
Right, yeah.
Like, that's what – there's got to be a fine line there where you know what I mean. I mean, it can't turn from – fantasy land to people all of a sudden getting upset because we're not going and trading for all pro players.
Here's the other thing, because it's also what you're giving up. This is, and I believe it's the very beginning of a Super Bowl window for the Detroit Lions. Do you want to give up a first or a second, even a third, for a guy that can come in and help you win this year, but maybe he's going to be gone at free agency at the end of the year? Now you don't have that player, and you don't have the picks, which we know in the sample size that we have of Brad Holmes, he's really good at picking guys in the draft.
Absolutely.
Well, that all depends on how close you think you are.
Right.
If you think you're a legitimate Super Bowl contender, is it worth giving up a first-round pick to go solidify that?
Yes.
I think a lot of Rams fans and players and coaches would tell you probably is.
Damn
I think
right.
a lot of Lions fans
would say, hell yeah.
Hell yeah, I'll take a Super Bowl right now. And then if we have to be bad again for the next 4 years, you know what?
We've been bad, that's okay, but we've never been to the Super Bowl. It'd be great.
That's kind of the argument. You want a Super Bowl, would you rather have a Super Bowl now and be bad for the next 5 years, or be contenders for the next 8 to 10 years?
And always come up short.
I'll take the Super Bowl. I'll take the Super Bowl.
Now, after the game yesterday, TJ, as part of the broadcast, gets to interview Dan Campbell after the game, and then the player of the game. And yesterday was Jameson Williams. So you had a little, I don't know if the correct word would be hiccup?
Panic attack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You started to sweat a little bit?
You thought you were on a plane or something, huh?
Complete anxiety, yes. And normally I get Coach Campbell, obviously one-on-one. I get a chance at the end of the game kind of jot down some questions, so I get prepared for him. And then after the game, I got to find a player, and normally some of the PR guys will suggest somebody to me that has a good game, and it's like, okay, yeah, let's get him, and I'll take a couple minutes to jot down some questions. It turned out yesterday, Jamo was kind of ready before I was. So I go to his locker, I'm kind of getting ready, and give me a couple seconds here. I'm trying to jot down a few things. Obviously, I knew I was going to ask him about the touchdown catch. But as I'm getting ready to do the interview, normally that's one-on-one too. I usually get the guys in the hallway, because it's not my strong suit. I don't like doing it in front of people because I'm nervous.
Who said it?
It's the drop.
He just won the drop tournament.
I don't like doing interviews in front of
You're going to be back-to-back champions.
Damn it.
That is a winner.
TJ's wife on line 4.
My anxiety's coming back already. Jeez. So I'm getting ready to do the interview with Jamo, and all of a sudden I turn over my shoulder, and there's about 15 cameras and microphones, and they're like, do you mind if we get in on your interview? And I'm like, oh my God.
Answer to that is yes, I do. Could you wait your turn?
I paused for about 15 seconds and kind of blacked out. Like, I completely forgot what I was going to ask him. And everybody's sitting there waiting on me like, come on, man. Like, let's go. What do we do? But in my mind, I'm like, this is probably going to be on SportsCenter, on the Lions website, on social media. And it was full-blown panic attack. And I mean, I could feel my heart beating through my chest. Like, it's just not my strong suit, I get nervous enough doing it one-on-one.
I get it.
Let alone when there's 15 cameras around. So I had a full-blown panic attack. I thought the interview was terrible on my part. I thought Jameson was awesome. He's a really good kid. Seems like he's got his head on straight. But even the touchdown pass, like, I went back and I should have asked him about just the catch, right?
Making the adjustment.
And somehow at the end I got long-winded and seemed like I asked him 7 questions in one, and it was like,
I do that too many times.
How big was that during the game? And he started talking. Well, yeah, it was a spark, blah blah. When in reality, I should have asked him like, just take us through the catch. It was a hell of a catch, right? And my goodness, I don't know if anybody's ever been in a position in their job where they've had to perform under pressure, with that much pressure.
Mm-hmm.
But my goodness, I found out a lot about myself yesterday, and I don't know if I like it. I know I'm a one-on-one guy.
Can you imagine if it was like live during Sports Center?
Oh, my
Former Super Bowl champion and star of Pitch Perfect 2, TJ Lang, clammed up.
No, I would have made an excuse to get the hell out of there. I would have just left. But, yeah, you guys go first. I got to get out of here. It was a lot of pressure, man, and I did not perform well.
All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. When dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil, criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you need a team of real local lawyers, not some tax organization with some random person you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you'll never personally have to deal with the IRS.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so – everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened. Right. You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success, whatever. So be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussina route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people like Rieger get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Tej, my condolences that your alma mater, Brother Rice, got destroyed by Orchard Lake St. Mary's, 41-7.
They've been getting destroyed all year.
It's been a tough year.
Yeah, winless.
Not recruiting very well, or what?
I don't know.
It's not as good as West Point.
I don't know.
I know it's kind of.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been an off year for sure.
But Eastern won, didn't they? I believe
it did.
Yes.
Yeah, actually returned the opening onside kick for a touchdown. Yeah. It was Kent State tried to get sneaky there to start the game, and Eastern said, Quote the great Dan Miller, I'm taking the ball and I'm going that way. Right? That's
What'd they say?
They said, I'm taking the ball and I'm going that way.
Oh, I thought it was
Aiden said, That's a great call, by the way, by Dan.
Yeah.
Love it.
Did you watch Michigan, speaking of which, on the plane, or well, I don't know what time you guys left?
Yeah, we left kind of at the weird time. I think I caught most of the first half, listened to a lot of it with John and Doug in the car on the way to the airport. Sounded a little bit sloppy to start the game, I think would be fair.
Yes.
The game, not the broadcast, right?
Yeah, both.
Yeah, it started a little sloppy.
I don't know. I didn't hear it. I was in the stands. I'm just kidding.
I know the weather was pretty rough, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was raining. Yeah, it was cold. Yeah.
But no, I mean, obviously they took care of business. I mean, it's kind of weird that people are like still bashing their schedule. I mean, is it really, and even Ohio State and Penn State, I mean, is it really their fault that the rest of the Big Ten it sucks like that bad?
No, the only
shouldn't that say more about the Big Ten? Like, hey, why don't you guys get better? So we stop taking so much heat for our schedule.
For this season, you're correct. Look, they'll always be criticized, and rightfully so, for the non-conference the last 2 years.
Oh,
that's
right.
fine.
That's changing next year.
Exactly. Yeah. But that's old news. The biggest question is, how are people who don't understand every aspect of the game, like myself, how you evaluate them versus other teams who've played better competition. But right now, they're just kicking ass on everybody. And, boy, Michigan State, what they did on Saturday.
Heartbreaking, wasn't it?
Oh, my God.
I mean,
I know. Shedding tears.
At least they covered, though.
Yes, they did. They did cover.
Good teams win, great teams cover. Yeah, that was felt like something had to change coming out of the bye week for them, and it looked like it did. I mean,
the quarterback played
24-6.
Caitlin Hauser, played well.
Yes.
And then you get a couple silly turnovers there, and I mean that was a bad loss for them. I mean, I haven't seen it yet. Is the spread like
24 and a half, I believe.
24 and a half?
Yeah.
Feels a little light.
See,
I mean, and I know it's a rivalry game.
I'm
I know
a
both.
wussy when it comes to this game. I'm one of those. You know what? If they win by one, I don't care.
Oh, well, it's a rival in this game, sure,
right? But I don't care anyway, because all that matters is you win and you win out. It doesn't make a difference how much you win by.
And look, John, I think you can talk to this better than anybody. I mean, Michigan, you're always going to get Michigan State's best shot.
Sure.
Right? I mean,
it's going to be physical. It's going to be tough. They're going to hit you in the mouth.
Especially this year. I mean, with, obviously not being very good. And, I mean, this is their game. right? This is something that,
especially after the tunnel incident last year,
they can hang their hat on for the rest of the season if they play well, right? I hate when people say, "Oh, this is their Super Bowl," but this is kind of their, one chance to go kind of flip the season around, if you want to say. I don't see it, man. I look at Michigan. It's just Michigan State is just not good, and Michigan, like you said, it's kind of hard to judge sometimes on the opponents they're playing, but sometimes it's not about who you're playing, it's about how you play.
Right.
And I think their style of football is clearly worthy of being one of the best teams in the
and over the span of 4 quarters. Now, Michigan State, I expect them to come out with a lot of energy. They're gonna do every trick in the book that they can possibly do. And I'm not talking about fakes or reverses, all this stuff, but they're gonna try everything that they possibly can to come out and start fast. Michigan State is. Michigan has the benefit of, hey, over the course of 4 quarters, you can't hang with us.
Yeah.
So we're just going to methodically go down the field. We're going to, put pressure on your quarterback, knowing that at some point, somebody on our team is going to make a handful of plays on both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively, and we're just going to wear you down, wear you out. And eventually, when you look at it at the end of the game, I think it will be probably like a 3-touchdown game.
Yeah, I think it
should.
I think it'd be ugly. I mean, I think it'd be probably more than that, just the way that.
Well, I mean, it could, but I don't know that. I just don't know that in today's football that this game can it get ugly? Certainly could, but I think Michigan State will do enough. There's a lot of pride in that locker room with that coaching staff. They're going to scratch, claw, fight for everything, especially early, and that's where Michigan has to. They've got to sustain some of those, momentum swings if Michigan State gets them, and they just need to trust and be patient, and they'll wear them out.
And they got to get off to a better start than they have in some of their games, including last week.
In some of their games, which ones?
Indiana game and Rutgers game, they fell behind.
The Rutgers game? Well, it was one play.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying they haven't been great from the very beginning.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you got to prevent that one play from happening in that Rutgers game. I get that. And then in the worst quarter that they played all year long against Indiana, sure, they started slow, but
they did. I mean, there's nothing wrong with. I'm just saying they should.
But it hasn't been an epidemic through 7 games.
No, but
it was last year around that team, right? Wasn't that a big?
Yeah, it was
last year.
They were just all they could do was run the ball.
That's Stoney. Quit living in the past.
Somebody nitpicking a 50 burger.
No, not really.
Well, that would be Mr. Nitpicker.
No, I wasn't. I was just saying we're talking about the game Saturday. I said they have to avoid
he took Indiana last week anyway.
They should take
along with Tampa.
They took a slow start. That's all. They had a slow start Saturday.
I think it's safe to say they had a slow start.
Yeah, but you said it was a slow start, which it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the worst quarter they played all season long.
Yes,
but
exactly.
You said it was, epidemic of this team.
I didn't never said the word epidemic.
No,
you used that.
You said it like they have at some times this year.
At some times, right? And
their defense has outscored opposing offenses.
Forget it. You know what? They can do nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. They're perfect.
They're 7-0. They really haven't.
They're perfect.
I'll back Stoney up a little bit.
It's getting uncomfortable.
Okay. I mean, it's unbelievable. I love the team. J.J. McCarthy has not even played in the 4th quarter. That's how great they've been.
Here's what's amazing about it is that despite sometimes starting slow,
yes,
all it takes is like that, and it's boom, touchdown. And the most impressive part is the defense has been phenomenal. I mean, what did they give it up? 20 points?
Yeah.
The first team defense has given up 20 points.
And they've scored.
That's insane.
I will say, not that anybody paid it. If they did pay attention, Jansen did call the double pass in the pregame. He talked about how McCulley started at quarterback for them in the pass, and he's got to be leery of it, and that's how they got their touchdown. So I'll pat you on that.
I'll give Doug credit, too. He did try to prep me that there was one playmaker in Indiana.
He scored the touchdown.
Yeah. They had one play.
Yeah.
Yep.
One play.
I forgot Christian Turner was even on that team.
Yep.
Oh, that one play is unacceptable in Stoney's eyes.
I know. Yeah. Same thing with Rutgers. Yeah. I hate that. I hate it when the second play of the game, Will Johnson takes it back for a pick six. That's a slow start. I wish they had done better on the road at Minnesota, on the road at Nebraska. It was 14-0.
They just make stuff up.
Kenneth Grant had an interception. I mean, you got defensive linemen that are having interceptions to start the game.
Did you hear John's line when that ball hit Kenneth Grant in the face? John said the headline tomorrow is "Ball Attacks Man."
I think I heard that. Yeah.
TJ, you okay now?
Me?
Yeah, you okay? You recovered from?
Not really.
Here's what you need to do. This will cure
I gotta make
any
it through today.
insecurities that you have about that post-game situation. I want you to interview Jim Harbaugh live for 25 minutes. After you've done that, you can do anything.
Can you get him to talk for 25 minutes?
That might be the worst sounding job I've heard in a long time.
That's my job
But we've all been
description.
there. We've all had our moments.
Yes.
Live radio is
It's live radio.
man.
If I just make it through today and I don't see a clip of it anywhere on TV, I think I'll be okay. But if it pops up, man, it's gonna be a long.
Yeah, when
day.
you get a call from McAfee later on,
Yeah.
who is this? Prank caller.
All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. Champ and Chump, lots of football. 97 won the ticket.
God, these Monday shows are fun. They are fun. I've said it before, but having a football team like this makes me feel like I have a brand new job, maybe in a whole different industry. To get on the air on Monday after Lions wins, we've done the Lions Blew It show so many times. And now the Lions are winning in such a credible way. And, you know, Gator, you and Kang, I want to give you two credit because you said there's no way they can lose this game to Baker Mayfield. And I said, well, I think there is a way they can lose a game to Baker Mayfield. But let me be clear here. I think the Lions are going to win. I picked the Lions to win. And I feel so wrong because I thought there was a chance that they were going to lose. And it really, I mean, they had to work, and Tampa's good. But at the end of the day, that game didn't feel in jeopardy. It didn't feel in jeopardy. So
Only
you guys
because it wasn't.
It wasn't. And it's such a credible way to win. So good for you and Kang. But bottom line is, we all win here in Detroit.
Oh, we're all winners.
Yeah,
that's for sure. I guess I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm just reiterating something that happened.
I'll pat you on the back, Gator.
All right, I appreciate it. I'm just reiterating what I said on Friday. It's Baker Mayfield, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the TV broadcasters, when we're all watching it on TV, I don't think that. Well, I don't know what Dan Miller was saying on the radio, if he said the same thing or not. But when the TV broadcasters are pointing out that, oh, we just missed this guy, and oh, we just missed that guy. Yeah, because that's Baker Mayfield. Because he's not good. That's why. Now, if you had a competent quarterback, that would have been a different game, right? Because they would have converted on a couple of those deep balls. It would have been touchdowns. But It's Baker Mayfield.
Yep.
That's why I was chesty about it. Now, again, this is another Monday where we come in talking about a Lions win, and I'm happy not only because they won, but because the game shows that they still have plenty to work on. And the game shows that they can still be so much better because of who they played without.
My God.
Unfortunately, it's another week where here goes another injury, and we'll see how debilitating it is for David Montgomery with the ribs. But they'll get guys back for the game against the Ravens. And they may have lost a couple for the game against the Ravens. But that's football. That's how you manage things. And when you watch the landscape of the NFL yesterday and you see the Eagles lose to the Jets in just fantastic ways, and then you watch San Francisco, and yes, it was my shoot the boot lock of the week, and I don't care. I had a giant smile on my face watching San Francisco go down last night. That was fantastic because now no undefeateds in the NFL, right?
Yep.
Bunch of teams at 5-1. Who's there at 5-1? The Detroit Lions have the best record in the National Football League, and they're 6 weeks into the season. This is a damn good football team. A damn good football team. The perseverance this team has, the heart that this team plays with, the grit. I mean, they're playing at a different level that we've seen here in Detroit, and it's fantastic.
When you are winning with the guys that they have on the field, and we're going to play some of what Dan Campbell had to say. But, I mean, Owasika and Glasgow, you're not supposed to be playing. Jerry Jacobs and Will Harris, you're not supposed to be. Tracy Walker,
right,
who killed a man yesterday, you're not supposed to be playing. Divina Zigbo, nobody even knows who you are. And you're picking up first downs. Craig Reynolds. Okay? Craig Reynolds did the thing that Detroiters love more than any other fan base. He did the small subtlety, the dirty work, the role player stuff. And I feel like Craig Reynolds, yesterday alone in one play, became a Detroit legend. And
100%.
I mean, I don't want to overstate it. Peter King, here's a quote from Peter King today on Monday Morning Quarterback. I don't remember a block from a running back as devastating as that one. To me, it said everything about the physicality and selflessness of the 2023 Lions, the team Dan Campbell has built to have both traits. And Craig Reynolds, look at his stat line.
I was just going to say, this is the funniest thing ever, right?
Yep.
Because Craig Reynolds comes out of the game, and he's a hero. Like, give that guy a game ball for that block that he made on the St. Brown touchdown run. He had 10 carries for 15 yards.
Yes, he did.
Say it again.
10 carries for 15 yards. He had a long of 8. So he had 9 carries for 7 yards. It's a lot like Doug Karsh's
my career running back statistic.
Running stats in high school.
Yes.
He had 2 catches for 28 yards with a long of 28.
Let me be clear. It was 9th grade football. And I had 12 carries for 30 yards with a long of 18.
So
on a toss sweep left, I went right. Anybody with any talent would have scored. The quarterback just kept spinning and pitched it to me. The entire field ran the wrong way, the right way. I ran the wrong way. I should have scored. I got 18 yards.
Hey, 18's better than nothing.
That's right.
But that's just it. It's like we're all fixated on statistics. Fans are. We love stats. Love looking at the back of football cards. Love looking up the box score in online. However you get your scores and your stats, you love it. You go to Next Gen Stats. I can't get enough. Give me Pro Football Focus. I want it all. But it doesn't matter. No, I don't. Yeah, I'm not really.
But gone too far now.
This stuff doesn't matter because what matters is that block that doesn't show up on the stat sheet. It's that one block, like you're watching St. Brown catch the ball, and he's got to get the first down, and he sees, he's like, you know what, I'm going to cut back across the field. I'm going to go backwards to go forwards. You're like, ooh, is that a good idea? Hey, if you could just get around the corner. Who is this? Who's coming out of nowhere? Where'd this guy come from? What the hell? Yes! And just levels the defender.
Two
of them.
Yes.
You're gone. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Came out of nowhere. He goes, woo, there goes 13. Kaboom. St. Brown, touchdown. And I don't even, Amon Ra's like, you can almost hear the thought bubble. Are you kidding me? This is what's going through his mind. Does a little hop step to make sure he's going to stay balanced and on the sidelines, and just, creeps into the end zone. It's unreal.
That play epitomizes this
Absolutely.
Detroit Lions team. Everything about it was a backup running back that came out of nowhere, blocked two guys essentially, blocked one guy and knocked him into Antoine Winfield, who couldn't get to St. Brown, who was trying to make his way through, right? A guy who's been rock steady. He called it knifing. He said that's what they use. You get the ball, sometimes you look for a place to knife up the field, and guess what? He found a way because of Craig Reynolds. And then after they score, the whole entire sidelines of the Lions going to Craig Reynolds and just congratulating him and just celebrating with him. That's this team.
It is.
That's this team.
It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome.
Fantastic.
We got a lot of champs and chumps to choose from. Get yours in now. We do it every Monday. Champ and chump of the weekend, plus thoughts on the Lions win at Tampa Bay. And if anyone was there, and some of you were,
a lot of them.
My God. Talk about a takeover. It's starting to get attention of people around the country. One national writer said something amazing. We'll get to that today at 10:20. Phone calls, feedback. Lions 5-1, tied for the best record in football. 97-1 the ticket.
Well, it's another big weekend of football here in Michigan coming up as well, and our listeners are loving the Playgon Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in the state of Michigan. Odds, bets, slots, and games, you have it all here. Just download the Playgon Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games also right at your fingertips. The casino and the Sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. My personal favorite. New slots like the Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer right now for new users. Download the Playgun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down within the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
There you go. That's the play. That's the play. And look, I mean, there was a bunch of them in that game, and we're going to talk about all of them. In fact, maybe we'll just get out the play-by-play thing and just recap the entire game. Lions go to Tampa and they suffocate a Buccaneers offense. Kicked 2 field goals, and Lions really playing well right now. And boy, this game against Baltimore. I mean, you know what's crazy? We're at a place where how many people like immediately turn the page and can't wait for next Sunday, right? I mean, that's where it is. You start in on game prep for the next week. But they'll have to see if they can go on. I mean, they're 3-0 on the road. 3-0. And it's not like they've played the Giants on the road or New England on the road. They've played Kansas City, Green Bay, and Tampa. Now, we can say what we want about Green Bay and Tampa. But again, we're not talking about the Patriots. We're not talking about Carolina. These teams don't completely suck. And the Lions have gone in and I mean, they're 3-0 on the road. And here's the thing. Here's the tweet I was talking about. Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today. Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, are you seeing this? Best fans in the effing league. Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep.
Is he a good estimator of crowds? Peter
I don't know, because I'm terrible. I
was going to say.
I'm not sure. Suffice it to say, he was impressed.
Let's say he's off by 5. It's only 20,000.
Yeah.
Off by 10. It's only 15,000. That's amazing. Way to go.
It's awesome, but I mean, Gator, we knew this, right?
Hey.
Tampa takeover. Detroit takes over Tampa all the time.
But
this is different. It's obviously different. The fans are. How long do they stick around for? How long before would they have to tell you to leave? Because an hour? I don't know, 45 minutes?
I think a long time.
They stayed until they were asked to leave, probably.
Yeah, you stay certainly so that the team can do the victory lap around. They give you the high fives, and then Brad Holmes is doing it too.
Brad Holmes doing Brad Holmes things.
Yeah. I mean, I have a feeling that if Rod Wood were out there doing it too, Lions fans would go, yeah, you too. Come here. Come on.
Are you sure?
Maybe at this point,
Yeah, it's true. Did you guys see the video inside the concourse and everything? The Let's Go Lions chants. I mean, it was a takeover, man. An absolute takeover.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Brandon. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Great.
Going awesome.
So my champ is J-Mo. I know he didn't play that much during the game yesterday, but that touchdown, I don't think I've ever yelled loud enough to scare my entire family before. So that touchdown was fantastic. And then my chump is whoever dressed the Buccaneers yesterday, the creamsicle jerseys. That's like something you pick when you play Madden. They had the old school Buccaneer in the midfield, So for them to wear the creamsicle jerseys and then get creamed, that's my chump.
Yeah, I mean, look, the people love the uniforms when you win in them. Like if you go to a throwback look, I mean, I shouldn't say you better win, but you want to fire the team up, the fans up, and respond to the moment. And they did not rise up to the moment. Credit the Lions. I mean, I can't get over the difference in the defense a year later. It's remarkable. 248-539-9797. John is next. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Listen, let me just paint you a picture, okay? I was at that game. But, I mean, I don't even know how to act right now. I've been kicked in the jimmy for 5 decades with this team. But, now seeing them. But from the tailgating, we were there. My son's first game, I went up to the college campus, picked him up. Tailgating was insane. Going up the ramp before the game, it was a Lions invasion chanting, "Let's go Lions," echoing through everywhere. We get down there. and the Lions turnout was it was unbelievable. But I was 3 rows off the field, right at the end zone there where Amon-Ra scored. I mean, I could literally almost touch him. But I saw Craig Reynolds just shoot out, and when he hit that guy with that block, it was the crack heard round the world. That was so violent and loud. And then Amon-Ra, he just jumped and then hopped it in the end zone. Place went crazy. And then Brad Holmes come out, Rod Wood, everybody screaming. Panay Sewell ended up with Amon-Ra. I got it on video right in the corner, and Panay's looking flexing, looking right at us. I moved down to the rail, and he's like, let's go. I mean, it was just – and then leaving the stadium, everybody screaming, let's go Lions for, 20 minutes as we're leaving. It was echoing through the whole place. It was insanity. I've never witnessed anything like that, and I'm so proud to be a Lions fan. I mean, the losing took its toll all these decades, but, man, who is this team? And you know what? The biting kneecaps, you know what? We did get off the ground, and we were biting kneecaps on the way up. We were the last man standing. That's right. You get all these people making fun of that press conference. That's a Dan Campbell team right there.
You know, it's funny because I thought the whole biting kneecaps thing is obviously, an analogy of how he wants to play, right?
It's
and isn't
so
that
appropriate.
Isn't that exactly how they're playing? Stuff that block.
He started his first press conference with that, right?
Yep.
And that's 2.5 years ago?
Yep.
3 years ago, whenever it was. Almost 3 years ago. Then he came up with a new analogy. We're going to take you in the deep water.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the same thing. It's because we're going to suffocate you. We're going to drown you in the water. We're going to just continue doing what we do. All the little things that make us what we are going to take over. King, I'd like to offer an apology.
Oh, wow. What for?
I think it's time. It's time that after hearing people talk about their experience, Darlington with the comments, Peter King and his comments, it's time to offer an apology, a heartfelt apology to Kang's friend, Gil. Gil, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I made fun of you for 5 weeks about your decision to make the road trip this year to see the Lions play, to go to Tampa, of all places, when you could have gone to Kansas City. You could have gone to Green Bay.
They choose a road trip every year. They chose Tampa.
And you guys chose Tampa, and we made fun of it. Me specifically, I really made fun of it. And then after hearing people talk about the experience and the national media talking about what it was like yesterday, I was wrong, and I apologize to you, Gil. You're a true Lions fan, and I think that you more than got your money's worth yesterday. Good job.
Well, I will speak on behalf of Gil, and I will accept your apology, Scott the Gator Anderson. And we move forward.
We move forward
because that's what we do. We're in this together. On to Baltimore. All the road trips are good road trips. It doesn't even matter anymore. This is where we're at. Doesn't matter.
Life is good when you're arguing over which awesome road trip so far this year has been the best. Was it the trip to Kansas City when they beat the defending Super Bowl champion?
Going to Green Bay was pretty cool.
Was it the takeover at Green Bay? Was it the suffocating of the Buccaneers with the Lions fans, 25,000 Lions fans? Which one of these awesome road trips was the best? 248. It's Carson Anderson. Our Champ and Chump nominations at 10:35. 97.1 The Ticket.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got I got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. And all of you on a good day to be a Detroit Lions fan.
Great day to be a Lion.
Yeah, it really is it really is fun to watch. And I just still can't get over how many Lions fans were there.
Well, I love it. And I love that the game still provides, there's so much there in the game that's going to keep this team humble. There's mistakes made throughout the game.
Mm-hmm.
Was the offensive line outstanding? No.
No, and good enough.
Right, but how was the running game? Did they get anything going on the ground?
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. Were they able to keep, Goff safe? I mean, he was under duress.
Didn't he only get sacked once, though?
He may have been sacked once, but he was pressured quite a bit. Yeah, he was sacked 3 times actually.
Okay.
So he was under duress, and yet, he came away with just fine. 30 out of 44, 107 rating. He's now the 4th rated passer in the National Football League. The 4th.
He's just straight up balling. Jared Goff
He's been so great.
Balling.
Even the passes he didn't throw well. His receivers make adjustments. Whether it's Laporta catching it in one direction, Khalif Raymond making a catch, Jameson Williams. I mean, the touchdown drive, J-Mo makes 2 catches on 3 crappy throws to him.
Josh Reynolds made a heck of a catch on a ball behind him.
Yeah.
It's a gritty win, and they won by 14 points. That 4 games in a row, double-digit wins. That didn't happen in the NFL.
Yeah, and like I said, there's plenty to work on. Tampa Bay gets 3 points. I think they kicked their first field goal on that should have been the Lions' ball. Jerry Jacobs should have made the interception. He did not. Bounces off his hands and falls to the ground. The line defender tried to dive and get it, but couldn't get it. He makes the pick. There's no score there. They left points on the field. The Lions did, but winning by 14 on the road, another 20.
Yeah,
another. I can't call it 20. What do you call 20? Another 20.
It's just 20. Yeah, I mean,
it's just 20.
Here's the thing: is that It's funny. You talk about all that. They were a 3-point favorite. They won by 14. Any complaining today is pretty much nitpicking. They outdid the expectation rather dramatically, and they have. I mean, look at their margin of victories.
It's been double digits.
This is a league where everybody. I mean, almost all the games are one-score games. You know, through the years, we talk about the Lions. Oh, they only lost this by one score, that by one score. The Lions, since they beat the Chiefs by 1, they've won by 14, 14, 18, and 14. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe Bar. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Joe Bar?
I wanted to say to you guys that I kind of saw this last year at the Chicago Stadium. One of my Marine Corps buddies, he talked me into buying a ticket, going to Chicago, and watching the Lions play. And I couldn't believe how many people were there. But you know what really got me? When we came back and won the game, it's a difference when you hear another team's fans come to you and say, this ain't the same Lions team we used to seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you remember, Chicago was up, most of that game. And we came back, I believe, in the fourth quarter, took control of the game and won. And they were sick. And as we were walking out of that stadium, it was so many Lions fans at that game. And I'm like, wow. And I saw it to be a trend then.
Yeah, we've seen it here at Ford Field in the past where Chicago fans overtake Ford Field. They're Packer fans wearing those damn cheeseheads all over the place.
Yep.
Heck, we've seen Minnesota fans here in Detroit. Well, good luck this year getting your fan base to come to Ford Field because it's sold out, and it's a sold-out sea of Honolulu blue.
All right, let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations. I will start my Champ of the weekend. Indeed is exactly that, Detroit fans. And we've documented how great you guys were at Tampa. But let me also point out that I was amazed at how many fans actually showed up at the Big House. The students are in fall break, so there were some students gone, but that was miserable conditions, and people showed up for that. And then Saturday night, the fans blew the roof off of LCA. Right now, Detroit fans, you are representing, and I am impressed, and you are my Champ of the week.
Yeah, I'll give it to a player, but I wholeheartedly agree with what you said. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 12 receptions, 124 yards. He had that touchdown. He's always there for Goff. He's an ATM. He's the 7-Eleven. He's money, and he's always open.
Chump of the weekend. My chump is Dan Lanning, the Oregon head coach, 0 for 3 on fourth downs, twice eschewing sure chip shot field goals to go for it on 4th and 3 because of analytics. And the thing about analytics is, I think it's an excuse that takes the responsibility off the coach's shoulders where they can just say, hey, look,
it was a calculated risk in our favor.
Yeah, and so that's why I did it. I mean, it's not me. It's the numbers say I should go for it. I think it's a bit of a cop-out, and when coaches rely on it too much, it's almost like they don't want the responsibility of making the call based upon game flow and what the score is and where you're playing, and they just go to the punch button analytics, and I think it cost Oregon that football game.
Well, that was a hell of a game.
Yep.
A lot of fun to watch that one. My chump is Michigan State special teams. I mean, come on. An illegal formation cancels the punt. There would have been Rutgers ball at their own 33. So you got to repunt it, and what happens? Goes through his hands into the end zone, and Rutgers falls on top for a touchdown. And then, of course, you had the kickoff that the Spartan back didn't call for a fair catch. He lets it bounce in front of him. It bounces straight up in the air, and then he loses the jump ball to Rutgers. They score. It was a ridiculous turnaround for Rutgers in the game where Michigan State played so well. They deserved to win, and it was just I don't know if it's a lack of prep or what on special teams that killed them.
Was there an explanation why they were in an onside kick defense there with 8.5 minutes to go?
I didn't. I did not listen to any response, nor did I read any response.
I got the DVR of the game. I'll have to go watch it again. But that seemed like a curious decision.
Well, I'm sorry. What you said? They had
they had everybody in an onside kick formation and one guy deep when Rutgers cut it to 3 with 8.5 minutes to go.
I mean, you could probably argue that Rutgers is very sneaky when it comes to their special teams. Greg Schiano's always been amazing with his special teams, and that they were just preparing for something that they thought was maybe going to happen to continue the momentum that they had.
All right. Well, there you go. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rob here next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, fellas, I just wanted to talk about the game yesterday. I was lucky enough. I'm here for a work conference, and I got to go with some coworkers. And a couple things that just stood out to me there was, I forget who you said, Doug, but somebody estimated like 25,000 fans there.
Yeah, it was Peter King.
Okay, so here's my math, because King said he wasn't sure if he could rely on his numbers.
Yeah.
The stadium was kind of set up like a high school game, Doug, whereas behind the Bucks bench, it was all brown and orange. And behind the Lions bench, I would guess 80% on that half of the stadium was Honolulu blue. And I would guesstimate 30,000 Lion fans. And walking out of the stadium, going down the ramps inside the stadium, I took a couple videos, and I'm sure you guys saw them on social media. The Lions fans just took over the stadium. I have never seen anything like it. It's wild.
I mean, it definitely helps. The guys talked about it after the game. The players are responding to this, and it's amazing when you're just watching on TV and you hear "Let's Go Lions" coming through crystal clear. There's a field level. There's some field level replays where you can see it looks like a home game with the reaction when the Lions make a big play and the fans are going nuts in the background.
Or something I was going to say is I had goosebumps. We were up in the upper deck, but it was still a good, like we still got to see the game. After the game was over, about 15 minutes after the game ended, there had to be, thousands of stands in the stadium, and Penei Sewell and Jared Goff and St. Brown and even Brad Holmes was out on the field just going up and down the sidelines, shaking hands, slapping hands with the fans. It was just eerie. It was like it's been a complete flip of how they're perceived now. It's really cool to see, guys.
Rob, thanks for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Justin is next on 97.1. What's up, Justin?
Car, Shader, Kang. These Mondays are getting out of hand. They're quickly becoming my favorite day of the week, and I'm not mad about it. Couple things. I went to that Green Bay game, and that was electric. I tried convincing the wife to go to Tampa. Couldn't do it. But me and the old man, we're going to Chicago in December. It's going to be a cold one, but we're going to show off for that. We got row 2. Look for the ski masks.
All right.
But Champ and Chump. Champ, got to go with Goff. And not for the reason you guys might think, not the 350 yards, not the 2 touchdowns, not the interception, the no interception. I'm sorry. No, I'm going to go with the incompletions he threw. He faced a lot of pressure, like you guys said, got sacked 3 times. But how many times did he feel that pressure and see the lineman crashing down on him, and he just threw it away? He had a couple throwaways that would have ended up being sacked if he wasn't as smart as he was with the ball.
Yeah.
So without a doubt, going to go Goff for the champ, and then Chump. I don't even want to bash anybody, but if I have to, I'm going to go with MSU, just for obvious reasons. Any skill player on MSU who touched the ball yesterday, just chump it up right there.
Hey, thanks for the phone call, Justin. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, Lions Victory Monday, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we were tired of running out of hot water when the whole family was in the house, so CGC Water. We called them. They came in and installed a Navien tankless water heater. Now we're enjoying as much hot water as we need. Maximize your efficiency while reducing energy consumption and enjoy on-demand hot water when you need it. Plus, the tank is gone. We've got this unit that just mounts to the wall. We created floor space in our storage room. Call CGC and let them know Car sent you, and they'll offer you 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so – everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened. Right. You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success, whatever. So be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people like Rieger get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
Tucker, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Pack phones. Hey, you can watch on Twitch and YouTube. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. You can also watch on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search up 971 The Ticket. More and more people are doing Ticket in the show that way. You can stream it with the Odyssey app. Download that for your mobile device, AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States or Canada.
Today would be a good day if you lived out of state.
Oh.
You know, Mondays, as you said, Mondays are becoming the fun days.
Yep.
And, let's say you lived in Albuquerque, but you're a diehard Lions fan, and you want your fix, and you're up early. Hey, Odyssey app.
There you go.
Or maybe you're still in Tampa.
Maybe you are still in Tampa.
Because I know Gil's still in Tampa.
There you go.
Gil's still in Tampa?
Yeah.
Gil.
They're leaving today.
Gil's a effing hero. Also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Let's get back to the people. Next up is George. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, George.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's
Morning,
up?
George.
Hey, my champ, no doubt the Lions, I think, they play awesome. Especially, I've really been loving the defense. I think so many years here in Detroit, we used to always try to, get behind a big, arm quarterback and, let's build the offense up and, everything else fall in place. But it's really good to see not no-name defensive players, but solid defensive players, and y'all getting the best out of those players. So no doubt, the defense gets, my champ and my champ, no doubt, Michigan State. But the question I got for you fellas is, we are already expecting a playoff win or at least a playoff home game. So now we could get into the talks of maybe being a Super Bowl team or even winning it. So the question I got for you and something to think about, do you feel confident that we got everything we need, or do you think we need maybe one or two or something else so we could say, hey, we should win the Super Bowl, how like Philly said, how like San Fran said, even how Dallas, and we know Kansas City and teams like that, but what do you think personally we might be missing to say, hey, we should win the Super Bowl or at least get to the Super Bowl?
It's a great question. It's a great question because I would answer it different week to week. And I'm not – you can always get better, right?
Yeah.
You can always get better.
Always.
You can always improve your roster. The crazy thing is you keep looking, how many injuries can they absorb and still win comfortably? Like, what the hell's going on?
Well, I mean, we're not paying attention to every team around the league, right?
I mean, we're watching, yeah.
We know, well, we're not like day by day like we do with the Lions. We know the Lions have suffered a bunch of injuries, and it feels like more so than any other team. But watching San Francisco game yesterday, out goes McCaffrey, out goes Deebo Samuel. Trent Williams had to leave for a series or two to get retaped up. They thought he was out for a while. My heart's not aching for San Francisco, not even in the least. But it just goes to show injuries happen everywhere. So the Lions are dealing with it. The fact they've been able to get through it is unbelievable. And then hopefully, again, this week they'll get some guys back. But the depth is being tested. It's absolutely being tested, and you don't want to keep doing that test. But I do think that there's a move that could be made that would absolutely push this team perhaps over the edge.
Brian Burns?
Well, I think it's the rush end. If you want to go Brian Burns, if you want to go Danielle Hunter. I mean, Danielle Hunter had a sack yesterday. Now he's got 7 on the season. I watched some of that game. He was kind of relentless. And then, of course, there's the Max Crosby rumor that fans start, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I can't imagine it happening.
Dare to dream on that one, and I do dare to dream. But that's the thing is, I'm watching the Lions play like everybody else, and they're rushing 4, and they're not getting home. They couldn't get home when they rushed 4, and they got nothing in terms of pressure until after like 4 or 5 seconds. Then finally, okay, the offensive line can only protect for so long before it finally collapses. Lions didn't get pressure until the fourth quarter when they blitzed every single play, bringing Anzalone, bringing Barnes, bringing Campbell, whoever it was. They just kept bringing linebackers, bringing safeties, whatever they had to do. They kept rushing as many as they did, and in the end, what they end up with? Just 1 sack?
Yep.
So, I know you're nitpicking a little bit, and we're trying to
little bit, yeah,
and we're trying to see what would put them way over the top. But the Buccaneers' offensive line is a very good pass protecting offensive line. They're not good run blocking offensive line, but you saw the stats yesterday. They protect Baker Mayfield. That's why he hasn't turned the ball over this year. But you and I thought we were never fearful of Baker, right, Gator? I mean, we're kind of you were very dismissive of Baker, and I've never really been a big fan of him. But what they do is they protect him. So I know the Lions didn't get home as much as we'd like, but it was against a very good offensive line that protects the passer.
In fairness, he's been sacked 5 times all year.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
5 games,
That's what
and
I'm
one
saying.
of them came yesterday.
He's
yeah,
elusive.
And I'll try to be as fair. Yeah, I'll try to be as fair as I can. But if you're asking me what I would add to this team if I could, I would add a Rudge Escher.
Yeah, go with it. Own it.
A Rudge Escher. I would add one of those if you could. If the price isn't too big, if you can go out and get one of those guys, I would, because it would free up another defender to be in coverage where you don't have to bring him in on the blitz, because you would have another stud on the other side. And the names that are being bandied about, it's not like some other team's Julian Okwara. No disrespect to Julian Okwara. It's another team's stud. It's another team's Aiden Hutchinson.
So, and then as far as Super Bowl contention, this is where it takes me back to when the Lions have what they've been my entire life, which is when I've tried to craft a path for the Lions to win the division, it usually included some sort of bad luck befalling the teams that they're competing against, or the hey, that team's schedule's really hard, so maybe the Lions can take advantage and somehow sneak into a tie for first place. Now it's like, okay, I don't care who you are. I like the Lions' chances to win this division just for football reasons. They could go out and put a team on the field that's better than everybody else in the division, therefore should win the division. If I start trying to create the path to the Super Bowl, it's a little bit of finagling, right? It's, okay, can the Lions use what is a relatively easy schedule to lock up the number 1 seed so they won't have to play Philly and San Francisco, right? If they can avoid having to beat them both to get to the Super Bowl, that's where I think it's critically important to try and be that number 1 seed. And can they get there? Yeah. They're tied with those teams, and they still have a way easier schedule as it stands right now than those teams. And so maybe they can be the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Well, I'm still a little bit uncomfortable mentioning the SB. However, if you want to get there, do they have enough to get there right now, or would you like to add another piece?
I think both are true. I think they have enough to get there, and I'd like to add another piece. But
did one thing get answered yesterday at all? It got answered more, I guess, with Jameson Williams and his performance.
That was nice. That was nice to see.
He's not out there every play, and
he didn't play that many snaps.
He kind of looks like a deer taking its first steps sometimes.
Yeah.
When you watch him, when they do throw the ball to him, it's a little unfair because they threw to him 3 times in that drive. All 3 passes were terrible passes, and he caught 2 of them.
Yeah, he played 16 snaps. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Brandon is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, boys?
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, so that Craig Reynolds block was just like Tayshaun Prince's block on Reggie Miller. Now, it wasn't the playoffs, I get that, but he came out of nowhere. He wasn't there, and then he was there. It was amazing.
Yep.
I'm sure you guys agree.
I like
good
it.
analogy,
I like it a lot.
See ya.
In and out. Let's go to Tommy next on 97.1. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
What's
Hey,
up?
Tommy.
Hey, yeah, before I get to my champ and chump real quick, you realize the Lions are they're a coin toss flip away that they lost to potentially being the only undefeated team in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take credit away from Seattle. They did take the ball, drive down the length of the field and score, but
I still think the NFL needs to. If you're the home team, you should be able to at least you get the call. You make the call, heads or tails. It always the visiting team gets to make it, which I never understood. But I know, I guess that's nitpicking.
yeah, I was about to say it literally is 50-50 no matter who calls it.
I know.
There's no advantage. There's no advantage to getting to call heads or tails.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, but my champ, I got to go a different sport. Alex DeBrincat. It looks like a really good signing for Stevie Eiserman. So far, it's like that looks very promising.
Yep.
And my chump is probably, the Spartans. How do you blow an 18-point lead with 4 minutes to go? That's hard to do.
Yep.
That is very hard to do.
It wasn't 4 minutes to go. It was an 18-point lead going to the fourth quarter.
Was it 18-point lead in 4 minutes that they blew?
It was in 4 minutes.
And
let's get it right.
Pretty safe assumption. Special teams have cost the Spartans their last two games.
I mean, this team's record, it looks like they're one of the worst teams in college football, and they're not. They've had, unfortunately, these awful moments in games that have cost them dearly.
It's the cliche about snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And a path to an upset over Michigan, like one aspect you go after is you have to win the battle of special teams.
Right.
Their special teams have been brutal, and Michigan's are getting better.
Yeah, you have to win the turnover battle, which I think they did against Rutgers. You can't commit stupid penalties, and you've got to have good, solid special teams. And oh, by the way, if you do all that, if looking ahead to Michigan, if you do all that, you still don't have a chance because you got to do better with. You have to make plays with your offense, which they haven't shown the ability to do. Caton Hauser gets his first start though, and he looked okay.
There's some promise there. The Michigan defense and Jesse Minter. Yeah, all right. No, we got an entire. We got an entire week
on that.
248.
It's a Monday. Let's be happy.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. Welcome to Michigan versus Michigan State Week. Despite the two teams being in very different spots competitively, they'll clash in East Lansing on Saturday. MSU losing 4 straight games, remaining in the shadow of adversity. But interim coach Harlan Barnett not expecting the heavily favored Wolverines to feel bad for them. Yeah, FanDuel has Michigan as 23.5-point favorites as of this morning. They sit at 7-0 and the number 2 team in the country. Well, injuries continue to pile up for the first-place Lions. Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press mentioned today that running back David Montgomery, he's expected to miss some time with his rib injury, even after the X-rays came back negative yesterday. Jahmyr Gibbs has already been out a couple straight weeks, and the team lost backup Bam Knight to a shoulder issue for the season as well. Week 6 in the NFL going to wrap up with Monday Night Football in Inglewood. The Chargers hosting the Cowboys, who are coming off a 32-point loss to the Niners. Kick off at 8:15 with the coverage on our sister station, the Bet 1270. And hoping to keep their momentum from a huge home opener win, the Red Wings hit the road again and will face off against the Blue Jackets in Columbus, who are also 1-1-0. Alex DeBrincat leading Detroit with 4 points in 3 games. Newsy says they're also hoping to get Robbie Fabry back, who's day to day. Ken Cal's call set for 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Monday. Champ and Chump votes rolling in. Who's a champ of the weekend? Who's a chump of the weekend? Plenty to choose from. From Scott, Champ, Alex Anzalone. Where wasn't he? Chump, the rule that says we can only have one champ. I mean, Goff, Amon-Ra, Craig, Hacksaw, Reynolds, the fans, Jameson Williams, Dan Campbell. Yeah, that's a rule. You can only have one. My man managed to slip in a lot of people, though. How about Craig Hacksaw Reynolds? Are we going to roll with that?
I mean, there's already been a Hacksaw Reynolds, so I don't know if that's fair.
Yeah, well, he's embodying it. He's channeling his inner Hacksaw Reynolds, who played a million years ago, so we shouldn't. Yeah. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Bill. You're on 97 on The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Was a great name, though.
Hey, guys. Happy Victory Monday.
Yes, sir.
And quick, Champ, yes. Detroit fans, for sure. And I think it's always been that way. Real quick, my brother lives in Phoenix. We went out to see him about 15 years ago and went to a Diamondbacks game. The Tigers were in town. And it was a Saturday night. The stadium out there holds about 50,000 people, and half of them were Tiger fans. And they took that stadium over too. Well, we won the game. We actually beat Max Scherzer. That's when he was still on the Diamondbacks. But the chants of Detroit Tigers were all through the stadium. So Detroit fans have always been great. And Chump, I'm sorry, Michigan State, that was a complete collapse. The special teams stood out, but it was really all 3 phases of the game. It just collapsed. And real quick on the Lions, I think they're going to have to come up with something because I'm not sure that Riley Patterson is going to make a field goal of 50 yards or longer this whole season. So I think they need to get down to about the 30-yard line. And what I didn't notice, we'll talk, speaking of nitpicking a little bit, is that on the third down play right before he missed that field goal, Amon-Ra sitting down, I think it was like 3rd and 13 or 14 or something. Yep. And Amon-Ra was sitting there, and Goff could have made like a 8-9 yard gain and got closer, but he went for the harder pass. I think it might have been Reynolds downfield.
It was to Sam Laporta. And Bill, you brought it was funny because I was looking at where they were on the field. Kind of had the same thought. Is right here on 3rd and long, the priority might not be getting the first down. The priority might be getting closer for a field goal. It typically on 3rd and 13, right? And look, Ben Johnson, hold it. Let me go easy here because Ben Johnson is doing a spectacular job.
Oh, is he?
And Jared Goff is having a spectacular year. And so this is not second guessing those guys or being hypercritical of them because they're doing a great job, but everything's not perfect. I did wonder in that moment in time, should they be focused on maybe just getting 5 yards? Because you could probably take an easy 5 on 3rd and 13, get inside the 30, and give Riley Patterson a better chance at a field goal. And then part of me's thinking, well, at some point you got to test him. At some point you want to see this kid make a 50-plus yard field goal, and he missed it. And that wasn't the length, but you have to be even more accurate on the longer field goals, and because the ball has longer to sail. So if you're off a little bit, and you're
literally
bit
off a yard.
Yeah, it starts to sail. There's more time for it to go awry, is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just glad he's making everything inside of 50. Sure, you want him to see him make beyond 50, but that's the first attempt he's had this season beyond 50.
Mm-hmm.
It went wide right by about a yard, but it's a miss. Make everything else. Because you're watching San Francisco yesterday, and Jake Moody missed a couple of field goals, and one of them was the game winner for, 42 yards out?
Yep.
So, and I know people had called in and said, well, get Jake Moody. Well, he went earlier in the draft than I think anybody expected him to. Don't throw away Riley Patterson yet. I understand being disappointed, guys not making the 50-yard field goal, and you watch throughout the National Football League, and there are guys who are just splitting the uprights from 55, and they're good from 60. I mean, just killing it.
Yep.
Our guy is not that guy. If a guy like that becomes available, go for it. But good luck finding that guy being available in the market. It sounds like you're going to have to draft a guy like that. So right now, this is the guy.
I mean, maybe you make a trade.
I don't know.
An unusual kicker trade, but
it would be an unusual kicker trade.
Hey, but this is what happens when you have a really good team, guys. You start nitpicking certain things, and I think we all knew from the beginning of the year that the kicking situation was a little sketch-magetch, right? At least beyond 50. Inside 50, he seems money. Beyond 50, we might be going for it. Things like that, right?
Which I also found interesting. There were I think 2 different occasions yesterday's game where I thought Gambling Campbell was going to go for it, and he didn't.
And he didn't.
Kicked the field goal and tried to kick the field goal on one, and another one was just a punt. It was like 4th and 2.
I don't know. I just felt a genuine sense of relief and happy for him. And wife and I were so excited last night. We went ahead and booked the hotel room and bought the tickets for the New Orleans game. So hopefully we'll see a lot of Lions fans on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, I mean, the Jameson Williams, look, that sequence, because the one before that, which wasn't a great throw, is a throw I expect an NFL receiver to catch. The drop that he had right in front of the Lions bench on that underthrow where he had to kind of dive back towards it. I expect him to catch that. I expect most NFL receivers to catch that. And then he came back, and the next pass wasn't perfect either, and he had to go up and battle for it, adjust in the air. He had to do what is a difficult thing to do, is change from looking over his right shoulder to looking over his left shoulder. But again,
in a dead sprint.
Exactly. I expect NFL quality receivers to catch that, and he did. But that wasn't an easy one, and give him a ton of credit for that.
No, I think that catch was very difficult.
Hopefully it does some things for his confidence, and, he can start, because if his skill set starts to blossom, an already good offense has a chance to be even better.
Yeah, well, I mean, you saw him just blow right past the safety. He's open, and we can ask Jared tomorrow if the throw was supposed to go inside or outside.
Right.
Because if it's supposed to go outside and it's just a bad throw, then I give Jameson Williams a heck of a lot of credit, and I think that was probably the case.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it was supposed to be thrown inside, and J-Mo just turned the wrong way. I hope that's not the case. But he did show confidence in him in that drive. J-Mo didn't play that many snaps. As you said, was it 18 snaps or 16 snaps?
16 snaps, yeah.
That's not a lot. That's, he had 28 the week before, and it drops down to 16. But there was a game plan. The snaps he was in, he was going to be part of what they were doing there. And they took their shot, and they hit on their shot. I'm encouraged.
I'm going to sound like a Jameson Williams apologist, and I really don't care. The drops, you can kind of make excuses for any time he dropped. I mean, these are some ducks that, like the 2 yesterday, right? That was a duck, and I expect him to make it too, Doug, make that catch.
Yep.
But it's not a super easy catch. The touchdown pass was either it was underthrown or Jameson Williams, and they're just not on the same page yet because they don't have a ton of reps together, and he didn't expect him to get him down there that fast. But he had the safety beat by strides. I mean, if you get that to the middle of the end zone, whatever, it's an easy touchdown. But he had to adjust. He made the catch. You talk about what piece would put this team over the top, and you bring up Brian Burns and a Rud gesture, right? Rud gesture is what you call it?
Rud gesture.
They don't need to get a receiver if Jameson Williams continues to get better every week and becomes that receiver they think he's going to become, because he's going to blow the top off the defense if he becomes. Doug, you just hang up on somebody?
No, he just hung up. I didn't hang up. That guy was on hold, or he was sitting there listening to us for 5 minutes, finally hung up. My bad.
But if Jameson Williams becomes that guy, you don't need to go get a receiver that defenses fear, that deep threat. He's a home run hitter.
He's a home run hitter for sure.
Interesting fact, somebody just pointed out on Twitch. I didn't realize, but I wonder how unique this situation is with the Lions roster. We will get to that today at 11:20. Plus your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump votes, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, looking ahead to the weekend already. Twin Peaks has you covered. Saturday is shaping up to be one of the best sports days of the fall. It all starts at noon. As that team down south travels, hosts Penn State in a marquee Big Ten matchup. Stay seated after the game for UFC 294. You got Usman taking on Shemaev. Then you got Makachev versus Volkanovski. And that wraps up. There's a game in East Lansing Saturday at 7:30. I know we talk about it a lot, but there isn't a better place to catch a fight or a game than Twin Peaks. The scratch food made like the hand-cut and breaded-to-order wings, the tenders, smashed and seared burgers like the Billionaire's Bacon Burger, and shareable favorites like the House Smoked Brisket Nachos. Pair that up with the 29-degree drafts, a $3.99 screwball shot and kickback, while the Twin Peaks girls take excellent care of you. And for those night owls out there, if you're stuck trying to find a late-night hangout, Twin Peaks has some great news for you as they have extended their hours. They're staying open late to give you that last chance to come in and enjoy everything you love about Twin Peaks even later. As an added bonus, they run a late-night happy hour Monday through Thursday. For details, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Also, to find a location nearest you, that's twinpeaksrestaurant.com.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got I got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
Sounds like there were a couple of offensive linemen, former Lions, that liked that play.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it's funny. I think that most sports markets are pretty similar. But I think one thing that's very unique about Detroit is we elevate role players into heroes. And we appreciate some of the minor intricacies that maybe go overlooked. But when you're a third, fourth-string running back, fourth-string. I mean, and you spring a guy like Amon-Ra for a touchdown with that kind of block, we notice in Detroit.
Yeah.
We notice in Detroit.
Well, particularly when it comes a week after he had that great drive against Carolina, ended up with a touchdown. They're like, don't come off the field. You're going to get this touchdown. And then they give him the touchdown. That's a team that loves each other, man. They're playing for each other, and they want the best outcome for everybody, and they're going to share the glory. The fact that Craig Reynolds a week ago wanted to come out of the game because he didn't need the glory and he was a little tired. And then his teammates like, no, you get this. Gets a touchdown. And then a week later, he lays out a key block on a key play in the game that allows St. Brown to score. I mean, it's unselfishness all around. And King was right. That play epitomizes what this Lions team is about this year. It's unselfishness, it's playing for each other, and it's about the common goal, which is to win.
Faraway Paladin on Twitch put this out there, and I was like, let me double check that. He put on Twitch, Badgley is on the practice squad. I didn't either remember that or know that they have a kicker on the practice squad. So is this competition sort of always ongoing?
I don't know. It's always ongoing. I just think that you've got a guy there in case somebody, pulls a quad or something.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't Badgley, is he the one who's got more distance in his leg, but his accuracy maybe not as good as Patterson?
I think so, yeah.
And Badgley was the kicker last
year, yeah.
So
yeah. The Honey Badgley. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Parker. You're next. What's up, Parker?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
Awesome Lions win this Monday here.
Yep.
Just really wanted to say from a champ perspective, that defense, Jerry Jacobs and Cam Sutton, we're going to have to come up for a new nickname with that duo tandem in the backfield. They played phenomenal and certainly get a lot of the shine for defense that hasn't been great going early into the year against Seattle. Jerry Jacobs coming around, turning around, and Cam Sutton just being that real lockdown receiver.
I mean, the Jerry Jacobs thing, again, that's a guy that, isn't supposed to be playing, and he's out there making plays. And this roster is filled with guys that aren't supposed to be playing that continue to make plays for them. And Jerry Jacobs, he has started every game.
You had 3 players in the secondary that are not starters, that were not starters, or were not expected to be starters, that are playing. And they're doing a phenomenal job. This defense, it's really incredible. For what we're used to seeing from a Lions defense, this is just a night and day difference. It's a 180-degree turn. I mean, they gave up 250 yards in offense yesterday. That's it. 46 yards on the ground.
Everyone does their job.
Yeah.
It's not like Hutch is a Pro Bowl, all-pro type player, right? But everyone else does their job. Isaiah Buggs, get in there, get a hand up. Guess what happens? You get a pick, right?
Yeah.
Anzalone fills the gap. He's all over the place. That guy's gotten
he's
so
had
much
a
better.
heck of a season going for
He's gotten so much better
Yeah.
since he became a Lion. Like, we all kind of thought, okay, this guy's he's kind of a guy in the league, not a star. Guess what? He's gotten better every year. Everyone does their job.
I love the defense when they're out there on first and second down and you see 3 linebackers. You see Derek Barnes, you see Jack Campbell, and Alex Anzalone. All 3 of them are out there at the same time. It helps to shore up that run defense, and the defensive line is doing their job, and these guys just clean it up. It's awesome to watch.
Ed, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ed?
Hello, guys. Good morning.
Hey, Ed.
My champ is it's got to be Reynolds on a touchdown by St. Brown.
Yep.
That block he threw is incredible. I've seen linemen pancake other linemen, but I don't remember ever seeing a downfield block more cleaner, right on the guy's chest, and just sent him flying. And then when I go to the Chump, I've got to go to. It's got to be the quarterback on the New York Giants. He had to call an audible. A coach would have never called the play that was called there.
Tyrod Taylor. Yeah, for people who missed it, they were out of timeouts. There was 12 seconds left in the first half. They had the ball on the 1. Was it first down, Kang? Wasn't it first down? I think it was first down. But suffice to say,
it didn't even matter.
He audibled into a run play. They handed it off, didn't score, ran out of time, got no points. And pass play, you can probably run 3 plays from there if you throw it on. And he audibled into a run play, and it was a colossal mistake. And Brian Daboll went nuts.
Well, it ended up costing them. At the very least, you should have walked away with 3 points, and instead they didn't. And they really could have used that going into that last drive when they're in almost the same situation at the goal line at the end of the game. Came down to a 4th down and goal from the 1. And after the interference call, or 1st and goal from the 1, but last play, and couldn't get it done.
I almost want you guys to ask Goff tomorrow about it, because Orlovsky and the morning, ESPN guys were talking about, like, how does this happen, right? And they were saying, well, he must have saw a check where you option to the run, and the play comes in. It came in with a check, or do you not give the quarterback an option to check? Like, how does that, when Goff gets a play call, does he always have, there's an audible that's available? Does he not have an option? Things like that, because you got to have game awareness. And Tyrod Taylor just, either he forgot or didn't care he saw the check. So he's like, hey, this is what we check into when we see this look.
If you're going to run it, you run it because there's 2 seconds left and it's the last play and you could run or pass. You're like, I think the way they're lined up, we're going to run it. But when you have whatever it is, 15 seconds to go,
do that, of course,
and no timeouts, you can't run it.
No, but he clearly made the check because he saw a look.
Yeah.
Like, if any other time where they had time or timeouts, he would have checked into that. Just not this situation.
248-539-9797. David is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hi, Doug and Gator.
Hey, David.
I love that Tampa Bay wore the sickle and cream uniform with the swashbuckler on the helmet. It reminded me when Doug Williams in 1976. Let me say this. It was a 32 in the second quarter. The Tampa Bay had the ball at the 30-yard line, and on a 2nd and 3, the offensive coordinator threw the ball. Ridiculous. Should have ran the ball, could have scored a touchdown. I would have kept the drive going. And then another time in the 3rd quarter, on a 3rd and 1, he threw a fade. And then he had a pass interference against Evans on the offense. I said, Todd Bowles needs to fire that offensive coordinator today.
So David, you should probably call Tampa and tell them that.
David, did you I know you said Tampa would win this game. At any point, do you feel like maybe the Lions, maybe, just maybe, are a little bit better than you think they are?
Beat Baltimore this week, and then I start thinking about that.
You'll start thinking about if they beat Baltimore.
Yep, they beat Baltimore. I said, man, I start thinking differently.
Okay, but up until now, you're not impressed.
It's totally different. If that offensive coordinator, he don't know what he's doing.
That one call cost Tampa the game.
He cost him the game because that would have been 14 points. That could have changed the trajectory of the game. The game gave Tampa Bay momentum.
They would have scored a 14-point touchdown? They would have scored 14 points on that drive?
On both drives. The one in the second quarter, and it happened in the 3rd quarter. He did these ridiculous calls. I'm like, why don't you run the ball?
Because they were getting less than 3 yards a carry is why they don't run the ball.
Yeah, isn't it the worst rushing team in the NFL? Didn't they enter the game as literally the worst rushing team in the NFL?
Yeah, they were. And the Lions actually held them to below their average.
That might explain it.
All right. I mean, maybe you should have given out the GM's email address for Tampa.
Oh, I should have.
That's what you should have done. I mean, clearly David's upset with Tampa. He wants moves made.
Yep.
Firings need to happen.
Yep.
He wants his pound of flesh. Is it who's the GM over there?
At Tampa?
Yeah. And what would they?
It's Buck_GM at you punching this in right now? At AOL.com. Buck_GM at AOL.com.
It's I believe it's Jason Licht.
I know, but
or Light or however you
but
pronounce it.
his email address is Buck_GM at AOL.com.
I like it.
Yep. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
We just had another big football weekend this past Sunday and Saturday, but guess what? It's another one coming up here in Michigan, another big football weekend, and the listeners are loving the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. That's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. They've got odds, bets, slots, and games. Just download the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games as well, right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and my personal favorite, Wheel of Fortune. Love the free spins. New slots like the Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer right now for new users. Download the Playgun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means he's, according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so, everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't, they don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Yep.
Stafford ever catch a touchdown pass in his career as a Lion? I want to say he did.
Did Stafford?
Yeah. Just because of number 9 in the end zone.
Oh. Well, I know he scored touchdowns, Gator, but I don't know if he ever. Are you asking, has the number 9 ever caught a touchdown pass for the Lions?
I'm going to look this up.
Is J-Mo the first?
He has not. He never caught a touchdown pass to the Lions. He did catch a couple of passes.
Did he really?
Yeah, I imagine one was bad because it was batted back at
batted back at you.
But he caught one was for 3 yards and then one for -6.
Yep. Now his touchdown last year was on that reverse, right?
J-Mo?
Yeah.
No, it was a pass.
So he caught one last year. He's caught one this year.
Yeah.
Is he the first ever number 9 to catch a touchdown for the Lions? He might be because of the rules. You couldn't wear the number 9. Huh. Well, chalk that up as completely irrelevant, but 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rick next here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to chime in. The champ has got to be the Lions fans, and, of course, the Lions. I was at the game. It was amazingly Lion-clad. I went there thinking I was maybe going to get some beer thrown on me because I'm kind of rowdy. I was surrounded by Lions fans. I felt sorry for the Tampa Bay fans. And then the wind was unbelievable. I was in the nosebleed section, of course. So I don't know how that was affecting on the field, the passes, or, of course, that long field goal. So anyway, and Chump, I don't know. How about the Philadelphia coaching staff? I think there was 1:50 left in the game. 3rd and 10, of course, but they're winning. They could have punted if they didn't get the first down by running the ball. Instead, Hurst threw, his 3rd interception, and they ended up losing the game.
So it's funny because I actually was pulled off a successful bubble yesterday. Kang, you were in the bubble as well, and you managed to pull it off?
Yep.
I had a hockey game, and I kind of implied to my teammates, hey, I'm trying to. And then I left with 2 minutes left, so I could get in the locker room and clear out, and everybody wouldn't have to cater to me being in the bubble. And I made it home, and I didn't know, and I had some stuff to do around the house, and I got that done before I could sit down. The kids wanted to watch, wife wanted to watch, and we watched the game, all of us pulling off a successful staying in the bubble. So we started watching the game probably about 6 o'clock. Kang, what time did you start watching the game?
Probably about 9 o'clock.
Okay, so anyway, why were you in the bubble?
He had a dinner at my mom's house.
Okay,
so
gotcha. So anyway, pull this off. And then when the game ends, they switch to the Eagles and Jets game. And so I'm like, I'll keep watching this because I didn't know what happened in that either. And I saw Hurts throw the interception and the Jets win the game. And I'm like, this is awesome. This is absolutely awesome. But I stayed in the bubble for that game too, apparently. And yeah, I mean, I thought about going with Jalen Hurts as the chump. But then again, I was glad he did what he did.
Hey, man, it's just too much Zach Wilson. They just couldn't handle it. He
That's
played well
right.
again.
Yep.
He played well again.
You think they'll trade Aaron Rodgers?
I mean,
they don't need
you got to
him.
consider it.
Yeah, they don't need him anymore.
Got to leave everything on the table. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is trying to come back to play this year. The great question is, with whom? 248-53. But I did some research.
Yes.
The last number 9 to catch a touchdown pass or run for a touchdown. Actually, I said catch a touchdown pass. Yeah. Would have been Bill Shepard in 1939, last non-quarterback to run or catch for one. 1939.
Bill Shepard, huh? I'll have to ask Stoney about it. 248-539-9797. D is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, D?
DK, Gator, Kang, what's good, fellas?
What's up, D?
1939, that was a damn long time ago, bro. What's going on, man?
1939.
Wow. Hey, man, before I get to my point, bro, 70% of this state has bought in to this team, Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, 70%, bro. The other 30, like that previous caller, just refused to buy in. Before I could even punch in today at the job, bro, I got this one clown say, if Baker Mayfield make them deep throws, y'all lose easily. Bro, you were born and raised in Taylor. Why you hating? Another guy said, oh, don't worry about it. Next week, Lamar Jackson going to carve him up. Bro, you were born and raised in Warren. Why all the negativity when this team is doing good? Y'all killing my spirit, bro. And I had to let these guys know, man, this unbelievable. What do we have to do for you to turn the page from the same old Lions, bro?
It's a pretty big challenge. It's not the biggest challenge they faced. The biggest challenge they faced is they went to Kansas City and they beat Kansas City. Baltimore is 4-2. It's going to be a tough game without question. It's probably the toughest game on the remainder of their schedule. Is there anything tougher than that?
Guess what, DK? This team is ready to do it, baby. And I'm just saying, bro, people are nervous for no reason. This team legit, man. I'm just talking about it. My main point I'm calling to say Thor is a beast. And for y'all who don't know who Thor is, Alex Anzalone. Sideline to sideline. He hanging with the tight ends. He hanging with the running back. Bro, keep playing like you playing, bro.
He's really made some strides,
man. Playing, man.
He's improved since he's become a Lion. Every year he's gotten better.
Hey, real talk. They love the show, baby. And, hey, keep the faith, bro. This team is legit.
Yeah, look, I mean, and now here's the thing, okay? I'm going to say this. It doesn't really need to be said, but would you two who thought there was no chance they could lose to Tampa, there's a chance they could lose to Baltimore.
Absolutely.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. This is not a chesty game.
No, the Lions. I think the Lions are underdogs in this game.
Yeah, they are. Can you believe it? The Lions are underdogs? What's going on?
What's the point spread?
What do you think it is?
Well, I wouldn't have guessed that they were underdogs, but I'll go Baltimore by 2.
Okay, so you would have thought Lions are favored. Would you have said Lions by 3?
I would have guessed that, yeah.
All right, they are 2.5-point underdogs.
Okay.
Last I checked an hour or so ago on Twitter.
Wonder if it'll stay there.
But
whatever.
Baltimore's playing at home, and
yeah.
Baltimore's a good team. They're 4-2. They're coming off a win overseas.
I want them to be challenged. I want big games.
Did you see Malik Willis got in the game?
Yes, I did.
Played well.
I mean, look, it's a long way to go.
4 of 5, 74 yards. Mm-hmm. Ran the ball 3 times for 17 yards. Hey.
Let's
hey.
I'm not doing victory laps.
Here we come.
Why not? Gator's doing it with Zach Wilson.
Come on, man. Kang's waiting for it.
I don't
Trey Lance go shot with Dallas.
I'm just going to tell you, I don't want to sound foolish, so I'm going to wait.
And after tonight's game, we're going to see Trey Lance at some point, right?
He's done.
Let's go to Ryan.
He really helped him against the Niners.
Dak's done.
Ryan's next on 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
All right, so I'm a big nerd, and I love this team, and happy Monday to you guys, because it is a great day to be a Lion, even though it's cloudy and gloomy and gross out. But one thing I wanted to kind of echo everything that everybody else has been saying is this team is tough. They played for each other. And one thing that really pointed out to me, because after the game, like I said, I was on YouTube watching post games and everything else. Baker Mayfield, I don't know if any of you guys saw this, at his post-game presser, he could tell the Lions D plays extremely hard for each other, and they play downhill football. And, that is basically everything that Campbell has, portrayed on this team, is to play for each other, play hard, bite kneecaps. And when you have the QB for the other team letting us know what we're doing, that's just huge.
Well, yeah, there's respect of the Detroit Lions around the league. They've got people's attention.
Oh, they're definitely getting the attention.
People believe in Detroit. People in the league, fans do, media does. There was a headline on ESPN I got to read, and I just think it's awesome. We'll get to that today at 11:50. Plus your phone calls and feedback, more of your Champ and Chump votes. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place $5 bet, that's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use, a wide range of betting options, which include spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official sports partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
Whatever.
so be it. I have a feeling he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here. And people like Rieger like get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
So ESPN does this thing, biggest overreactions every Monday. So these are overreactions. They'll like make a statement.
Sure.
And then they'll lay it out and say, is the verdict an overreaction or not an overreaction? The statement is
like the statement the Jets should trade Aaron Rodgers.
right. Yeah. Overreaction or verdict on that one. Overreaction.
It might be an
Yeah.
overreaction.
Here's the statement as it pertains to the Lions. This is the best Lions team of your lifetime, no matter how old you are. Verdict, not an overreaction.
Well, look, I mean, the thing is, you have to go to a whole different era of football, a pre-Super Bowl era of football, to find a team perhaps is as good as this one, right? You go, the championship team is 57, and then we know since then what's happened. The team with Barry Sanders that won the division, that was a good football team. It was a really good football team that unfortunately, when it got to the playoffs, ran into a better football team, a Super Bowl champion team.
For people, that's a team that Detroit destroyed Dallas at the Silverdome in their first playoff game, went to the NFC title game, and got smoked by the Redskins.
That's right. So, that's in my memory bank. I lived through it. It was my, adult years, early adult years. So I have that. I remember that. Jared Goff is better than Rodney Peete. Can we start there?
Yes.
The receivers that the Lions have.
Verdict, not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction. Herman Morris was fantastic. Amon-Ra St. Brown is fantastic.
Yep.
Can that be a wash? And then you've got the other guys that they had, a supplementary group. I like what they've got with this group. Barry Sanders, the GOAT. You can't stop it. Offensive line, comparable. But I think this offensive line on paper should be better. The problem is this offensive line hasn't been healthy enough to be out there and show it.
Yep.
But it's the defense that has me spinning my head going, I can't believe what I'm watching week in and week out. You cannot run on the Detroit Lions anymore.
It's wild.
It's a playmaking defense. We talked for years about this team, just get game wreckers, right? I want a game wrecker. How many times have I said that before? And then they went out and they got game wreckers. They drafted Aiden Hutchinson. It's worked out. They got a ball hawk safety his first year in the league.
Who's not playing?
Well, Kirby Joseph, he's back in the lineup.
Enough. I thought you were talking about Branch.
No, that's a different one, right? But so they got these game-changing, game-wrecking type players. They go out, let's draft Jameson Williams, who hasn't done much, but his impact is felt. They had the big touchdown yesterday. We're hoping that that's what we're going to see on a week-to-week basis, more and more of him with the ball in his hands. This team is becoming more credible by the week, and it's fantastic to watch. Is that statement an overstatement at this point? I think it might be. It's 6 games.
Little bit. Yeah, but it's sure.
They just look so competent. It's not like games are gifted to them. They dominate these games. They're double digits in the last 4 wins.
Yeah. So Tampa takes over at the 2-yard line, down 14 points, and I'm like sitting there going, the old Lions teams, this would still be in doubt. Like I would fully expect Tampa to go 98 yards, get an onside kick, score a touchdown, win the coin toss, win in overtime. Like that wasn't. I don't know if I would have expected it with previous Lions team because that would have been a hell of a feat, and yet that was a possibility. I never felt.
No.
I was like.
I say watching the game, I'm expecting a turnover. I was expecting a sack, scoop, and score. I was expecting a tip pass interception, just a flat-out interception. And what did I end up getting? Turnover on downs. Not even close. Thanks for participating. Let's do the victory lap.
You just read off, that overstatement or overreaction, Doug.
Yep.
But we've been 5-0 before.
I know.
Remember the Monday night game, right? Against the Bears. 5-0, they won. The whole roof blew off because all the false starts, the crowd was insane. Stafford has taken this team to the playoffs before, the Lions to the playoffs. Why does this start feel different? Why does this one feel like it's the greatest team we've ever watched, no matter how old you are?
It's the defense. It's complete because
do you remember Ndamukong Suh and those guys?
I know.
And DeAndre Levy? That was a good defense.
It was a good defense, but they weren't stopping teams from running the football flat out. And I mean, DeAndre Levy was just it's funny to think back at DeAndre Levy. What a great year or two that he had as a line, that he was done. And Suh was dominant, but Suh wasn't, getting to the quarterback every single game, and he was really good at what he did. But this team is just a more complete team.
That team, it's interesting, right? They were also 3-0 on the road to start the season. They had one blowout win. It was over Kansas City, 48-3. Then they had some close games mixed in. They lost Game 6 to San Francisco to drop to 5-1. Then they lost Game 7 to Atlanta, 5-2, and they ended up 10-6.
But in the first 6 games, the 5-0 start. What? Read off the scores.
They beat Tampa 27-20. They beat Kansas City 48-3. They beat Minnesota in overtime 26-23. They beat Dallas at Dallas 34-30, and they beat Chicago on that Monday night game 24-13. You know what the difference is? Back then, they had a great Green Bay team to contend with.
Well, that's part of it for sure. It looks like they have no competition in the division.
Yep.
But that team had 3 close games to start off.
Yep.
They had 3 one-score games. One of them went to overtime. The Lions have had their overtime game, and it was the loss. The other, to start the season was a close game against Kansas City. Since then, 4 straight double-digit victories.
That same year, Green Bay went 15-1 in the regular season.
Is that good?
So maybe that's the biggest difference, is they just have distinguished themselves as a class of this division. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to the people. Elrod, you are next. It's Elrod. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up?
Good morning, fellas. How's it going today?
Great.
It is a fabulous day out here in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Nice.
This is one of the best seasons we've ever had here. I'm so excited about this, and I'd like to thank you guys, because out here in Lancaster, there's not a lot of Lions coverage, so you guys kind of give me that breath of fresh air, when I'm driving around all day.
Glad to help.
Selling beer for work, so it's good having you. But
nice.
I want to get to my champ and my chump.
Yep.
My champ is JMO. That was a heck of a catch. It wasn't the most difficult, but he did have to twist, contort, pulled it in. The dropsies did not affect him, and it was just a heck of a grab. So
wasn't easy.
Champ to him.
Yeah,
and my chump is me.
Oh.
Yeah. Last week, I threw a 100 spot on an anytime JMO touchdown. Did not happen. All my friends come over on Sundays. They kind of adopted the Lions as their second team because they've seen the depression, the misery, the disappointment when they hang out with me. So they'll come over and they root for me, and I appreciate that. It gets to halftime, and I said to my boy, oh, man, I didn't put in my JMO anytime touchdown prop bet. So I look it up on Bet Rivers. He's plus 1,900 at halftime.
Oh.
And
I'm getting ready to put my wager in. My daughter comes out. Dad, can I see your phone? Of course, baby, go ahead. I never put it in, man. My buddy's like, Elrod, you put that in, right? And I was like,
no.
Wow. Wow.
All right.
So, yep.
Well, be nice to all be nice to the horse and buggies out there in Lancaster, okay?
That's right. 248-539-9797. We go to Steve next on 97.1. Hi, Steve.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Doing well.
Well, wanted to tell my champ is just the Holmes and Goff. It's a whole team. The whole thing just makes sense. It's just a wonderful thing. And my chump is Peacock for stealing away the first Red Wing game, and it's just going to get worse. They're going to steal so many Red Wing games away where
it was ESPN Plus.
Yeah, it was on ESPN Plus.
But yeah, so ESPN Plus.
Okay, well, I don't get that. I don't want to pay for it, and it really upsets me. There's a lot of this is hockey town, all right, and they had to steal it away from us where you couldn't watch it on Fox or any network.
That's unfortunately that's sports. They stole Tiger games from us this year.
Yeah, probably blame the league for their TV deal, I guess. Although being on ESPN,
you think it's going to get worse? You think it's going to get worse?
Do I think there are going to be more stuff that's available only via streaming in the coming years? Yes. Yes, I think you're going to.
That's horrible.
Yeah,
that's horrible.
Well,
it's
they're making money until the model shows the other way that they're going to keep doing that, and that money for the league allows teams to pay more for players.
I get how my man feels. It's a tough deal.
I hated it.
It's kind of the future. There was probably a time where people were like, what's this cable? Do I have to pay for it? Why? I get TV free. Why do I have to pay for it? But
I'm watching football on Saturday. I'm flipping around like, where's the Ohio State game? How come I can't watch Ohio State? Oh, that's right. They're on Peacock.
Ohio State got peacocked. The Red Wings got ESPN Plus.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and then we had Tigers got appled. It happens with all the streaming services.
248-539-9797.
Get YouTubed.
Dan Campbell had a couple things. Hulu'd. One could get Hulu'd. Dan Campbell had a couple things to say after the game of note. We will get to that today at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we'll get to some Dan Campbell sound in a minute. Speaking of sound, Gator did go to see the Eagles at LCA. Was it Friday night? Friday night.
Friday night.
Yeah. And
It was fantastic.
Fantastic, he says.
It was. I think that was the best sounding band I've ever seen. In terms of
You've seen a lot of bands,
I've
man.
seen a lot of bands.
That's a big
I've been to a lot of
statement from you.
concerts. That was the best sounding band I've ever seen. I mean, to have I think there's 6 guys up there, and the opening song, they all go up there with acoustic guitars and played a song and singing the harmonies. There weren't any bad notes, there weren't any clunkers in there. At least in most of the songs. I would say Joe Walsh is not much of a singer, but I think you know that going into it.
Right.
But Don Henley and Vince Gill and Deacon Fry and Timothy B. Schmidt did most of the singing for the rest of it. They were just fantastic. I couldn't have been happier with that. They were unbelievable. And they played for, I think over 2 hours. It was just a great show. Steve Miller opened up for him. He's 80. He's 80, and it was fine. Very passable. I'm not a big Steve Miller fan, but I enjoyed it. Played a couple songs twice. Played one song twice. Did a different version of "Fly Like an Eagle," which was pretty cool, or "Big Old Jet Airliner," I guess, which was kind of cool. May have forgotten a lyric.
Did he?
Yeah. Well, I think he's saying the same.
Don't carry me too far away.
He's saying the same line 2 times in a row there where he shouldn't have, but it's okay. It was fine.
Yeah.
And crowd didn't care. It was packed. By the time he was done, it was absolutely packed in there. And then the Eagles came on and were flawless.
Well, glad you had a good time.
Yeah, I'm glad. Thanks to Lori for finding that ticket.
Are they good enough to play in your living room?
Oh,
Gator?
God, yes. I mean,
Okay.
Next year for Gator Palooza, it's
Yeah,
going to
I
be
mean,
the
yeah.
Eagles with Steve Miller opening.
Well, if the Eagles are lucky enough.
yeah. Look, the band I have, the Jody Raffoul band that comes and plays my party, they're fantastic. They're unbelievable. I love it. You're asking me if I would like to have the Eagles play. Like, is my party sponsored by Speaker City?
And don't forget, we have specials going on right now. We can't be beat. I know we're not doing Powerball questions anymore, Doug. But
Yes.
Gator, if you won the Powerball, would you buy the Eagles to come
Great
do
question.
a show in your living room?
Let's save it. That's a perfect one. I'm running
Great
out of
question.
ideas, man. That's a
Write it
great
down.
one.
Write it down.
Because
Hold
I
on to
have
that.
the would you buys.
Yeah.
Let's just say we're getting creative with them a little bit. So I like this question, and let's save it because at some point, Mega Millions of the Powerball, you guys will jump back in, and then we'll play the game.
Yeah, save it.
Yeah. Don't forget the Doomsday Shelter one.
Doomsday Shelter is a great question.
Yeah, I had a great time.
All right, real quick. Mondays we do Champ and Chump. My champ of the weekend is Detroit fans. I thought you showed out at Michigan and Indiana in terrible conditions. You blew the roof off of LCA Saturday night, and Peter King estimated 25,000 Lions fans took over the stadium in Tampa. Detroit fans, my champ of the weekend.
I went with Monroe St. Brown, 12 catches, 124 yards, had the touchdown. The guy he's the ATM. He's 7'11". He's money, and he's always open.
My chump, Dan Lanning, Oregon coach, 0 for 3 on fourth downs, including twice passing on sure field goals that cost them. I'm going with Dan Lanning as my chump.
Yeah, I'm going with Michigan State special teams. Boy, did they let Michigan State down. They were up 24-8 going into the fourth quarter. Had to repunt the ball because they had an illegal formation, which should never happen. It happened. And then, of course, on that repunt, the ball goes between the hands of the punter, goes into the end zone. They recovered it for a touchdown. And then they had another the kick that should have been fair caught. It was not fair caught. It bounced. The Rutgers defender ended up getting the jump ball over the Spartan player. It's just an epic collapse. In 4 minutes, the lead was gone.
All right, get your champ and chump votes in. Dan Campbell, after the game, watching the press conference, a couple things we wanted to play for you. First of all, the fact that the Lions are 3-0 on the road, wins over not terrible teams, and that the Lions fans make it feel like home games. Here's what Dan Campbell said about their success away from Ford Field. Pretty good,
amazing.
huh?
Yeah, that's really good.
Pretty good. And it's something, I mean, look, if Lions fans are going to travel, it's going to be harder to do a takeover in Baltimore, is my guess.
I think it's going to be real tough to do that. But it shouldn't be difficult in Chicago. Would it be difficult in Minnesota?
Won't be difficult in L.A. against the Chargers.
Well, no.
It wouldn't be difficult.
It's a rotating home game.
Yeah. All right, next up, Dan Campbell. We've talked about how amazing it is. How many guys are hurt? How many guys are having to step up? Whether it be simply backups or even practice squad guys, making plays for the Lions. They're still winning and winning relatively comfortably. And here's what Dan Campbell had to say about their depth.
Yeah, I love it. It's not coach speak. It's not coach speak when you can throw out tangible evidence of it working out, whether it's the pass or the tip pass, the great block, or whatever the case is, some kind of, unselfish tackle that a defensive back makes because he just shoots into the backfield. I mean, they've got examples all over the place of just that little thing that makes a big difference. So it's not coach speak.
So there's two things. One is everybody says it. Everybody says, oh, we're going to be a team that goes on the road and, we love taking over the opposing team stadium. Everybody says that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
Everybody says next man up. Our attitude is next man up. When you actually go out and then do it, it's a completely different deal, right?
Yes.
Completely different.
You're backing it up.
Yep.
They play like Josh Reynolds has been really good this year, right?
Yep.
He's never going to be mistaken for Justin Jefferson or Tyreek Hill. But damn it, he plays Josh Reynolds really good. Like, he plays the best version of Josh Reynolds. Amon-Ra St. Brown is the best St. Brown. Everyone plays the Bugs, McNeil, like Campbell was saying. Everyone plays their role. They have a role. They play to the best of their ability. And when everyone does that, you have a full complement of players, full team.
Josh Reynolds has 19 receptions this year. 18 of them are for first downs.
Or a touchdown.
That's incredible.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
This guy. I mean, he came into the season halfway through the year in 2021, and he caught 19 passes for 306 yards and a couple of touchdowns. He's played 6 games this year. He's got 19 catches for 341 yards and 3 touchdowns. I mean, he's basically done the same thing. And then last year he played in 14 games, and he's equaled his touchdown total from last year. But he's not a primetime player, but he's playing like he's a primetime player. He just gets the job done. He does those things you ask him to do. Ball's thrown at you. If you're targeted, can you catch it? And if you can catch it, catch it. And he does.
All right. We'll get to your phone calls coming up. 248-539-9797 at 12:31. I think this Lion quietly had a great game. His name has not come up yet today. We will get to that today at 12:31. Plus, we got some Big Ten kickoff times for the 28th. We'll get to that at 12:16. Plus, your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump 97.1. Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that has saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether you're purchasing a new home or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. This brand-new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you'd normally pay. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan. It's 866-CALL-HALL. That's 866-CALL-HALL. Or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this.
What a play. What a play. So, Gator, we were just
big
laughing.
Block, Doug. That's what teams from Detroit do. Big block, like the big block engine. That's what we do.
There you go. Nice.
Think they'll adopt something like that?
You took the over in the Iowa-Wisconsin game, which, I mean, the number was like 34.5.
Yeah.
That game was one field goal away from being the perfect Iowa-Wisconsin score. Iowa kicked a field goal late. 15-6 sounds like Iowa-Wisconsin. The perfect score would have been 12-6. That it was 12-6.
Yeah.
And if you'd sat down and said, just give me a score. Just give me a score that this game might be. I think a lot of people might have said 12-6. But then that field goal made it feel like a bit of an offensive explosion late, 15-6. I mean,
yeah, well, Wisconsin's quarterback, Tanner Mordecai, he broke his hand.
Yep.
So that didn't help their case. Didn't help the case it was Wisconsin, Iowa. I should have known better. But 34, I thought 34 was such a low total. Like, come on.
Oh, it is a low total.
I was hoping the game goes to overtime, gets more points scored, maybe touchdown. That's the only way the team's going to score is if it goes to overtime.
Right.
It did not. But There was lots of good college football over the weekend, though. That Oregon-Washington game lived up to the hype.
Entertaining.
Watching.
You know why Dan Lanning went for it on fourth down all those times? Because field goals are for sissies, Gator.
Is that it?
I'm not going to play not to lose. I'm playing to win.
There you go.
And if that means I lose, at least I played to win.
I took some satisfaction watching Notre Dame beat USC as well.
Did you?
I feel, I guess USC to me comes off as so damn cocky.
Yeah.
And they have no defense. Like,
it's unbelievable.
Lincoln
that
Riley,
it
was the same thing Lincoln Riley did at Oklahoma. You had no defense. You're recruiting at USC. How do you not have a defense? And then Notre Dame's like, well, we're just going to do what we do. And Marcus Freeman's such a likable guy.
Mm-hmm.
I was really rooting for Notre Dame in that one.
Makes me mad that Marcus Freeman's their coach because I want to hate Notre Dame, but I like Marcus Freeman so much.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm
It's
with
like,
you.
He is too damn likable.
He is
Very likable.
I don't like Notre Dame, though.
I've heard some people suggest that he is actually such a great guy that he might be too nice to be a great coach. Because like Saban's hard to get along with.
No.
But he's a great coach. I guess there's more than one way to do it, but
well, you end up being a CEO, so you hire coordinators and let the coordinators be the bad guy.
Well,
you're the calming influence.
All right, so we got Big Ten start times for October 28th, which is Michigan's bye week. So the local interest, Michigan State at Minnesota, 3:30, Big Ten Network. The marquee game is the night game on NBC, Ohio State at Wisconsin.
That's a marquee game.
There is apparently no big noon kickoff that day for the Big Ten. CBS has Indiana at Penn State. Then there's Maryland at Northwestern. That's noon on the Big Ten Network.
Some just awful matchups.
3:30, Purdue at Nebraska. That's on FS1.
Hey, there you go. That's a game.
That's definitely a football game, yes.
It's one on the schedule.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls.
Michigan State game, is that still a night game?
Yeah.
Oh. Great.
Yeah.
Still a night game.
Let's talk to Justin. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Justin.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
All right.
So I had originally called in when you guys were talking about what makes this Lions team so special, but I will give you my champ and my chump. My split champ this week has got to go to Aaron Glenn and Craig Reynolds because, man, at the start of this season, everybody's calling for Aaron Glenn's head on a pike. Everybody's saying that he's not the guy for this defense and that he hasn't been able to call, and I'll give it to him. In the first 3 seasons of his tenure, they weren't exactly wrong. But you know what? This season, he's definitely been able to correctly scheme up that defense and put those guys where they need to go to be able to have that ability to fly across the field and make the plays that they've been making, especially one Mr. Alex Anzalone. But for Craig Reynolds' sake, David Montgomery goes down in that game, and I think everybody kind of collectively holds their breath and says, like, oh, God, not again. Like, we've already lost Jahmyr Gibbs right now. We just don't need this. And then, he comes out in the second half. And although he didn't, have by any means a 45-yard run or something Barry Sanders, like, that block for Amon-Ra was absolutely incredible. And the way that he has brought such a great energy to the team and such a great ability to the team, I think is something that could not be overstated.
I guess the only thing I disagree with, I don't think everybody was calling for Aaron Glenn's head. I think there were some calls, and they weren't a ton of them, but I think people were patient with Aaron Glenn, but that's the only thing I disagree with.
On the Chump end of things, I think I'm gonna have to call back to what you guys were just talking about and kind of go out to Lincoln Riley and USC. I think he's had so much national media attention with Caleb Williams and how good that football team has been. Jerry Rice's son out in the wide receiving core. It's definitely a great football team, but I feel like they have been ignored for so much of their glaring problems. And I feel like since his Heisman win last year, everybody's kind of been excusing Caleb Williams and anything he did. And I think that Notre Dame defense kind of showed something that he can, the side of Caleb Williams that a lot of people didn't see last season, which can be somebody that could definitely, cough up the ball in a big game and do some things that you wouldn't like to see happen. But, other than that, I think that this Lions team is a very special Lions team for a couple different reasons. And, we got a great defensive core. We got Jared Goff leading the way, and I think that he's turned into a real leader since he's come over to California. I think that Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes are the guys to lead this way, and I think that we got a good season of football ahead of us. We got to focus on the Baltimore Ravens next week, and I think as long as we can kind of shut down Lamar in that running game and hopefully just stay stout in the passing defense, I think we can have ourselves a good week next Sunday.
Thank you.
Don't stop.
This guy was a machine. Yeah, Baltimore. I can't wait for Baltimore. David Montgomery, as far as a quick follow-up on that, Dan Campbell said after the game they'd know more today. And Dave Burkett of the Free Press tweeted out, today, another hit for the Lions, though nothing has slowed them yet. Sounds like Lions running back David Montgomery will miss some time with a rib injury he suffered yesterday.
Well, it's unfortunate, but looks like Jahmyr Gibbs could be stepping back in, which would be huge to get him back. It's another guy with speed and home run power, but you don't want to lose the guy that's, been so solid for this team.
In the meantime, this is from Notre Dame and USC.
Yeah.
Notre Dame won 48-20. You want to hear the most amazing stat?
Well, okay. I've got some for you, but go ahead.
Do you know how many total yards Notre Dame had on their way to 48 points?
Yeah.
251.
That's right.
That's it.
Well, that's what happens when you work with a short field because Caleb Williams throws 3 interceptions.
Yep.
Yeah. And then they had, I think, a few fumbles as well. They lost a couple fumbles. It's 5 turnovers. That's not gonna bode well.
Crazy, isn't it?
It is, and because Notre Dame just went about what they were going to do. Sam Hartman only threw 20 passes. They only had 49 plays. Yep. They scored 48 points in 49 plays.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Keith. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Keith.
Hey, how you doing?
We're great, Keith.
Hey, great game yesterday. One thing I've heard everybody talk about these big, sexy plays, and they were great. But, the one that I really haven't heard anybody mention is, which I thought was a huge momentum swing, was early in the game when Tampa was backed up in their own end. And I'm pretty sure it was Evans. I mean, he broke over the middle, and he was running free. And Mayfield went to hit him, and whoever that was got their hand up and tipped that ball.
Isaiah Buggs.
Saved a touchdown. And then they got the pick, and then, they scored 3. So there's like a 10-point momentum because Evans, he had 5 yards than anybody. And, he would have, unless he pulled a hamstring, he would end up in the end zone.
Yeah, well,
and if that game goes 7-0 Tampa Bay that early, who knows how it might have actually turned out. It might have been a whole different outcome.
Yep. Yeah, and yet it didn't. And Kang, what do I say? What have I said about why things just didn't work out that way?
Baker Mayfield sucks.
That's it. That's it.
Well, I guess
hey, he had guys open. He just missed the guys that were open. Why?
Well,
because he's Baker Mayfield.
Let's give Bugs his credit, man. He made a great play.
I give Bugs all the credit in the world, absolutely, for tipping that pass. But, yeah, were the guys open for Tampa Bay? Sure. But it's Baker Mayfield.
So, but that play speaks to what this Lions team is. Former inactive Isaiah Bugs tips the pass, and a guy who's only playing because people are hurt and has been maligned, Harris makes the interception.
Yeah. Look, this is why another reason I love this win yesterday. Even though it was a double-digit victory, plenty to work on.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Evans was wide open here. Hey, Evans was wide open on this pass. Hey, Godwin was wide open on this one. Whoever the other guy, I forget who the deep threat was that he overthrew on a couple plays. I mean, there were plays to be had for Tampa that they didn't connect on. That's why it's good, because the Lions can go into game film and they can feel a little chesty, but they know they're going to be humbled when the film comes out.
This guy showed up. This guy made plays, and nobody's mentioned him yet today. We'll get to that today at 12:31. 97.1 The Ticket.
This was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so – everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened. Right. You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success, whatever. So be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people like Rieger like get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls in a moment. But, Gator, look, did you notice Jack Campbell on the field yesterday?
I did.
Do you know how many tackles Jack Campbell had?
I do.
How many, Gator?
It was 7.
Do you know how many snaps he played?
I do not.
He played 29 snaps. That's making an impact. Now, Alex Anzalone played great. How many tackles did he have?
He had 9.
He played 56 snaps. Now, I'm not taking away anything from Anzalone. He was great. But Jack Campbell had basically half as many snaps and almost as many tackles. And I love the way they were using Jack Campbell. They had him lining up in the middle of the defense. They had him lining up at the end position. He made plays down the field. He made plays at the line of scrimmage. I'm surprised there hasn't been. I mean, I don't know what the film will show the Lions. I'm intrigued to hear how this stands out as far as Jack Campbell's games played. Like, do they think this was the best game he played?
Anzalone's out there in all situations.
Yes.
He's always on the field. So Jack Campbell is out there really, it looks like first and second down. He's there in run situations, and then they take him off the field. So the ability for him to make tackles that are specifically tailored to his skill set makes sense. So if he's going to get there, or Anzalone gets there, Derek Barnes gets there, who cares? They make the tackle.
Yep.
But Anzalone stays on the field. So when he's on the field for all these other snaps that are clear passing plays, he doesn't have as many opportunities because, hey, his guy is going to be a tight end or a running back, and they weren't targeted as much as the receivers.
Yeah, like I said, the point isn't to take away anything from Anzalone because he was great. But I think Campbell stood out too, and it's good to see. 248-539-9797.
Well, someone should stick up for him, Doug.
I just did.
Anything good happen for Purdue this weekend? Doug,
no,
not at all.
Okay, you can't even find anything?
Some student kicked a field goal and won like $20,000 or whatever it was from 40 yards out, and then Purdue's kicker, I think, went 0 for 2 from 40 in the game. Might have been 0 for 1. I wasn't watching it. I got a lot of catching up to do. DVR is full. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Juan next here on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Juan?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
All right, before I give my champ and my chump, I definitely want to say we definitely have arrived because that play with Hutchinson on the sideline when he pushed Baker Mayfield, even though to me it was a legal, clean play.
Yeah.
Several years ago, they would have threw the flag. I mean, just because our culture, 3-4 years ago, that flag would have been thrown and we would have been hooping and hollering. That wasn't, and no one would have cared.
Right, because it would have been against Tom Brady, and they would have absolutely thrown the flag, even though he was clearly in bounds when he made contact with him.
Right. So when I seen that, I said, okay, we have arrived. But anyway, my champ definitely goes to the Lion fans because me and my fellas were supposed to do a fellow trip. They actually went. I couldn't go because of death in my family. But champ definitely goes to the fan. A lot of my buddies went live on Facebook, and it was crazy. Like, to see that much blue was super nice. And my chump definitely goes to the NFL. Whoever scheduled the Giants on this many national TV games, they definitely get the chump. Because to watch the Giants every other week on national TV is like, it's a headache.
You've had enough.
But anyway, Yeah, I had enough. I hope that's it. But yeah, and my bold prediction before I go, Week 11, Lions will be the number 1 seed in the NFL.
Oh.
And, and that's it. And our linebackers, get ready next week because the way Baltimore's system is set up, them linebackers you guys just mentioned is going to have to play their butts off with Andrews in the running system. But, all right, guys, you have a good one.
Take care. Appreciate the phone call.
He's right. It'll be a huge test for the linebacking core, for the defense total, to try to contain or corral Lamar Jackson.
Seasons are very long, and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games the Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. And the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term, or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Lane. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Lane.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's
all right?
Good. Hey, you hit it right on the head a little while ago, Gator, when you said that, there's 2 minutes left and somebody walks in the room and all right, we're up by 10 and then all this. I just can't get past that because I watched it so many times. But then you just touched on something a few minutes ago where Jack Campbell comes in, he's making tackles, and you got Anzalone making tackles. We didn't used to have that. We used to have a bunch of scrubs back there that thought that running in to whoever had the ball was a tackle. And we would watch them bounce off, and then it was another 15 yards before somebody finally caught up to them and hopefully caught a shoestring. But other than that, I live out here in Utah, and what do you guys think about the Utes being in the Big Ten?
Well, aren't they going to the...
Yeah, they're not.
They're going to the Big 12.
I didn't hear anything that it was already decided. Is that the case? Because I was really looking forward to Michigan coming here.
No, they're not. They're not coming to the Big Ten.
Next year, they're in the Big 12.
I just want to see Cam Rising come back and play.
Yeah. Yeah, that's been weird, but I guess it was serious all along, and they led us to believe that he could be back any given time. Yeah, they're going to the Big 12 next year.
Utah.
Yes. 248-539-9797.
That's a well-coached team.
What's that?
That's a well-coached team.
That dude, he's a hell of a coach.
He's amazing.
Yeah. Ron is next. Hi, Ron.
Hey, Doug, Gator, Kang, happy Victory Monday.
Happy Victory Monday to you,
Ron.
Hey, Doug, thanks for championing the fans. We were at the Kansas City game, and we're heading to Baltimore this week, so we're going to enjoy that.
There you go.
Yeah, very fortunate. Some great games, hopefully.
Some great food.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah, I wanted to champ, actually, Dan Miller and Lomas Brown for years. They've been having a struggle to try to keep us entertained with the radio calls, and now you can just hear the joy in their voice. But honestly, I got to put to Brad Holmes, man. We have so much depth this year. I can't believe the amount of injuries that we've had, and it just seems like we just don't miss a beat. It's insane.
It's pretty remarkable, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
My chump would be this whole streaming thing, the direction it's going. And it's not so much about the cost, but I do remember when he started cable. I'm an old guy. When he started cable, it was like, hey, you're going to pay for it up front. No commercials then. You just watch these programs. And we got suckered into that. And now they want to do streaming, and we're just going to be my problem is it's difficult to bounce in and out to watch more than one program at a time.
That's the problem.
Yep.
That's the biggest issue.
It cuts down on one's viewing maneuverability.
Yes, if they could work that out, that would go a long ways. But if they can't, I'm out. I'm not paying any extra for a worse product.
I mean, I guess
Gator.
until what happens though, Ron, when they've got the game you want to watch and you're missing more and more games because you don't.
You know what? I'm going to go to the radio. I'll do like, yeah. I'm just not going to keep throwing.
Okay.
It's got to be a good product, or I'm not going for it. I'll find.
I think
another
it's
way.
easy to say now, and I'm not doubting you, but when all of your games are being streamed, you might struggle with
understand.
continuing to say no.
It is. But if we don't, it'll never end, and we'll just be the suckers. We'll just keep getting suckered into more and more stuff. Real quick though, Gator.
Yep.
I had a late opportunity to go to that Eagles concert, and my wife and I went. I was amazed. I won't say any one of those guys were like the best guitarist in history, but that assembly between Steve Miller and the others, Vince Gill, Joe Walsh, everybody on that stage, that was probably one of the best assemblies of guitarists on one stage in one evening. It would be hard to put a group together that could do that.
I think they're all very good. Joe Walsh is the best of the bunch there, and I don't know who the name of the other guitar player was for the Eagles on the show Saturday night or Friday night. So he's been touring with them, but I don't know who the guy is. He's very good. He's very, very good, and it was a great show. When they did a cover of the Joe Walsh song Funk 49. Which is it's a classic. It's great. And then he starts going dueling guitars with Vince Gill, and it was amazing.
Coming up, 1 o'clock, we'll talk a little Michigan and Michigan State. Lots of Lions discussion still to get in, champ and chump votes. Hold on to your glasses because there's some exciting new news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage. Well, they've unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle, it's a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship. But it's not just about the looks, it's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today, experience a spirit that has captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka, it's the taste of excellence. Cheers. There you go. Huge play. And I'm so glad right after the play. I mean, the one that he dropped wasn't an easy catch, but it was a catchable ball. And I would expect more often than not, most NFL receivers want to catch that. And I'm like, oh, crap, here we go. This is going to be a huge topic. And then he bounces back and, again, makes not an easy catch, a difficult catch. And good for him. And hopefully it's some confidence and maybe starts to take on a slightly bigger role each and every week as he gets more used to playing at this level, because he possesses a skill set that this team, I mean, it could take them to the next level offensively, and they're already at a pretty high level. They're already, I mean, what is it, 15 straight games with over 20 points, a Lions record?
It's 15 or 16, yeah.
Whatever it is, it's a Lions record. They can score. Jared Goff is just absolutely dealing right now.
He's played fantastically.
Yep.
Fantastically well. Was under some duress yesterday. Didn't stop him from throwing for, 350 yards. He's now the 4th-rated quarterback in the NFL. He's off to a great start.
Lions total offense, 4th in the NFL. Lions scoring offense, 4th in the NFL.
How about the scoring defense?
Well, let's look that up.
After giving up only 6 points, that's got a
7th in the NFL.
Yeah. So top 10 offense, top 5 offense, top 10 defense.
Correction. 2, 4, 6. 9th in the NFL. Total defense, they're 7th. But, I mean, think about the turnaround. Last year, they were down near the bottom in everything. They started to get better as last year went on. They continued it into this year. Aaron Glenn doing a great job. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Shane next here on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Shane.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Doing great.
Awesome. Hey, man, I just wanted to call in, man. I'm Jack today. Watching the Lions, man, it's been so much fun this year. That Seahawks loss was a little disheartening. I didn't want to jump off the bandwagon, so to speak, right away. But they just, man, champ goes to Dan Campbell for just believing in those guys, bringing a winning mentality to Detroit. We've been in such need of that. And also, too, Goff, man. It's funny when people give up on you, how hard you push to prove them wrong. And you can just see it every time he steps on the field. And so I love his energy. I love what he's brought to Detroit, the winning attitude, the mentality. And then also, too, man, the fans going on the road and supporting the Lions. You would have never thought you heard of something like this in a million years. But we do have some diehard fans. They're making the trips. They're making us look good. I'm excited to be a Lions fan today, and just wanted to thank you guys for letting me get my call in. Also, the last thing I'll say is this. The chump goes to the guy who I heard call in this morning saying that it's all smoke and mirrors and we got this to be worried about, that to be worried about. I always hate when someone tries to rain on the parade. Let's enjoy what we're watching. We've waited for it a long time. And then I just want to say I'm thankful today that the Lord is my Savior and he saved me from a lot of different things. I won't go into that, but I just thank you guys again for letting me call and talk. Bye.
Praise the Lord and praise the Lions. If anybody, I could see having some concerns. I don't think this team is beyond having any concerns about anything. But if every team has concerns. There's no infallible team in the NFL.
No, just watch what happened in San Francisco yesterday. I mean, they lost to Cleveland, and Cleveland's backup quarterback played.
Mm-hmm.
Not even. I think their practice squad
right.
quarterback.
Yeah, that's who they had.
Yep.
And they're without Nick Chubb, obviously.
His leg hurts.
But they got
listed as questionable.
But they got beat, and not only did they get beat, Brock Purdy was the poster child of the NFL. And maybe it's my bad because I bought into him last week, and now did he just show what he was, or is this just a one-off yuck throw it in the garbage game for San Francisco that teams will have?
It's a good question.
But they got banged up in that game. McCaffrey was knocked out. They lost Deebo Samuel. They lost Trent Williams for a little bit. Williams came back, taped up the leg. It looked like a bad injury to him, but he did come back. But Purdy was throwing interceptions all over the field. Their offense couldn't get things going. Cleveland's defense is legit. That's a legit good defense.
By the way, my man there that wanted to praise the Savior, which is cool. started to go down a road where he was going to tell us what happened, and he was like, maybe I won't do that.
Wrong show.
Yeah, he was like, for a whole bunch of reasons I don't want to go into. I thought for a second there we were going to get some sort of confession. 248-539-9797. I'm glad he's doing well. Let's go to Ned. You're next. Hi, Ned.
Hey, what's up? Doug Gator. Gator. In
that's her.
2003, I went to the Eagles, the farewell tour at the Palace. I was pretty sick. So I'm glad you enjoyed that. But
only 20 years later, they're on the last goodbye. It's not a good story.
Yeah. I'm calling for my champ. My champ is I want to start right at the top and say Sheila Ford Hamp and go right on down through the whole organization for changing the culture and the way that we operate here with Detroit football. This year felt special to me. I've been calling. I told you guys about the season tickets, and so far I feel like we're well on our way to a lot of wins in the future. So all the way down through Jared Goff, like what a leader he's emerged as. And then I'm just jacked up. I've been jacked up. I'm so excited. But my chump is going to be Michigan State. They are. I don't even know. I don't even know what to say about them. That was embarrassing to lose to Rutgers like that.
Yeah, it's the way they lost. It's just so disheartening for a team to play as well as they did through 3 quarters, and then you start the fourth quarter with a punt that goes through your hands and ends up turning to a touchdown for Rutgers, and follow that up with another special teams blunder. It was just so disheartening because Michigan State deserved to win that game. They played well enough.
They really did. It was like the fourth quarter, just a total like epic collapse of epic proportions. But give it up to the Lions, man. Let's go.
They look great. Thank you, Ned. 248-539-9797. Kurt, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kurt?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I listen to you guys all the time and all the other shows. And in the beginning of the season, everybody was talking about like what they thought we really needed. Receiver, edge rusher, and somebody brought up a kicker. And I kind of think, we might have let the Seahawks game go because we didn't have a kicker because we kind of went for one of those drives where maybe if we had Jason Hansen, we could have made that field goal. And I want to get your guys' opinion. Like, I'm really scared on this kicking situation because 3 points, when you start getting into these tight games in the playoffs and you make a deep run, those 3 points are going to come up crucial. And I know what, the coaching staff has said, they have faith in their players, but didn't that kind of prove it to us yesterday that our kicker just can't make those kicks beyond 50 yards?
Well, it's the first one he's attempted this season. It was wide right by a yard, but he missed it. But he's made everything else. I'd rather have a kicker that makes everything inside of 50 and is iffy from beyond 50 than a kicker that's going to, be iffy from inside of 50 but makes everything from 50.
But you'd rather have a better kicker.
Of course. But bringing up the standard of Jason Hansen, yeah, I'd like to have one of the greatest kickers of all time, but that's not the situation here. And I think you're always on the lookout to see if there's a better option, but right now there isn't.
In his career, he's 2 for 5 from beyond 50, as long as 53. I don't think missing yesterday means he can't make that kick. I think it's just he missed that one. But he's 2 for 5, which isn't great. He's been pretty darn reliable inside of 50 in his career. But, they've got Michael Badgley on the practice squad. I think I might have to – this is going to be a lot of work. But I think I'm going to have to go through every team in the NFL and see how many have an extra kicker on the practice squad because I'm not sure that it's standard operating procedure. 248-539-9797. We'll give our some initial thoughts on Michigan and Michigan State coming up today at 102. We've got to mix in some Red Wing talk. That was a hell of a win on Saturday night. 97.1 The Ticket.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got I got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
All right, with everything that's happened in East Lansing, the Michigan State game has lost a little bit of its luster this year. And look, rivalries, anything can happen. I don't think too many people are expecting anything to happen in this one, but hey, anything can happen. And Gators starting with Michigan, as it stands right now, they just seem to be gaining momentum as the season goes on. J.J. McCarthy, his ability to make plays with his feet when plays break down, sometimes it's almost like he's better that way. He missed his first 2 passes and then went 14 of 15 the rest of the way. And like the touchdown pass to Colston Loveland, they had a miscommunication up front. He bailed out of there and then put Indiana in a box where they had to either come up and support the run or leave a guy open. They left the guy open.
Yeah, the defender made his choice, and he paid for it dearly.
Yep.
A long touchdown on the sideline.
The defense is dominating. We all know they haven't played the toughest schedule, but they're doing what they're supposed to do. And Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator, I mean, that's one of the matchups against a quarterback that'll be making his second career start in Caton Hauser. I mean, it's a big ask of Hauser, but Michigan State, I mean, he showed some promise from what I was able to gather. Like I said, I have some to DVR and watch that, and maybe there's something to build on moving forward for Michigan State. And they do some good things and then find a way to not win a game. So anyway, your initial thoughts here?
Well, I think that, I expect Michigan will be clearly the better team on Saturday night. We often try to find a pathway for the underdog to come away victorious in this one. And it's really hard to see in this game because Michigan has been so dominant, but Michigan hasn't played any real competition to this point. Michigan State has played one team that is really good, and that's Washington, and they got hammered by Washington. They came back the following week and made way too many mistakes against a Maryland team that made them pay for it in the first half, and despite the trying to come back in the second half, they couldn't do it because they kept shooting themselves in the foot. Whether it was turnovers or penalties or whatnot, they couldn't get it done. They go to Iowa, and they play a really good game against Iowa for a little bit, and then they shoot themselves in the foot with more mistakes. It's self-inflicted wounds. And then the Rutgers debacle from Saturday. They were up 24-8 going into the fourth quarter. They had an 18-point lead. That's better than a 17-point lead that I've seen them blow against Michigan on 2 different occasions. And against a much lesser opponent, but they couldn't get it done. They collapsed. They're not strong enough mentally to, I think, be able to handle the rigors of this game against Michigan. At least the way that they played this year so far, they haven't been, which is unfortunate because had they been able to handle their business, they'd have 2 more wins and it would look a lot better as a 4-2 team with some confidence on a 2-game win streak going in to take on the Wolverines. But it's not the case. It's a couple of devastating losses on the road, and now they got to take on their big rival, and they're going to be shorthanded, and they're going at it with a quarterback who's making his second career start. It just doesn't look good. I mean, I guess you can maybe you look at it, can they slow things down? You can maybe stop the run against Michigan. They've been a little disappointed. I think the Wolverines have been running the football this year.
Yeah, they've only had 2 games over 200 yards rushing. It's a little hard to know what's real and what isn't because the starters come out and they could roll up some totals, but that's not the primary goal.
No, but I mean, they ran for less than 4 yards a carry against Indiana, which and a lot of the reason that it was even that high of an average is because of big runs late when Benjamin Hall coming in. But beyond that, but I'm not saying that's going to be Michigan's Achilles heel. I'm trying to find some way for Michigan State to slow down Michigan. The problem is if you focus your attention on the run, J.J. McCarthy's going to carve you up because Michigan State's secondary is just not good enough. Worse than that is their inability to get to the quarterback. There is no pass rush from Michigan State at all unless they decide to blitz. And even then, they're not getting home anywhere near enough. So that's a problem. Offensively, can Michigan State run the football at all against the Wolverines? And there have been some drives this year, and it's like a handful of drives where teams have been able to run the ball against Michigan, but they can't sustain it for 4 quarters. Can Michigan State slow things down enough? Can they mount some great opening drive like they did on Saturday? Can they get some kind of crazy 6, 7, 8-minute drive where it's a 12-play, grind it out, let the play clock run down to single digits and do that? I mean, that to me is the best path to having any shot whatsoever, along with playing the perfect game by not committing dumb mistakes in terms of penalties and turnovers.
And Michigan's defensive line is there were some statements from Mike Elston, the D-line coach, about he thinks this might be the best group that he's ever coached. Now, he hasn't been in Michigan forever. It's his second year. He was at Notre Dame, I think, for 12 years prior to that. I went, well, we'll have to see. And now I'm like, they might be. Their defensive tackle position with Mason Graham and Jenkins and Grant and Rashawn Benny and Cam Good is absolutely loaded.
Yeah, Jenkins gets a lot of the attention, and I think Graham might be the better of the two, but they're both very good. And you mentioned the backups they have. I mean, it's a rotation of guys. And when you're Michigan, you recruit, and this is what you can do. This is the whole reloading process you want to see, is because they've lost a ton of players in the defensive line over the last several years, but here comes the next group of guys. Now, I don't know if this next group of guys has that one outstanding defensive lineman like the teams have in the past, but it's awfully good. But again, the only thing looking at Michigan's past is that they haven't beaten anybody yet. They haven't been tested, and I don't suspect they're going to be tested this week either, or in 2 weeks or 3 weeks when they play Purdue. The first test is going to come at Penn State.
Yep. It's a big one. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Albanian Martin, who's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Martin?
My boy.
Hey, man.
How are you, Martin?
What's up?
Hey.
Oh, how are you doing? How you guys doing?
We're doing great.
What up, man? I haven't talked to you guys since that Green Bay game, man.
Oh, it's going well, Martin. That's what's up. It's going very well.
When it was 27-3 at halftime, were you guys thinking about me?
27-3. It wasn't 27-3.
What, at Green Bay?
At Green Bay halftime.
Okay.
I have to tell you, I was not thinking about you, Martin.
I apologize. Neither was I.
What a blowout, man. Detroit versus everybody, man. Champ, the Detroit Lions, Chump, all the non-believers, all the haters.
Well, I think they're getting fewer and further between. I do wonder about the show, and I don't blame anybody for being in the show me crowd this is what showing you looks like. This is what showing you feels like. And I'm wondering if they're starting to say, okay, you've showed me. This is a good football team.
How about our boy J-Mo, huh? How about our boy J-Mo?
It's a big play for him.
We're not letting them. They don't want to let him out yet. They don't want to let him out yet.
What do you mean by that?
They don't want to leash him, man. They don't want to leash that beast.
No. I suspect
they're being very careful with him. Right?
They're bringing him along slowly.
Better. Doug Gator, we got Ravens, and I'm not even thinking about those Raiders. They suck. But those Ravens, man. Can we go in there, man, and smoke them or what?
Well, I'm going to guess you think so.
100%. I don't see us losing another game this year.
Wow.
Okay, well, easy. There's no way they lose another game this year.
All right, let's not say that.
Unless they towards the end of the year when we got to rest our guys. Doug Gator, listen to me, Doug Gator. The 49ers showed they can't beat P.J. Walker. The Eagles showed they can't beat Just Wilson. And I get it. They got a good defense, the Jets over there. Bro, these guys suck. The Lions go to the Jets, they would have smoked them. They would have smoked the Browns. Bro, I'm not scared of the Eagles or the 49ers.
What about the Seahawks?
They lost, those suckers.
Yeah, but are you scared of them?
No, man. They gotta win a bunch of games to even make the playoffs.
I mean, they're not in a bad spot, but
they're not. But Doug Gator, man, let's go 5-1. Let's go. I love you guys. I'll talk to you guys after the Raiders. Okay.
Right. Thanks, Martin.
He's scheduling his next call for 2 weeks down the road.
Definitely got it on his phone.
248-539-9797. Like, is he putting in an alarm?
Yes.
On his phone. It'll go off. Oh, got to call Doug Gator today. Yeah. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means he's, according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so, everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't, they don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'd be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
Whatever.
so be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here. And people like Rieger like get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
Dark Car, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket.
You know what else is fun about doing a show today on October 16th?
What's that?
We're not looking at mock drafts yet.
No, we're not.
No. Years past, we're like, oh, well, let's see. Where are we mocked right now? Who's coming out that we... No, not even thinking about it. Don't even care. Not even on my radar.
Yep.
You know, it's also another reason that when we get close to this trade deadline, the closer we get to it, the more I don't care about our first round pick. It's gotten to the point where they've built enough depth on this team that the timing could be right for them to bypass the first round, give that pick up to somebody to get a player that puts you over the top. And I think that's going to be the question that is going through Brad Holmes' mind over the next few weeks.
And you know what's crazy? No, we haven't done any mock drafts, and I'm not planning on doing any mock drafts for quite some time. But we have the most competent guy at drafting that we've probably had in our lifetime, meaning, you know, it should be more fun to talk about, but don't really need to do that until the season's over, do we?
Nope.
248-539-9797.
You know, they showed a shot of Brad Holmes in the not press box, but in his suite or wherever he was sitting during the Buccaneers game. He's watching his players, the players he drafted, signed, things like that, and you know, watching Dan Campbell coach these guys. And I was thinking, what's going through his mind? Like, because they have injuries, and these are guys that they're going deep into the depth chart, right?
Way deep.
Yeah, and so I think when he goes down onto the field after and celebrates, he's celebrating kind of like, I don't know, he's not like a me guy, but it's like, we got this.
Yeah.
Like, we trust Brad Holmes so much at this point. Like, guys we've never heard of are playing in games, making an impact.
It's got to be so gratifying for him.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, it's just...
I don't even want to slap five with them. You see, they're aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
When he goes around
he's
like...
got the aggressive high five. He's that guy. He's that guy. I mean, it's a release for him.
Yes.
It's an adrenaline dump at the end of the games, and I get it, man. It's to build this team up to what they're playing like right now, and with all the deficiencies that they have because they've had to go to the well with that depth on the team. They've had to go to the fourth string right tackle. They've had to go to their fourth string safety or defensive back. They've had to rely on rookies heavily. You know, they've done all this. And doing it all with a quarterback that many people feel was just a throw in the deal for Stafford to try to make it work with the money. And he's been unbelievable.
And he said from moment one, no, we're building around Jared Goff. He was right. Goff is balling.
It's all confirmation that he's doing this the right way.
And by the way, we talked to him tomorrow at 10:30.
Jared Goff.
Jared Goff, yes, not Brad Holmes. Oh, we should get Brad on. Come in studio, Brad. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Robert next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Robert?
Hey, what's going on? You know I'm talking about my champs.
Yes.
It's this. Brad Holmes. I'm just going to put a layer on what you just stated. Brad Holmes. The way he assembled the talent, this is probably one of the best teams that I ever witnessed here in Detroit. They got this mentality, okay? I'm just as good as you. Next man up. Bingo. That is a team. And if I was Jameson Williams, I would live in St. Brown's head. But that catch he made yesterday, when he did that 180, that was a very difficult catch. Now, Jameson Winston, Williams, you know who I'm referring to. Yeah, he is a phenomenal talent. He only played 6 games. They ain't got that. They ain't got that it factor like St. Brown and Goff has. But once they develop that, and he got to quit throwing balls at his ankles. And he got to develop that deep ball with him. Man, he going to be all right. Just wait and see. Just wait and see.
Well, I mean, look, their offense is right now top 5 in the NFL scoring, top 5 in total offense. Their quarterback's top 5. And they could get more. I mean, they're doing it already shorthanded. I mean, yesterday they literally had RB4 and RB5 in there for the bulk of that game. and they had 2 backup guards in there. The Jared Goff afterwards said those guys did a great job stepping in. And they're still humming right along. And, yeah, we might be looking at their most talented receiver just scraping the surface of what he could be. I mean, it's all good. This is all good. Don't know what to say about it, but it's all trending in such a good direction.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, there's 2 weeks to go for the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Are they going to add, or are they going to stay with what they have?
It's a great question.
Because they've got the resources to add.
It's a great question.
And we'll see how desperate other teams become. The Vikings won yesterday. Are they feeling chesty about their finish? I mean, it looks like Jefferson is not going to be out as long as initially thought.
Well, because you're looking at Daniil Hunter, right?
Yeah. He had 2 sacks yesterday.
Yeah, he's really good.
He's really good.
So I don't think they just give him away, especially someone in the division.
No, they don't just give him away. But the Lions have the resources to go after a top-notch guy, because I think they can afford to go ahead and give up first-round pick.
They might be able to. 248-539-9797. We go to Curtis here next on 97.1. Hi, Curtis.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I got a champ and chump.
Okay.
And it's weird because I'm 40 and I'm a lifelong Lions fan, but it's really uncomfortable situation to be in. You know, I pinch myself every morning trying to figure out if it's real or not. It's kind of like having a deadbeat dad that just shows up after like disappointing you your whole life. You know, you got like kids and they just want to be a part of your life now, and you don't trust it. But
interesting analogy.
That's what it's like, you know. But the champ, I got that defense. They beat up Baker Mayfield at the end of the game. The secondaries just lighten up receivers, and they looked tough.
Mm-hmm.
And it's crazy to think that they're that good. And
it's wild because they were so bad for a good portion of last year, and they just continued to restock the roster, and they stuck with Aaron Glenn, and he is rewarding them.
Yeah, for sure. And then my chump's poor Jake Moody.
Yeah.
You know, he's a Wolverine, but you got to make those kicks at the end of the game when it's on the line.
It's funny. I thought about Moody, and then I was like, actually, I'm kind of glad he missed him. And I thought about Jalen Hurts, and I was kind of glad he threw that interception. Like these guys that messed up for the 2 teams that were ahead of Lions in the NFC. And, I mean, we're talking about a chance for this team, this Lions team, to have a legitimate shot at being the number 1 seed in the NFC.
So let's look at the 3 best teams in the NFC.
Yep.
Detroit, Philadelphia, and San Francisco. Each have 1 loss. Who's got the worst? Who's got the best loss? Who has the worst loss?
Oh, it's Detroit's got the
the best loss.
Yep.
But what's their third down percentage? Their conversion.
That's right. Oh, that's a reason to watch the game tonight. Watch Big D and their third down conversion. The conversion rate, that's the number 1 factor. But yeah, I mean, there's validity to this season. They're playing awfully well. I mean, they didn't play perfect by any means yesterday, but you know, you look at the stats and the quarterback playing away. He did 350 yards and was fantastic. Only 20 points on the board, though. There were only 20 points.
Let's go to Joe. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Hey, Doug Gator. Scott, this is for you, man. Talking about Michigan State, like, do you think we could have won a couple more games if we actually had a head coach in this situation? Because what I've seen against Rutgers the other day and what I've seen against Iowa, it could have been totally avoided with an actual head coach. Like, you know, I don't understand.
Well, they don't have one right now.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So do you think if Mel was in there that we could have maybe been 4-2 instead of 2-4?
Well,
I just
let Mel coach while this mess was ongoing, or if there was no mess?
If there was no mess.
If there was no mess, then Michigan State would absolutely. I think they'd be at least 4-2. But there's the mess.
Yeah, because I cannot believe what I'm watching. Like you were talking earlier, and the first time, long time, guys, because I work during the day, so I always got you guys on my head. So I've been listening 15 years. But
HeadPods.
I got my day off today. But Scott, I just want to know what you think about the way this team has just totally blown 2 games.
It's brutal, Joe. It sucks because if they didn't have turmoil, this would be a totally different season. You'd have momentum. You'd feel better about yourselves. But you can't look at it that way because they did have derailment. They did have a major issue with this program, and now you're putting in, a guy to be the head coach of this team who's not been a head coach and will probably never ever be a head coach. Probably just go back to being a position coach, maybe a coordinator, a defensive coordinator. But this season can't end soon enough for Michigan State, or at least they can't get closure soon enough on what's going on. It'd be great if they could announce a head coach tomorrow of who's going to take over the team for next season and then pick up recruiting right now, but it's not likely. And I know people are curious, when are you going to hire a coach? Well, if you're going to hire a coach who's already coaching a team right now, you're not going to see it until after Thanksgiving. You're not going to know anything until then. And then you've got like 2 weeks to recruit before the signing day.
Well, unless you're taking a coordinator, because coordinators can accept jobs and stay with their teams. But
I don't suspect they're going to take a coordinator.
Just a thought.
Yeah, or if you take somebody who's not coaching right now.
I wonder how far they can get with a coach until they resolve the Tucker thing. If that needs to be resolved first. Help a little bit with knowing how much budget they have. But 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Gator said to me during a commercial break, did you watch much of Carolina, Miami? I was like, yeah, I saw some of it. Gator said, because Drake May. And I'm like, oh. North Carolina versus the Miami Hurricanes, not the Carolina Panthers versus the Miami Dolphins. Both took place this weekend. It's like that weird thing when Michigan State played Washington the same weekend the Lions played Washington, and then I think it was the following week Michigan State played Minnesota the same week that the Lions played Minnesota.
Yep.
Not that sounds like an empty the bucket kind of observation. 248-539-9797.
You going to put that in the bucket?
No, I'm not going to put it in the bucket.
You got plenty in the bucket?
I got plenty in the bucket. By the way, my champ of the weekend was Detroit fans. I think the crowd that showed up on a miserable day at the Big House, then the Red Wing fans taking the roof off of LCA, and then Lions fans taking over Tampa. That Red Wing game, DeBrincat with 2 goals, and really the play that led to the Sprong goal was a DeBrincat shot that handcuffed their goalie, and the puck just stopped on the goal line, and Sprong got the tap in. That was a gimme, but he tapped it in the net. Raymond scored. I mean, Dylan Larkin making an impact. Beating Tampa is, I guess, Detroit, Tampa in back-to-back days. It was a good weekend for Detroit over Tampa, but good to see them get a win over a quality team. The schedule's tough at the beginning of the season for the Red Wings.
Yeah, sure it is.
Celebrate
good to
every win.
Get that first win, and I'm glad that DeBrincat already got that first goal, and now he's got 3 goals in 2 games. And if you've watched the highlights of how he scored those goals, you can tell he's just a pure goal scorer. This is something this team has desperately needed. It's fun to see, and they're off to a decent start. You split the first 2 games. A lot of teams have split the first 2 games, but it is going to be tough to start the season. They play Columbus tonight at Columbus. Let's get another W.
Yep, sure. 248-539-9797. Paul is next here on 97.1. What's up, Paul?
Gator, Doug, what's up, my brothers?
How we doing, sir?
All right, Doug. I got to make good with you, man. I made a bet with you that the Lions would lose 2 of the next 3 a couple weeks ago, whatever it was. I owe you a Andiamo's gift card, sir.
You know what? Just donate to your favorite charity, whatever it is. I don't mind at all. That's awesome that you called back. So what? Do you? I'm not mad at anybody for thinking things are about to go south with the Lions and they want to see a little bit more. Have you seen enough? Are you starting to think this team's pretty good?
I think this team's really, really, really good. I think a lot of it, too, was my Lions PTSD.
Yeah.
Lions fan PTSD after that Seattle game, and it, really struck a couple of nerves. But, man, you just see this team dominate on both sides of the ball. And Tampa Bay's not a bad team, and they dominated them. And they held that pretty good offense to 6 points. And, just what they're able to do, too, with controlling the clock and this Goff-fence, and yes, I said Goff-fence.
Oh, there it is.
Look at you.
One of the best I've ever seen, and Lions, offenses I've ever seen. And, I think, honestly, I think we're contenders. I want to say that carefully, but I feel really good about this team. Also, too, I wanted to hit on Michigan, if that's okay with you guys.
Sure.
So, I don't think they're getting enough credit here. Yeah, I know they haven't played anybody, but they're like the first team, I think, since 1905 to, through their first 7 games, to score 30 points and allow a game and allow less than 10 or whatever it is, or less than 14. I mean, no other team in college football is doing this, even against their terrible opponents. I mean, Youngstown State gave Ohio State a game for a while, and Georgia hasn't necessarily thoroughly dominated any of their opponents except for the last couple of weeks. I mean, I know the real test comes here against Penn State in a few weeks, but, I mean, don't you guys think this team is actually capable of winning a national championship?
Oh sure. Yeah, they are.
And they're the odds-on favorite right now.
They actually, you say they don't have enough credit. They were the betonline.ag has them now as the favorite to win the national championship. But, look, it all to play out on the field, right? We all know what's coming. It'll play out on the field. For them, or for anybody else that wants to see more, they'll have an opportunity to show more. I mean, that game at Penn State, Ohio State this weekend, a noon kick, huge game. If Penn State wins it, Michigan versus Penn State is going to be a colossal game.
Would it be at night?
It is already set as a noon start. So that one's
set in stone.
That one's set in stone.
Can't knock it off.
Nope.
No matter how hard I try.
No matter how hard you try. Noon start.
A whiteout at noon.
State College, Pennsylvania. The problem with the whiteout thing is you have to do it early in the year because not as many people have white coats.
I think they figured it out at Penn State.
They put the big giant T-shirts over them.
They can do it anytime they want. They know what they're doing.
They're not as effective as you get later into the year, but yes.
For schools other than Penn State.
Penn State, it's a difficult place to play. I'm very much looking forward to that game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the AP Top 25, and it's interesting that Penn State won like 63-0, and they dropped a spot.
Did they?
Yeah. Washington moved up because of their win over Oregon, so they were 7th. And now they jump up to 5, so Penn State drops from 6 to 7. Oklahoma drops from 5 to 6.
But to answer my man's question, yes.
Of course, they've got a chance.
All, yeah.
A really good chance.
248-539-9797. Dave is next on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. What's happening?
How you doing, sir?
Great show.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, these Lions, this is a lot of fun to watch. I think everyone's enjoying it. I got to give them they're the champs right now, right? they're just playing good football all around. The damn Chump's got to be these damn Seahawks. I disagree with you guys earlier. We unfortunately have the worst loss of the Eagles, Niners, and Lions just because of the NFC. Right now, if the season were to end, we're the 3 seed, right? So, those damn Seahawks are the Chumps. That game really hurt us. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite us, but that one hurt.
Oh, because you're saying because it's an NFC loss.
Yeah, if the season ended today, we'd host Dallas, right? And they'd have the buys.
Well, there's only one bye, and it would go.
Right.
Yeah, but yes, the Lions would be the 3 seed right now.
Yeah.
And
so I got to say, we unfortunately we have the worst loss of the group, in my opinion.
It's the most damaging loss, but it's absolutely to the best team of the three losses. Yes, but you bring up a very good point. It being a conference loss, it does hurt. Thank you for the phone call, Dave. 248-539-9797. I mean, Philly. Here's the thing about Philly and San Francisco, and the remaining schedule. Detroit's got the 31st toughest schedule based on opposing win percentage. 387 is the combined win percentage of everyone Detroit plays from here on out. Philly's schedule from here on out against teams whose combined winning percentage is 540, tied for the 7th toughest schedule in the NFL. And so San Francisco, 540. They're tied for the 7th toughest schedule in the NFL. And when you look at them on paper, too, I mean, Detroit has a definite advantage. If they can take advantage of that, do what they're supposed to do, win a bunch of games they're supposed to win. I mean, these things, seasons are long. There's ups and downs along the way. But let's face it. If they can capitalize on this, they can be the 1 seed.
That they can.
You don't need a tiebreaker if you have the best record of those 3 teams.
This is true. Well, just keep focused on each game at hand. Each one is. I saw the video. Dan Campbell in the locker room pulls out a $5 bill. Says, "That's 5.
Right.
That's 5. Let's keep it going."
Yep.
You don't stop at 5. You don't sit back and look at how big your chest is. You just go out there and play the games.
You think he has a $6 bill for next week, or how does that work?
If he does, they might want to keep the cameras off. Counterfeiting's illegal.
In most states?
Most states, yeah.
Unless he pulls out 5 and a 1.
Is it illegal in Maryland? $6 bill?
Anything goes in Maryland. It's a lawless,
next week he pulls out a 6-pack.
Oh, that he could do.
Yep. That's 6, boys.
Sixer.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Simon, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Simon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
Doug, what is your current pectoral status?
My current pectoral status?
Yes. How chesty are you?
I'm pretty chesty these days, yes.
Good. Well, I definitely enjoyed yesterday's game. It provided some good memories. One of the common threads running through today's conversation and prior weeks too is that the Lions are off to such a wonderful start, perhaps better than most of us expected, that in an ironic twist, it's relegating us to do some nitpicking. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing overall. There is a proper place to still identify there are areas of the game that need to be improved. Yet still seeing, big picture, they put themselves in a really good position to have a very good season. Now, as far as yesterday, I'm like most people, I was underwhelmed by the quarterback pressure. And going forward, that's going to need to become more reliable. With that said, though, what was the goal yesterday? To put Mayfield on his back half a dozen times, or to just limit Tampa's damage?
The goal was to win the game.
Yeah,
it was to win the game. It was to limit Tampa's damage, and the Lions held an NFL team. We'll see what Tampa's like at the end of the season, but they're off to a pretty good start. We held an NFL team to 6 points without a lot of quarterback pressure. So it seems like yesterday's kind of a case study for the prospect that, there's more than one way to swing a dead cat. There's more than one way to have effective defensive production.
They got the job done. Like you said, we venture into nitpicking status, and that's okay. But really, it's pretty darn good performance defensively, to say the least.
Second time they've won 20-6.
248-539-9797. Hey, snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. It's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
I do have one question. Kind of not brought up at all today. Why is Khalif Raymond catching punts inside his own 5-yard line?
I don't know. It was in my notes. Both times he did it. I don't understand. With the second one, he brought it out to the 16-yard line. Great to get a 14-yard return, but could have been ball to 20 because you should have just let it go.
Or maybe they think, hey, our guy's dangerous. We think he can do some damage here. But, so go ahead. Feel free to bring it out. I mean, I guess.
I don't know. I always get nervous. It gets inside to 10, particularly when it's inside to 5, right?
Yeah.
Do I feel better about the chances of the ball going into the end zone or better about the chances of my guy being able to field it cleanly and take it forward 15 yards? And the answer is let it go.
Yeah. And the thing about it is he looked very intentional. Like it didn't look like either time he made a mistake. He looked very intentional. Like I'm catching this and bringing it out. Now maybe he wasn't,
well, maybe he's returning it. He knows what's in front of him. You take your eye off it for a second, see what's on the field and which way you're going to go as soon as you catch it. And maybe he saw something that, hey, if I just get this guy gets that block, then I could be going for a long, long way here.
Could be. I mean, again, are we nitpicking? I mean, perhaps in a closer game with a better opponent.
But these are notes to be made during a game, even though they win. But if the game is tighter, if the game is lost, these are things you bring up. But I think it's a fair question. I'd love to ask Dave Phipp that question.
Yeah.
The Phipper.
Phipper will meet with the media this week. I'm sure the question will get asked.
I don't have an issue with it. I trust Khalif Raymond too much, but I think when return guys return it, it's a chance for a home run. You know what I mean? Sometimes you're gonna foul tip it, you're gonna swing and miss, but if you won't have a chance unless you swing, is my point. And I think whether it's a kickoff return or a punt return, they're taking a chance for a big play. And it might not get to the 25. It may not get to the 10. But you won't have a chance to take it further if you don't take it. And I think he trusts himself and he trusts his gunners or the guys blocking the gunners. There's probably something alert or something where he knows.
There's certainly allow for the possibility that, we think we can take one back for a reason. And just because you didn't doesn't mean that you didn't have you thought you had some sort of strategical advantage that would help you with the way that they cover punts. And so you decided, let's try and bring them back no matter where you catch them outside of your own end zone. It didn't work out that way, but it doesn't mean there wasn't some logic behind it. I think that having hard and fast rules, put your heels on the 10 and never bring it out. I mean, you do that and Desmond Howard never takes one back 93 yards against Ohio State, if that's the hard and fast rule. So sometimes.
How about you dig your heels in at the 5?
He didn't dig his heels in anywhere. He was.
Wasn't the one where it was like a 65-yard punt? And when you kick that far, something you were like, hey, the coverage isn't going to get to me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to catch this. I'm going to get.
Sometimes it allows you to do that, but I don't know. The second time he brought it out, that when the ball was at the 2-yard line or 3-yard line, and he fielded it, that was when I was like, come on.
You're worried, but he ended up getting more than past the 10-yard line, wasn't it?
But he didn't get past the 20.
Yeah, I mean, well, my point is the 10-yard line's when people dig their heels in, like you say, Doug. And
so then the other thing I want to bring up is maybe the best drive of the game for the Lions was a non-scoring drive. They took over on their own 16-yard line, up 20-6, with 10 minutes and 37 seconds remaining. And they put together an 11-play drive that only covered 40 yards, but drained almost 7 minutes off the clock. And it culminated in Jack Fox punting the ball down to the 2-yard line out of bounds. And that drive, when Tampa when they got the ball back, they had a very slim chance to win the game at that point. I mean, that is an effective non-scoring drive. And, churning out first downs, Jared Goff hitting Sam Laporta on a 3rd and 5, Jared Goff hitting Amon-Ra St. Brown. There was a 3rd and 3, and they completed a pass for like 3 yards and 4 inches, whatever it was. I mean, there were some big plays made by the Lions. They overcame a penalty in that drive.
Was that their last drive? Lions' last drive?
Technically, I don't think it was their last. Well, their last drive, they ran a Zigbo and took a knee.
No, I mean,
yeah, it was their last full drive.
Yeah. So it was. Not only did they convert on a number of third downs there. I mean, at the end, Jared Goff got sacked by Cansey, but for them, the Lions come back and punt the ball, and the punt went out the 2-yard line. That was key. Jack Fox, just perfect punt.
Very, very underrated part of the game. But at that point, when they're 90 yards away with needing 2 touchdowns, the game wasn't like over, but the hill to climb got super steep at that point.
That was big. But it helped that the previous drive, isn't that where Tampa went 3 and out?
I'd have to look it up, but they might have.
I think they went 3 and out. Yeah, they had a 3rd and 2 and an incomplete pass. So they tried going deep. It was incomplete, but they punted it. That's when Raymond brought it back from the 2-yard line.
I did think it was funny because that drive when Tampa actually made it down to the Detroit 29 when they took over at the 2, and Baker threw 4 shots into the end zone. They were just like, all right, here we go. Incomplete. Run it back. Incomplete. Same play. Incomplete. Go deep. Incomplete. And Detroit took over.
A key play on that drive was you had Tracy Walker with that big hit, got flagged for defenseless receiver, and then they picked up the flag and said, no, it wasn't. And thank God they did because it was the right call. He hit him with his shoulder into the chest. Nothing wrong with it. You got a Julian Aquara sack on that drive. They came up with some big plays. Some really big plays. They had that could have been a touchdown in the end zone, but Sutton ends up ripping the ball away from the arms of the receiver.
Yep.
When it looked like he had it, but Sutton's like, no, not so fast, my friends. It was it's a great overall game for the Lions.
And there are guys like small contributions like Julian Aquara got a pass breakup on a 3rd down play.
Yep.
Good to see him back out there contributing in any way he can. I mean, the thing about it is now, if you're a fringe Detroit Lion, a guy on the depth chart, A, you want to be a part of this, and B, there's never been a greater message of how much you need to be ready to play than what's happened this year. Because there are guys that we didn't expect to see on the field that are not only on the field, they have to be on the field, and they're making plays.
Well, I imagine Aquara didn't have too many snaps in the game. He made 2 tackles. One was a sack. One was another tackle for loss. And then you mentioned the pass defended. I mean, that's a pretty good limited number of plays that he had.
He played 15 snaps.
15 snaps and made an impact at least on 3 of them.
Yep. So good for him. Depth guys making plays. Here's Rico Beard.
And there's Doug Karsh.
What's up, my man?
Hey, man. How are you?
I'm good.
Gator!
Hi, buddy.
What's happening, man?
Not a lot. A lot of good stuff here to digest for Lions fans.
You know what? It is. And did a deep dive breakdown last night watching the Giants. I was actually rooting for the Giants. I told Mike, I was like, I know you were rooting against my team. I was rooting for yours last night.
And why was that?
Because I'm a nice guy and he's not.
Because it's fun to watch Buffalo lose.
Is there? But why?
Oh no, because he just wanted to see Brock Purdy fail. I wanted to see the Giants win because I'm like, you know what? I'm rooting for the underdog. This is a good game.
So there was no way that it would benefit you. You just were rooting for. Okay.
No, I was just rooting for Mike.
I didn't know if there was like some tiebreaker or something.
No, just
the genuineness of the goodness of your heart.
Yeah, it's just like,
Look
you
at
know
that.
what? If I know that Gator, if I know it's a team that you like, you know what? Gator's gonna be happy watching this. So I want to see you happy.
Unless it conflicts with what you want. But that's
you know what? Sometimes it's just like, yeah, you know what? You got more on the line than I have. You have the victory. You take it. It means more to you.
That's what Michigan State said to Rutgers on Saturday.
No, Michigan. You literally saw players go into the portal mid-play.
Well, apparently they haven't lost anybody since the game to the portal.
I mean,
but it doesn't. Let the season play out,
like
right?
Catches like Malik. Seriously, you're just not even gonna put your hands up. Just, yeah.
That was a disappointing game.
So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, I think this was the most complete game that they played in a long time. This game to me was better than the one against Kansas City.
Yeah.
This felt like a playoff win. This was dominance. This was no asterisks. This was no, no. This was complete dominance that they did. Better than Kansas City game. May have been the best game I've seen in a long time. And I was told I have to wait, but next week they beat the Ravens. I'm handing out more coupons. I'm handing out
more BOGOs if they beat the Ravens.
I'm handing out those number 1 seed coupons.
Oh.
Wow, look at this.
That's a different kind of coupon.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Welcome in. And I want to tell you, as Rico and I take the air here on a Monday, this is rare. It's rare. Rarefied air. It just feels like there's something bigger going on. That there's something more than just the Lions winning a game. There's something, it's like a movement, if you will. And I don't want to let the win get lost in this overriding theme. But if you're not aboard the train now, you're missing out. You're missing out on the fun. And Rico, what I wanted to say more than just this is bigger than just a win, that this feels like a franchise, a city turning a corner. I want to back that up with a statement. A statement maybe people will make fun of, but it's my reality. This fall marks my 25th fall in this state. That's the most comprehensive win, the best win that I've seen the Lions ever produce in 25 years. To go on the road against a first-place team off a bye and debilitate them, decapitate them, suffocate them in their own building where your fans took over. This is the second time now in 3 weeks, by the way, we've seen this. You make them useless on third down. You were perfect on third down, 9 of 13. And not only was it the most impressive win because they won, and because they won by double digits, and because it wasn't a game. You lose your star running back. The backup to the star is out. You're down to the mattresses in the backfield, and it doesn't matter because now we got something new for the haters, including Jared Goff goes, I got it. We're going to throw it 40 times, and I'm going to be perfect. And even in the late stages, the most impressive thing they did, I swear to God, zero BS, Rico. They go on a 7-minute drive and punt. And that's how I knew. I was so proud of this team. They took the time off the clock, pinned them inside the 5, and went, what are you going to do about it? You're still down 14. That was, to me, the best win the Lions have had in 25 years. And it is bigger than a win. Guys, it's a movement. Now, Rico's going to add to that fire. Get another log on the fire because this party's just getting started. Rico's got something for you at 3 o'clock where the praise is even higher than what I'm offering.
Mike,
what was your takeaway yesterday?
My take was that was the most complete game that I've seen the Lions play. Let's just stick with this season because I know a lot of people are in that hammer. We went into Kansas City. We beat the defending Super Bowl champs.
This was better.
This felt like a playoff win. This was smart. You punted the ball. You took it. Even when you missed the field goal, we're not going to just play Madden football. I'm not going to do something that's going to hurt this team because every possession meant something. It was a game of inches, and you got all the inches in that game. Whether it was the tip pass on the interception when Mike Evans is running down the field, doesn't matter. You got the pick. You scored the 3 points. It wasn't like, okay, we're going to line. No. Let's be smart. This felt like a playoff victory. This felt as if, you know what? Now you get to go and play next week. You've earned that right to go to somebody else and play. Now you're going to be playing Baltimore, which is another tough game. But yeah, this does have a playoff feel. You've beaten the Bucs. Now you go and beat Baltimore. And, man, you said it right, Mike. I don't understand it, but you know what?
What?
For those out there.
What?
Hey, man, I love the show, and I would like to send this out to one Jim Costa. Put respect on Jared Goff's name. He went out there. He got the job done yesterday. No running game. Didn't matter. Like it or not, you got a franchise quarterback here. Thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome. First time, long time. No, he was perfect. I mean, he basically completed 70% of his passes, 350 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, no running game, no problem.
Made the big throws on third down like he just
and against
kept
the Todd
moving.
Bowles defense that makes you uncomfortable, blitzes the hell out of you, 9 for 13 on third downs.
Yeah, he was getting pressured. This was not an easy game for him, but he got the job done.
Montgomery, out of the game. Looks like something's going on with his shoulder. He left early in there. And what did you do? You just kept battling. Reynolds goes in, does an okay job. This game was all on Goff, and he won it for them.
So you know
Goff and that defense.
You know how I always do over the last, 27, 29, 30. Okay, so I decided to do this differently. Something simpler for the people. Over the last 17 games, which is an NFL regular season. Do you know what Jared Goff's numbers are? This one goes out to Jimmy Cookies. Jared Goff over the last 17 games as Lions quarterback. 68% completion rate, 4,500 yards, 29 touchdowns, 4 picks. And your football team in those 7 games is 13-4. Tell me again we don't have a quarterback. I'm not going to live in fear of Ben Johnson leaving. All I asked for was one more year with him. I'm not going to fear, well, what if this happened? Or what? Guys, you can't live this way. No. You have to look at it as, in his last 30 games as your quarterback, he's been elite. The last 17 games, he's been elite. You have the best record in football along with San Francisco and the Niners. Or San Francisco
Eagles.
And the Eagles, excuse me.
Yeah, yesterday couldn't have gone better if you were a Lions fan.
No, it was perfect.
Everything broke your
Seattle
way.
losing, sure.
Yeah.
Look, the point I'm making is that was as impressive a victory as I've seen in 25 years. Rico, I think you nailed it. You said it best because watching it, it felt like a playoff game.
It did.
Playoff games aren't pretty. This is what people here don't realize because you never make the playoffs. Playoff football's not pretty. Playoffs is about survival in many cases.
Survive in advance.
A race to 20.
Yep.
It's just to win 20-6 on the road when the other team had 2 weeks to prep for you, to make them look that bad. And again, your pass rush didn't have its A game. I didn't think the pass rush was very good yesterday. You know what was good? Everything else. No. Alex Anzalone was, I don't know who that was. He was flying around.
I mean,
your corners making plays, your safeties making plays. You have your own injuries.
Yeah.
So
because the D-line, I think Baker's only been sacked 5 times. You got 1 yesterday. He's only been sacked 5. So you weren't going to get to him, but you rushed 4, you held your own, and you walked away. And it felt like a playoff victory because in playoffs, mistakes will be made. How do you overcome them? Can you just be smart? And Dan Campbell did that. Let's punt the ball. I got one of the best punters in the league. I'm going to use that as my advantage. I'm going to pin you deep. All right, you know what? Even when you lined up to kick the field goal and you missed it, I'm okay with that because instead of, we're just going to run something. No. Just try to get the points because in the playoffs, points are at a premium.
Here's the other thing, and it's a subplot to it. I know I got a couple texts from buddies like, how come they're not playing J-Mo? And I said to them, I go, well, A, they're winning. They're not changing what they do for him. And I texted one of my buddies. I go, I'm telling you, Deshaun Jackson is now going to be my comp for him because his role is primarily going to be a couple deep shots. And he got one. He got man up. He beat the guy down the field. He was able to target the ball before the DB and bring it in. Was it some work of art? No. Did he drop a wide open pass earlier? Yup. Here's what it is. Amon-Ra, superstar, with the 11-12 catches. Laporta might be this guy's favorite receiver because he got 10-12 targets. And Josh Reynolds, when the chips are down and there needs to be a big catch, he seems to find his way to it. J-Mo's going to be your 4th option. Mm-hmm. So my point would be, I'm not going to – I told you, I went from expectation to hope with J-Mo. I'm not hating on the kid for not racking up 5, 7, 9 catches because I don't think that's his role.
Nope.
His role is going to be what you saw yesterday.
Nope.
They'll try to get him in there. They'll try to get his hands on the football here or there in space. But reality, all of that running, all of the short passing, all of that precision their offense has is going to result into 1 or 2 plays a week where they, quote, throw it up to J-Mo.
Yeah. Let me clarify that for those in the back. J-Mo has now become a luxury item for this team. And a luxury item is not something that you need every day. It's just the sprinkles on top. That's what J-Mo is. You don't need him for any of it. It's like what Mike said. 1 or 2 deep passes a game. But he's not an integral part of this team winning games. They've been doing it without him. And also, want to shout out Will Birchfield. Literally called on our pregame show yesterday. J-Mo, 45-yard touchdown pass. And he got it. And I was just like, wow. right on the money. So shout out to you, Birchie. But yeah, J-Mo is a luxury item. That's how good this team is. He's not a necessity. You don't need him. He's just extra. He's the bacon on top of the burger with the cheese.
And as we close the first segment, and we got one open line if you want it, 248-539-9797. So you got a couple of questions in there, which is, if this isn't the most impressive win they've had in a quarter of a century, tell me what is. And second of all, doesn't it feel like this is bigger than just what's in front of you? It's a city turning the corner. It's a franchise turning the corner. And Rico's going to really raise the bar at 3 o'clock. Here's one note. I wanted to look because they shut down Tampa's ground game again. Another team that they didn't allow to run the ball. And this has become who they are.
Right.
You can choose to believe it or not. You can continue to cite the Carolina game, which the further we get from it is an outlier. It has no sensibility to it. The point I'm making is, where do the Lions rank against the run in the National Football League?
See,
tell me.
Like second, third?
First.
Oh.
64.7 yards a game allowed. You want a comp? The Niners are 80. You want another comp? Kansas City's 100. You want another comp? Hi, it's me again, homeless and at your door. The New York Giants, 150 a game. You are a dominant run defense.
See, but the thing is, Mike, I knew Tampa's not a big run game. I was more impressed with the secondary and the linebackers, but because you knew Baker was going to try to turn this into 7-on-7. He does not get hit. He moves the pocket. He tries to find those receivers, but either they were dropping passes, you were knocking them down, or you were tackling them as soon as they caught the ball. That was more impressive. I knew you were going to shut down their run game because they don't try to run.
Well, and it's what you do now.
Yeah.
It becomes like, it's really no different than when you had Barry Sanders and, we're going to give the ball to Barry. No, you're going to shut the run down. This is now going to be the thing people talk about. Guys, these stats aren't fake. You can't fake stopping the run. You can't. It's real. So I can't be more impressed. Going on the road and even winning that game was impressive. Mm-hmm. To do it in the manner you did it. To be winning 4 straight games by double digits for the first time in since I don't know when. No, I'm serious. I can't find the number. I don't know the last time you won 4 in a row in double digits. I don't think it's happened in my life here. It's real, guys. And I told you it was real in the winter. I told you it was real in the spring. I told you it was real in the summer. It's real. So let's get involved on a Victory Monday. I'm very excited. That is just the ultimate Derek Jeter kid.
Hey.
A tip of the respect hat.
That was. You went on the road.
As good as it gets, man.
Fans showed up. They took over the stadium.
Oh, and by the way, Brock Purdy's a fraud. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico to take you to school. Left, right, 2, 3, 4.
I don't even want to see. You know what? You know what? And I can't believe I actually rooted for your Giants last night to win the game, knowing that you were going to be a piece of Specs at LTU. You know, you heard me talk about them. And here's the thing. If you want a career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you get your new career started through classes. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly, right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Guys, I was just there this morning. It's very simple. What I need you to do is be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics communications
my
program.
skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event
design industry.
To
like I said, you're
raise
taught
money
by people who work in the industry. What does that mean?
It
means in your lab work, you're going to learn the hands-on. You're going to get. It's not going to be just theory and learning about this and that. You're going to get your hands dirty. You're going to learn what it takes to make it in this business.
This great event.
So what are you waiting for?
And
be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more, and then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
I got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical's got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. Going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Plenty of generators in stock, too. And if they don't get to you same day, they're going to take $100 off your next day's service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact.
All right, let's get to the people on a Monday. We'll get to the ticket text later. 3 o'clock, we'll talk seating. Rico has kind of an angle on it. And look, it's raising the bar. Outstanding win yesterday for the Lions. It's real. It's bigger than just a win. It feels like it's more than just that. And look, we've given you some of the numbers. So let's get after it, see where you guys are at with it. We'll go to David to lead off for Monday. What's up, David?
Love you, man. Love your show. I was waiting for you to get on air. Listen, I've been a Lions fan for a very, very long time. We're talking about 3 or 4 decades. And I just want to say this for all of the haters that are still out there that exist, the SOL fans that proudly wore their paper bags back in the day. This team has completely rejuvenated not only the city, but the fan base. Anytime you're going to Lambeau, you're going to Tampa, you're going to, and you see the overflow of Lions fans.
Kansas City.
Oh man, Pat, listen, I'm so overjoyed that I guess you can say I'm on cloud 87.
You
okay?
should be.
With the success that the Lions have had, and I just want to thank you because I remember last summer when they lost those 6 games and people were calling in with the complaints and the negative pessimism. Look where they're at now as opposed to last year. And you pointed it out. You've got no running game. You've got, oh man, I mean, the fact that they.
But here's the one thing I'd caution you.
Pat,
all right, but David, let me say this because this is one thing I got to be honest with you. I can't stand it, and it makes me hate people. This whole gotcha society we live in. You know, at 1-6, and your head coach was 4-20 as a head coach. Fans had a right to be angry.
No.
Okay?
See, here's what
fans
you
had a right
realize.
to be angry.
In our society, you're not allowed to change because the situation changes. Whatever you said,
right,
you have to stick with until
It's
you
stupid.
die.
That's stupid. Because the other side of it is if you want to play the game that way, you have to play the let's watch it play out cotton. That's not how the game works. Yeah. So all I would say is, hey man,
because
be excited, have fun, but I wouldn't be mad at fans who wore orange to the Bengals game 20 years ago to get Millen out. Like, why take it there? There's no reason.
Right, because there was nobody who could tell you when they got shut out by the Patriots and Bailey Zappi last year.
Correct.
That you would be feeling this way a year later, almost to the date. Now, and there are some Lions fans who are going to say, show me in the playoffs. I get that.
Yeah, you're missing a hell of a journey, though.
And it's a. You're right. You're missing the ride, but I can't be mad at you because you're like, well, I've seen this before, and they'll fall down on your face. Right now, this feels different. This feels special. I told you at the beginning of the season, 6-2, 5-3. They've already hit 5 wins already. I'm like, yeah. What I saw yesterday, that's a different team.
It is. If you can win in different ways, that's the mark of a great team.
And the funny thing is I do harken back because with David, with your Steelers, you know what good looks like.
Not this year, but I get
Bro,
you.
No, but you recognize, Mike, with your Giants, you recognize what good and special is. Not this year, but because your team has a history, you could look and say, you know what?
Well, you know what to measure.
This is good.
Yeah,
this is good. And I saw that, I was like, guys, this may be a lot more special than you actually think.
Sean's up next on a Monday. What's up, Sean?
Mike, I'm so excited. I can't stand it. It is a movement, too. I mean, I got buddies coming out of the woodwork. Everyone's just going crazy. But I still say the movement's not complete until I see that segment, and I hate to keep bringing it up, but, you know, your partner's a perfect example. I just got to, break this down. So last week, earlier in the week, I heard Rico saying all the right things. His brain was working. He's on board. He gets it now. And then Friday, he does a show where the Lions are going to go 1-2 in the next 3. Look out for Tampa. You're underestimating them. He picks Tampa to win. I mean, that is where his heart gets involved at the end of the week. And
Let me wait. You know, Sean, I'm right here.
Okay.
You can just talk to me.
All right. Well,
you realize that, right?
Well, let me answer one thing, and I'll let you and Sean battle it out. Sean, obviously, it was a rare day off in the fall for me because I was at a wedding. I would have echoed the sentiment that this was a scheduled loss, meaning you're going on the road against a team who's off a bye. You've been crushing people. I thought it was going to be a very competitive game. So if you want to make fun of Rico, you can make fun of me too.
I'm not making fun. Let's get that straight. Rico, I'm not trying to upset you or anything. There's a lot of guys like you. I have good friends that are just like you. I think that there's a lot of damage has been done. And when I see guys like you, so next week, are you going to pick Baltimore? And when we get there, when your heart gets involved, if you start picking the Lions, then I know we got a real movement. Then I know if guys like you can get on board.
Sean, here's the thing. When I pick games, especially for the Lions, it's not heart. I use my head, I use numbers, I use logistics, and I back those things up. Now, the Lions, as I said, went down there and played a game much better than I thought. But, yeah, this felt like a game where if you were going to lose, it was going to be this game in Tampa. That's not a shot at the Lions. It's you're not going to win every game.
Did you pick them against Green Bay?
Yes.
Yeah, they were going to against.
Did.
Yeah.
Did you?
I don't know. I'm also the same. Wait, Sean. I'm also the same guy that told you were going to walk in and destroy Carolina a week before it happened, and people told me to pump the brakes.
BOGO tickets.
I just.
But we're not going to talk about that. Okay, I'm sorry. That ruins your narrative. Go ahead.
I think you're a heartbroken Lions guy, and I want to see you fully get on the bandwagon. That's what I want to see. Then I know we got a real.
Can we do this? Okay, but Sean, let me just
go ahead,
something.
Rico. Floor's yours.
See, this is why it's people like Sean that make it so difficult. Like you can't give them praise because Sean is so busy. But you said this years ago. Yeah, your team was hot garbage. So yes, I've often said when this team does something, I'll give you praise. You're doing stuff. The Tampa game, yeah, I thought that Tampa was going to win. It's not a knock against you.
You're going to play 17 games in the National Football League, and even the best teams are going to lose 4 or 5, okay? So the whole point is you can't
tell me I'm pretty and tell me I'm special every week.
Okay, and if that's what fans want, great. I guess my point is I don't take it as disrespect if you viewed going on the road against a first-place team off a bye with a very aggressive defense,
right,
that you'd say, hey, we're going to be in for one today, and we're going to have to survive it. Or, God forbid, I mean, what was the line in Vegas? 3?
Yeah.
I don't take that as disrespect.
No. But if you don't tell, like some Lions fans, if you don't tell them they're pretty and they're going to win every game, well, you said this. I did.
Up next.
It's your heart.
Up next, you're not going to go 16.
Yeah, I don't bet the Lions
and
with my
okay.
heart because that would mean I don't care enough.
Okay. You know what? It's fine.
It's all right. It's okay.
You're going to be all right. 248-539.
It's fans like that make it so hard to say nice things about this team because it's like
you just keep it moving.
You guys, all right.
Just say nice. It's okay. Relax. College football. If you're a Wolverine, you have college football. If you're a Spartan, you're just mumbling alone in a room to yourself. Old Nation.
Hey, they're number 4 in basketball.
It's officially basketball season.
And they got Richardson's kids.
Old Nation Brewing is officially the beer of basketball fans for my purposes. It's Midnight Madness. Old Nation, a fan favorite. Full lineup of great beers. Untapped, best regional breweries, top 15. No other Michigan brewery made the list. Guys, whether you got a great football team, a great basketball team, Old Nation's got you covered. Grab some beer from Old Nation Brewing Company wherever you buy yours. Check them out at oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so – everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'd be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
Whatever.
so be it. I have a feeling he'll do the Mike Mussina route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people like Rieger like get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
All right, shortest break in the history of radio, and we're back. Let's go to Hatchet for some of the ticket texts. I didn't even finish the first sentence I was listening to from Rico, and we're back.
That was
Finish that thought next break.
I will definitely do that.
That was more than a game manager's victory. Goff said, I am the offense yesterday and was flawless. It was good to see.
Look, I don't want to go after somebody who's not here.
I do.
But everything that I say, I can pick up the phone and say, but we got into this conversation like he's the guy. And I don't know what some fans are waiting for because it's like, well, you got to wait on Hendon Hooker. No, I don't. You're winning. That counts. That's the only stat that matters. I don't care what he did against Alabama a couple of years ago. Jared Goff, without a running game, being pressured against a Todd Bowles defense, got it done and made it look easy doing it. He just went out there, got the ball to different receivers, whoever was open, moved the chains. That's what you want to see in the NFL. He's your guy.
If I told you were going on the road to Tampa off a bye week and Jared Goff had to throw it 44 times, you'd tell me they lost the game.
Yeah.
They blew the doors off this team. 20-6 may as well have been a 50-6. Tampa, they could have played that game for 24 hours straight, like the Le Mans, like the race around the track, 24 hours of Le Mans. Tampa was never beating you, ever.
No.
Play the year, line up, play the game again. They're not beating you. Jared Goff, that is as close to perfect as you're going to get. 30 of 44 for 353, 2 touchdowns, no picks, and really no turnover-worthy plays. No. He just did it and did it right. It was awesome.
But here's the thing. You know what you're not going to get? Like watching Josh Allen last night against your Giants. He's not going to scramble and break a tackle and go to the left and throw it to the right. And that's what some fans need. You know what you should need? At the end of the game, he's holding up the game ball in the locker room saying, guys, win on 3. Win.
You just had to do that, didn't you?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay. I won't even take it personal.
You know what? Yeah, it's a payback.
All right, that's fair. DJ's up next, 97.1. What's up, DJ?
What up, though, Money Mike? You all right?
I'm great, man. Let's party. What do we got?
I am too, dog. It is a great day to be a Lions fan. Oh, that would go with the drop.
I didn't do it.
It's just I'm from the D, dog. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's a little our lingo. So look, check this out, man. I am ecstatic that the national media and guys who are supposed to know everything about sports are finally giving it up for Dan Campbell because they mocked him when he said the kneecap thing and blah, blah, blah. But they're full circling, and they admitted, Mike, that's exactly what you're seeing. You're seeing a team that literally comes into any gym, any field, anywhere, and they literally try to knock you the hell out.
Mm-hmm.
They have literally taken on his mentality. That's why we have all these backup guys and reserves that are coming in doing the same thing because guess what? That's what he's established in practice. That's the culture he's built. This is how we're going to play. You on the team, we're going to bring it. And I love it. I absolutely love it.
No, and listen, I think the other angle too, DJ, you're seeing it, is the guys that used to start for you are now backups. It's the ultimate validation of roster improvement because now those players you used to hate when they were starters for you and they stink, I can call upon them in spots and they can help me.
And you know what, DJ, I will also say they've taken guys who we all thought were just going to be a Band-Aid and soon out of here, Jared Goff, Alex Anzalone, and they've turned them into something where you got to sit back and be like, wow, these two guys are not the same guys that I thought they were 2 years ago.
So check this out. Not to cut you off real quick, Rico. Check this out, man. playing team sports my entire life, except for the pro level, obviously, I'm telling you, I've been in those situations where a new kid would come to our school when I was in high school and college and might have been soft as water. But when we were in college and high school, we didn't play no fouls. So by the time he walked out that gym with us, guess what he was doing? So a lot of those players are adapting what he said. So you're seeing those guys that we was like with the old coaching regime. It's like, dude, either y'all going to play like this or you ain't playing. So that's what you're seeing. You're seeing his toughness. I clearly could see it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching the game. I'm looking at the hit. Was it Reynolds that sprung the block? I'm like, wow. And then he tiptoes down the sideline, and that should have just been, a catch for about 7-8 yards. That was a touchdown. You needed that touchdown because touchdowns were at a premium. That's what I said. That's why, DJ, it felt like a playoff game because it wasn't a ton of scoring. It was more of a battle of attrition and field position. But when you had your opportunity to score, you took advantage of it.
Let's go over to Eddie, 97.1. Ed, what's going on, buddy? Eddie?
Ed.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Hello, Edward. What's going on?
I just sum it up in one 3-letter word: fun. I'm having fun. That's it. I mean, can it get any better than this?
Yes, it can.
But you're on the road, Ed, for even more fun and even more fun. Right. And each week is going to top. How it used to feel when it was just like, oh, what else could happen? Now you look forward to Sundays like, yeah, what's going to happen this week?
The reality is now, for another week, you're going to play arguably the game of the week in the National Football League. You are going to be at the center point of it. It's you at Baltimore. It's a tough test. This is what you wait for. This is why it's fun.
Well, all I know is I'm enjoying it, and
we've established that.
I think I want to buy some season tickets next year if they offer them. So.
Breaking news, Ed wants to buy season tickets.
Good luck. You know what? I can understand that.
Probably
Team's
too late.
Team's pretty good.
Kenny. That's one. All right, let's go
over
to Kurt.
Ed is still celebrating the victory.
Nope, that's on Kenny.
Kenny, that's one.
Kenny, I tried.
Let's go to Kurt, 97.1.
Go Dogs.
What's up, Kurt? How are you?
Is it too soon to have the conversation about Jared Goff being in the conversation for league MVP? I know it's only been 6 games. It's top 5 in yards, top 5 in touchdowns, top 5 completion percentage. And maybe I'm a little too quick on this. Maybe I'm a little too excited, but I'm just getting that feeling like you talked about that's different, where I'm looking at this quarterback going, I'm not worried if we have the quarterback. I'm thinking we got the quarterback and maybe a little something extra. I don't know what you guys are thinking. Maybe you need to talk me off the ledge here, but I'm getting very excited.
No. Here's how I'd answer it. Do you want to have the conversation in Detroit or do you want to have it nationally? In Detroit,
let's go nationally.
All right, nationally, win the next 2, hit the bye week at 7-1, and you're the story in the league. Goff presumably would play a critical role in both of the upcoming wins, and you would be flirting with discussion of the 1 seed in the NFC. Kurt, I think we're a couple weeks from what you're talking about, but I don't have a problem with it locally.
See, Kurt, I think locally you can say that. Nationally, I think the problem is I don't know if he's going to have that game that everybody says, like this game will probably be it. And if he's not already in a discussion after the Bucs game, you don't have too many more future games where you're going to take on the Eagles and outduel.
Don't need to.
No, but I'm saying nationally.
Yeah, but wins.
To get that.
Wins is all that matters.
No, wins helps. But when you see, wait.
Yeah, but if he's got the Detroit Lions at 11-2,
right,
you are the story. I don't care who you're playing.
You're the story, but the MVP, are you the star?
Listen.
Nationally, and please don't get me wrong.
If I got to listen to Joel Klatt pimp a quarterback who throws 15 times a game and plays no one, then I can have Jared Goff throw 44 times and plays no one.
But just like that, Michigan's a name brand. The Lions are still not the name brand yet.
2 weeks away, Kurt.
I will tell you, though, Brad Holmes, though, needs to get on the phone, because if he does get that point, that contract's going to get way too high. He's got a sweet deal going right now. If he gets to that level, you better watch out.
See, I think Brad Holmes has got to get on the phone for a different reason. And I know it's a little early to say this. I understand it's only October 16th, but 2 weeks from today is trade deadline day. And I do not find a scenario where you're not buyers, where it's not F them picks and doing things that are punitive to your future, but do I think the Lions need to be canvassing the league to get better? Look, the Niners got better. They went out and got Randy Gregory.
But I'm saying maybe because of where you're at and looking at this remaining schedule that you do get a little irresponsible and F these picks. And Mike, we know the NFL.
Who's the player? So you got to have a name before you say F them picks. And I don't have that player.
You got to wait to see. No. You got to see what teams just say, you know what, we're tapping out. But I wouldn't be afraid to go after somebody. Like I was hoping that the Rams would just tank. Because at that point, Aaron Donald, pay him what you want, give it to Rams, and let's move on.
If you wanted me to target two positions of need, it'd be corner and it would be an edge rusher. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all I need. James Houston's out through probably November 10th, November 15th. Aiden can't do it alone. Look, and then Danielle Hunter's in a contract here. Will Minnesota do business with you? I don't know.
And Brian Burns is a name that I would try to see.
We'll see. Corner-wise, I don't have any great names for you yet. But 2 weeks from today, I want him on the phone. Because I believe they're going to win this division. I think they're in competition for home playoff games.
I don't think you got to go crazy with a corner because I think you'll get Branch back. You'll get pieces back.
Yeah,
so
but Mosley's
you want to
dead.
You want to.
Now you're one tweak away from Jerry Jacobs being your lead corner.
Hey,
how long can that last?
Not in my world, it doesn't.
Well, because the funny thing about that, because people are like, well, Jacobs, look at all the interceptions, guys. When they throw at you a lot, that means they don't respect you. I don't.
Such a hater.
That's not hating. That's just facts.
Reality. 248-539-9797. It is October. It is the month of giving. It is football season, which means pizza for charity. That's Hungry Howies. A portion of the proceeds this month go towards the National Breast Cancer Foundation in their quest to raise $5 million. Every pizza you order from Hungry Howies, a portion of the proceeds goes to a great cause. So whether you're sitting alone in your room mumbling to yourself after losing to Rutgers, or if you're Michigan drilling another opponent 52-7.
Wait, who lost to Rutgers? Somebody played them?
I don't know who you're talking about.
I don't know
Either way, Hungry Howies is there for you. Eat your feelings, good or bad. It's Hungry Howies, the month of giving. Order some pizza, help some people out. National Breast Cancer Foundation. It's Hungry Howies. All right, we have got tons of people wanting to talk Lions, rightfully so. Rico has a take at 3 because it has to do with you have the best record in the league. And what is the appropriate level of dreaming going on right now? We'll get to it in about 10 minutes. We'll get to your phone calls. David, ticket text for the first time today. What do the people have to say?
I am so on the train that I spent $200 at the NFL store on gear yesterday because I have outgrown my Lions gear. I need new ones. Nick at work. Someone says Tampa Bay on a bye, and Detroit took the stadium over. Rico is right. This was the best game this year on both sides of the ball. Special teams was average, though. That was the only negative. That is Eric and Roy Lowe.
Listen, it's a lot like what San Francisco went through yesterday. That's a scheduled loss. Mm-hmm. You know, you go to a good team on the road off a bye, and you've been hammering people. Generally speaking, that's kind of a league game. That's not about picking against or you're a hater. No, it's called we live in reality.
Yeah.
To go and win that game in the fashion you did is incredibly impressive.
And then I also like the fact the coaching staff, Dan Campbell in particular, play smart. Gambling Dan wasn't there. He valued every possession, used his punter, and said, I'm going to pin you deep because my defense is playing so well, I'm not going to put them in a bad spot. I'm going to put you in that spot.
Someone says something about this feels like the 06 Tigers to me.
It's a movement.
Oof.
No, David, you don't have to run from that. I mean, I think is it a little early to comp it directly to that? Probably. However, sports, weird things happen, right? You get teams out of nowhere who go on and do unbelievable things. And if we could predict it, we wouldn't work for a living. Sometimes it all just comes together at the right time, and it's the right group, and it's the right quarterback, the right play. The NFL, how many times have we seen it, Rico? Teams go worst to first.
Yeah.
Or teams,
every
kind of
year
stumble into the playoffs, then they get hot and win it all. The point is, you have every right to go, hey, is this really happening? Now, I think you're a couple weeks away from having to get on board with that. I mean, obviously, at Baltimore, home for the Raiders on a Monday night, bye week at Los Angeles Chargers. I look at the next 3 games. You go 2-1, and you're sitting there at 7-2 after 9 games. And we look at the rest of the slate, and how many of those games are you going to be underdogs in? Very few.
None.
So it's the point of still work to be done, but that was a big first step yesterday. Average teams don't go and do what you did yesterday in Tampa. It's just not how the NFL works.
No, it's definitely something different about this team. It is.
David.
Someone says, I believe, and at halftime, I went on my work's website and took the day after the Super Bowl off.
Okay.
Cal in Chesterfield.
Now we're getting a little far. All right, we'll get to your calls in a minute, and Rico with the seeding du jour. Let's go on the board briefly. Well, people, it's too late for me to offer you the first bet I made all week, which was Michigan laying 23.
It's now moved.
It has moved a lot, and I can't recommend it. But the point, well, you know what? Yes, I can. Go ahead and just bet Michigan anything up to 30.
I was about to say, what is it, 24.5?
24.5. I got it at 23. And look, is it an emotional hedge? I guess. I don't really care at this point. But I think Michigan's got something to the tune of 52-7 written all over it. I don't have a play on tonight's game. It would force me to bet on Mike McCarthy. I don't want to do that. And I can't trust Brandon Staley.
Give it to me.
You have a...
I guess.
Okay, so I'm not going to offer you anything. I gave you a 7-4 week in college and a 4-2 week in the pros. I did my job for you. Cash ticket, rate, review, subscribe.
I did my job.
I did my job. So Rico is going to give you a Monday night teaser pleaser here.
I am a CeeDee Lamb, Austin Eckler, each to score an anytime touchdown at plus 254.
It sounds so easy, doesn't it?
You just don't need him to get hurt the way Debo got hurt in mine yesterday.
Noted. David, what do you have for the... Or Kenny, I'm sorry.
Or make sure Kenny doesn't say, all we need is one guy to go down.
That was the ultimate jinx. Nobody could have saw that coming.
Go ahead, Kenny.
I have tonight on the ice the Washington Capitals at home plus 106 on the money line. You have a returning Stanley Cup champion goaltender Darcy Kemper, and obviously it's Alex Ovechkin at home. So I like the Caps on the money line.
Kenny, are you finding it difficult to bet the games early with lack of data? Or
Yes,
are you comfortable
very much so.
So you're okay.
These are all kind of like sprinkles. These aren't I'm throwing my whole, bankroll at.
No, you're feeling your way around
Right.
in the dark a little bit.
I'll know more in a couple of weeks for sure. A week
got
from
you.
now, maybe it'll be a little bit more data points that I can look at.
No, and listen, I think it's the part I'm fascinated with hockey. Like football, after 6 to 8 weeks, you can begin not only having data points, but you can start to play spots or situations. Like we handed out Pittsburgh getting 7.5 hosting Louisville, and you're like, why would you do that? Pitt's god awful. Louisville emotional high, on
You
the
nailed that
road,
one.
Pitt off a bye, QB change. You just do it.
And certain teams are really streaky. Like Seattle was hitting all the overs for a while last year, if you remember that.
They
Then
were a
we
bit of a
started betting
honeypot.
them. Yeah, 100%.
Listen, you want a letdown spot in college. Rico might even agree with this. You might have to take the 30 with Arizona State traveling to UW. Why? You can't match what UW just did. One of the biggest wins in recent school history. Here comes the Sun Devils. 30's a hell of a number.
I agree. Yeah, and I should have listened to you for that whole. You said that Louisville was going to fall flat on their face. I didn't believe in the Nard dog.
It doesn't always work, but it's a decent indicator.
But hey, yeah.
The Nard dog.
UW. I hit the portal, man. Go Huskies.
I respect that. David, go.
Yeah, simple enough for this Monday night football game tonight. CeeDee Lamb didn't necessarily complain about not getting the ball in their last game, but he didn't like not getting the ball in the last game. So I'm going to go plus 150 for any time touchdown from CeeDee Lamb.
It's a lot like the Steph Diggs props for last night. You felt like, all right, well, Diggs bitched and moaned and pitched a fit in London. They're going to get him the ball. Next thing you know, he's got 11 catches, 100 yards. I mean, there was a pathway there. Here, you want the rat line of the week in college? And then we'll move along. Clemson laying 3.5 at Miami. Huh? A team that looked like they quit last week? They're only catching 3.5 at home?
That is rat.
Be careful. That is stinky. Stinky. I'm just saying, I'm not ready to put that on the board. I just wanted to throw it out there.
You know what? We'll do for tomorrow? The updated Heisman stuff, because hopefully you locked in on
It's Penix minus
early.
140. Everybody else, I think, is at least 10 to 1.
I told you a long time ago.
No, I don't
Lock
have
in
any
on
issue with
Penix.
it. Don't have any issue with it. All right. I'm still going to put Bowers there, provided he doesn't miss 6 games.
No, I think you don't want to
You might not want to do that.
No, I'm saying about voting. Is the sprain
No.
an ACL?
No, we're telling you, you don't want to do it.
that. He's going to be out for a while.
Okay. That's what I said.
News just came out.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I'm not betting it.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying
Okay,
as a
all right.
Heisman voter,
Oh.
if he missed 2 games, I can get by it. If he misses the next 6, I can't send him to New York.
Yeah, I couldn't have the pups just being homeless, so I had to stop you.
Noted.
You made that bet.
248. That's on the board. All right, tonight, Monday Night Football, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 wager. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. You've been thinking about joining FanDuel, no better time. I mean, whether it's the sides and totals the way I do it, the player props like Rico does, FanDuel's got more markets to play than anyone. FanDuel.com/ticket. Enjoy the NFL with the best sports book and the official partner of the NFL, FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10.
My
first
skills have
deposit
eroded
required.
over the years
Bonus
for
issue.
sure because I just
Non-withdrawable
don't
bonus
play
bets that
anymore.
expire
But
7
there was
days
nothing
after
more
receipt.
embarrassing than when I
Restrictions
stood it
apply.
up to
See
play in a
terms,
charity event
sportsbook.com. Gambling problem 1-800.
to raise money
70717.
for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one. Good afternoon. We're brought to you by Mother Waddles. Lines open at 2.5-point underdog, visiting 3-2 Baltimore on Sunday. Of concern, the ribs of one running back, David Montgomery. More tests being done today. He injured him yesterday's when he is expected to miss some time. Presumptive heir to the position, Craig Reynolds, a career average of 4.1 yards per carry over 22 games. Montgomery's also averaged 4.1 per carry this year. Lions have won 4 straight by double digits for the first time since 1991. Lines review today, 5:45, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Then it's the 1-1 Red Wings visiting Columbus tonight. That begins at the pregame at 6:45. Saturday night, it's unbeaten Michigan at 2-4 Michigan State. That begins at 7:30 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan a 24-point favorite. Inside Michigan football tonight at 7 p.m. on our brother station,
And of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out
WJ.
because,
Michigan
like
State number
Verlander
4 in the
celebrated,
preseason top
Cody Rieger, he's
25
going into
men's
the Hall of
college
Fame
hoops poll. Kansas number 1, followed by
He
Duke
is
and
so-
Purdue.
everybody has their weird
Illinois,
things.
the only
He's so
other Big
paranoid
Ten
about
team
that.
to be ranked.
It's not going to
number
impact me
25.
one way or another what
At
the
the Ticket
cap
Update
is when he
desk,
goes
I'm Jeff
in. It doesn't-
Lesson from
they don't like Men in
97.1 The
Black
Ticket on
mind erase your
Odyssey.com.
memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened. You
Right.
don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
Whatever.
so be it. I have a feeling he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people
not
like
at all.
Rieger like get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
What's going on, Rocco? Rocco Beard?
Yeah.
Is that your Italian counterpart?
Hey, Costa's father called in the show and offered to buy Jimmy cookies. Wanted to know what flavor he liked. It got creepy, Mike. Oh, by the way,
I leave for one day and it all falls apart. What?
Yeah, not good news for Kenny. Looks like Brock Bowers is likely out for the rest of the regular season. So hopefully they're
Now,
hoping
hold
he'll
on.
be back for them.
And just briefly, because this isn't Georgia radio and this is the Lions day. When they do this, am I wrong to just go, you know what, he's out for the year? Colleges seem to play this game where, like, remember Jackson Smith and Jigba? They just kept moving the deadline. What do you mean the regular season? There's only a week between the end of the regular season and the SEC title game.
He's having something called tightrope surgery.
Oh, that's what Cedric Tillman had, the Tennessee wide receiver.
Yeah.
They basically, they like tie a string from your ankle.
It's to improve the high ankle sprain. That he
Yeah.
had. So,
And
yeah.
Tillman ended up missing, I think it was it 6 weeks? I'd have to go back and look, but he had this procedure last year.
So they're hoping he'll be back for the SEC championship game. And then
Okay.
for the play. Or, you know what? Just hold him out to the playoffs. So,
Okay, noted. All right. Well, Kenny, at least you have a season. Or you could be MSU. You could just lay down on the train tracks and wait for imminent doom. I mean, that's kind of what we do.
But you know what? If you do that, if you're MSU, you probably lay down on the wrong train tracks.
Truth. And you've stopped caring. You just don't care.
Hey, it's these tracks. You know what? Screw it.
Well, we'll get to it, but hey, shout out 52-3 downloading. You wanted to talk seeding. Lions are 5-1, Niners 5-1, Eagles 5-1.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, one of the most impressive line wins of the last quarter century. 0 smarm. Going on the road against a team off a bye who's in first place and dump trucking them. That's big time. Yeah. So, with that in mind, you wanted to bring up dreaming a little bit.
Well, here's what happened. Because yesterday was the perfect storm for the Lions. Because all of a sudden, before the game even happened, the Niners lose because Moody misses a field goal. Everybody goes down.
You just hate to see it.
And they lose to the Cleveland Browns and P.J. Walker. And it's like, wow, okay, didn't see that coming. And then later in the day.
It's almost like Purdy's not very good.
Do you want me to do this?
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. I owed you for the Giants cheap shot.
No, you started with you gave me a Purdy shot first.
I don't know what we're talking
So that means I owe you one.
I don't remember.
Then later in the day, the Eagles looking as if all they have to do is run out the clock against the Jets. Jalen Hurts throws a pick. The Eagles are now losing. So now the Lions are sitting there at 5-1 with the Niners and the Eagles. So I'm like, okay, let's see who these teams have on their schedule. Mike, I'm looking at this. If the Lions can go to Baltimore, and now you're going to go up against a mobile QB, which has been an Achilles heel for the defense. But Baltimore is beatable. They're not like, oh my God. I was more worried about Tampa than I am Baltimore. The Lions, if I look at this correctly, only have Baltimore, the Chargers, and Dallas as winning teams left on their schedule.
Sounds right.
3. I look at Philly's remaining schedule. Philly has Miami at home, Dallas at home, at Kansas City, Buffalo at home, 49ers at home, at Dallas, at Seattle.
You just hate to see it.
The Niners, Cincinnati at home, at Jacksonville, Tampa at home, at Seattle, at Philly, Seattle at home, Baltimore, and the Rams at home.
Kenny, you just hate to see it.
Do you know what this tells me?
Tell us all.
You're playing a MAC level schedule. Not your fault. You play the teams on your schedule. It's not your fault that the Bears are going to be out there with a emergency QB when you
Bobby
play them.
Badgett or whatever.
You beat Baltimore.
That was bad.
You're the betting favorite for the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Home field throughout. You get to start in a bye week. And guess what? You only have to play one of either Philly or San Francisco, not both. So you handle your business in Baltimore.
Say it.
You're the number 1 seed. You're the best team in the NFC.
Now, he's not wrong. I just don't know that he's right. David, I'm looking at you when I say this. I'm not ready to go to the place he's going until or unless we're sitting here. If you all of a sudden, if you can beat one of Baltimore or the Chargers and take care of your business against the Raiders, if you're 7-2 after 9 weeks, and the only thing on that runway where I think, hey, there's a chance you're a dog is Dallas, I'm willing to go there. But I want to see the next couple weeks first.
Well, you know what?
But here's what I am. Here's my declaration. You're not the only one who can be bold.
Okay.
You're number 2 in the NFC. The Eagles, while they are winning, are not right. Losing Shane Steichen, the OC, losing Jonathan Gannon, the DC. It matters. Replacing 6 starters on defense, primarily with young people. It matters. And you have the separator. If you take away Philly's ability to run the ball, Jalen Hurts turns into a pumpkin. You're the number 1 rush D in the league right now at 64 yards a game. I don't have a problem saying if you're a Lion fan, let's shoot for the 2 seed. You want to start talking about the rarefied air or going to Rico Beard 90210? Well, let's just take care of some business here.
Yeah, but
first.
Mike, the businesses simply don't have a letdown because, my goodness, Bears, Packers, Saints, Bears, Broncos, Vikings. Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sitting there looking at the Niners are saying, well, we got Tampa, Jacksonville, Seattle, Philly, Baltimore, Rams. A little different.
It is.
These things aren't the same.
No.
You win this game next week, I think you are in full the number 1 seed is in your hands. It's your destiny. The only thing you could do is screw it up.
He's handing out BOGOs. Now, I'm not ready to go there, but I dig it.
But I'm a hater. But
okay,
I look at the numbers.
You got to let that go.
Statistics.
You got to let that go.
Statistically speaking.
No, you have the recipe. You have an offensive line that will travel, will get the running backs healthy.
Right.
You have the number 1 rush defense in the league.
And your fans will take over Chicago. You will have about 70% Lions fans.
I was just about to say, the thing that separates you from the Niners and from Philly, you're not going to be an underdog in this division.
Mm-mm.
You've already pounded Green Bay at their place. You will not be an underdog to the Bears. You will not be an underdog to the Vikings. And you will not be an underdog to the Packs' return trip here. Meaning, I hate
5 wins.
Yeah, I hate saying it, but
say it.
It would really be disappointing if you don't go 6-0 in the division. It really would. And that's not something I could say normally.
And let's just say you mess around and you lose 1 to the Vikings. You see what the other teams have to play and you don't?
Correct. Listen, if you want to talk about the number 1 seed, you got to go 14-3. And I'm just not ready at 5-1 to go there, but I understand why you are, and you're not wrong.
Your schedule is teams with losing records.
Yeah, I need the next couple of weeks. Hey, look, if they hit the bye at 7-1, if they beat Baltimore this weekend, first of all, Monday night may as well be Mardi Gras. Monday night's going to be insane.
Well, you're not afraid of Brian Hoyer?
Monday night's going to be insane. But if you hit the bye at 7-1, I actually could move the timeline up. But I take it week by week, and I want to be 1-0 this week. We are on to Baltimore, Kenny.
Okay. The coupons are back next week.
That's fine. Hey, you want to offer BOGO? If you beat the Ravens, you beat the Raiders. So be it.
Okay.
But remember, something weird happens to teams when they get told how good they are. Handling success is every bit as difficult, if not more, than handling failure. Now, they don't look like the type of team that's going to get fat, drunk, and stupid.
No, I think they already had that moment, though, when they lost to Seattle. Because everybody for 10 days said, you just beat the Chiefs. Dan Campbell, where are you going? I'm going to Disney World.
248-539-9797. David, you're rubbing your beard. You're going crazy here. What's going on?
Because he doesn't want to say it. He doesn't want to.
Well, he doesn't have to. I want to know what he thinks of what you said.
You're exactly right, Rico. I don't want to say it. I really don't. But I'm leaning on your side of this. They are on the road for the number 1 seed. Granted, beat Baltimore, and you do this.
And we just traded for Deshaun Jackson, a.k.a. J-Mo.
Oh,
we're going to get 1 deep route a week, and we're going to be okay.
I just can't believe I'm there mentally with this team.
You don't need to be. David, so when I said, hey, win 2 of the next 3 and I'm there, you could take that approach. Or win your next 2 and just say, F it. We go to the bye week and party.
Well, I'm saying, but I said 2 of the next 3. I included the Tampa game.
The last week's game, Sunday's game, yeah.
So I'm saying,
I see.
You win this Ravens game, and I look at the remaining games on your schedule, looking at the Philly schedule and the Niners schedule, they got a gauntlet. You don't. All you have to do is keep everybody upright, everybody healthy. You're going to be the number 1 seed.
Yeah, and here's what's key. They have to play each other.
Right.
So somebody's getting another loss in there.
Guaranteed.
David, you just hate to see it.
Unless it's a tie.
You just hate to see it. Shameful. 248-539-9797. So we've set the table. Most impressive win I've seen in my 25 years here. They absolutely, this feels like a movement. It feels like a city turning a corner, a franchise turning a corner. You've got the seeding debate. We've got J-Mo making an impact. Like, pick whatever direction you want to go because it's all good. And you're 5-1, and you are now going to settle in for a week of conversation of this is the biggest game in the league. Lions in Baltimore is premium.
And I'm saying, everybody keeps saying it's different. It feels different because I'm looking at this schedule. It is different.
There it is.
You need to start believing.
Number 1 rush D in the league, 64 yards a game.
And if that's the case.
Now Lamar's got to beat me with his arm.
No, but see, Lamar, the Lamar challenge is when the mobile QB breaks containment on third down. Now, I don't expect their running game to do anything.
Anzalone's faster than Lamar in a straight line, 248.
Wow.
Just let me live. Okay. I don't want to hear any.
All
right, it's time. Go to Moran Buick GMC. Your schedule's packed this fall. The youth sports. Have you caught a whiff of Powers weekend?
No.
This guy's got a game 2:00 in the afternoon Saturday. He's got a Saturday night reception. He's got a Sunday morning. I go, Jimmy, at this point, go to Mexico, start a new life. I'll pay for the passport. You got to get out of here. But my point is, if your schedule...
Jamero Powers.
Right. If your schedule sounds like Jimmy's, go to Moran Buick GMC. Check out the new 2023 Acadia. 24 months, seating up to 7. Maybe you like the trucks. A Sierra 1500 from Moran. They got new stock arriving daily. MoranExpress.com. They got what you're looking for. And don't forget this weekend, tune in live. We're doing a college game day show Saturday. It was supposed to be a rivalry show, but who are we kidding? There is none. Tune in for that if you want a little college football while you're driving around in your Moran Buick GMC vehicle. It's MoranExpress.com, Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Call my friends over at Applebaum and Stone. They are here to help you. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved in every client. They'll handle the difficult insurance company so you can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, you actually get them. I know, right? They come to you and they'll get you the money you deserve. Pick up the phone, call Applebaum and Stone right now. 833-WINS-BIG. That's 833-WINS-BIG. Tell them Rico sent you.
All right, let's get to the people. Lions, the main dish, the appetizer, and the dessert. And it's exciting. This is what the NFL is supposed to be. And it feels bigger. It just feels, I don't want to say 06 Tigers like a texter did. I'm not there yet, but it feels like we are.
What will it take to get you there?
I think if they're 7-1 at the bye, or if they're 8-1 out of the bye, and you've won these road tests and you're the number 1 seed. I don't know. You know when you know.
I said 5-3. They've already hit 5-1. So
yeah, no, I hear you, and I'm not mad. Listen, the fans taking over stadiums and stuff.
That's so impressive.
It's awesome, and the way that they went and did that yesterday. And now look,
I mean, at the end of games when all the Bucs fans leave and the Lions fans come down to the bottom into the good seats, and you just look around there, and it's just like. That's a good feeling. You'll see that Saturday.
Yeah. Let's go to the people. See what everybody's got to say. We'll go to Steve, 97.1. What's up, Stevie?
What's up, guys? How you doing today?
Good, Stevie. What's on your mind?
Good. Well, I just got to say, get the siren ready, because after beating Tampa Bay, I got one thing to say. It's car flag season, baby. Car flag season.
Lions flag in the fall and a Wings flag in the spring. Let's do it.
Well, I mean, I was going to say, the way everyone stepped up to chip in to drag this team to a big victory, and the way he played this weekend, putting the team on his back when they needed it the most. I mean, guys, give it up for Alex DeBrincat this weekend, right?
That baby. Who says he's too short now?
I want to touch on some comments Amon Ra actually made about JMO and some numbers. But really quickly, I do want to say also, I'm a reformed Fire Campbell Goff guy. Before that, I was about to boycott the team until the win streak last year. I've been at Goff's my QB guy since the Green Bay game last year. I'm ready to expect a playoff win. A movement is going to be, if we win this game this weekend, I'm going to be drinking Monday, calling in like it's a Friday, because I'll be sipping on Kool-Aid all that Monday before that Raiders game. But if we go 2-1 these next 3 games, then we can talk a movement. But call Blake's. Apple Orchard's closed on Sundays for the time being. But as far as JMO, is it fair to cool it on the JMO concern talk? I know you guys were talking about that last week. I think this went a long way to improve that.
I think it's week to week for me. Yeah, I mean, Steve, listen, anytime he produces, I'm thrilled.
Right.
I gave you the comp on Deshaun Jackson because when you watch the games, you see the target share, and it's very difficult to imagine a week where JMO gets 7 or 8 targets. And when you look at his speed and you look at how they're going to use him, he feels like a deep threat guy.
Yeah.
And that's not an insult. It's just this is not the Carolina Panthers where Bryce Young's going to give him 10 targets a week.
And, Steve, I think it's one of those things you're going to know when you know. I mean, when you look at Josh Reynolds, you're like, yeah, this is one of our guys. With JMO, it's almost like Lions fans are trying to force him into being something that he's not quite there. I'm glad he caught a touchdown. But I can't sit here and celebrate you because you caught a touchdown. That's your job. That's what you're supposed to do. I think over time, he's going to show you, hopefully, that he can become a part of this offense. But I look at other people, and I'm like, yeah, they fit this thing. JMO, he still feels like an outsider to me with this offense.
I agree. You don't want to force him in. But that being said, I was really encouraged by a lot of the social media content with his body language, a lot of the reactions from the fellow players.
Yeah.
And even, if I recall, Campbell's comments were very encouraging. So I think we're on the right path.
I think it was big for him to catch the touchdown and have something to feel good about.
Especially after the drop.
That's, Steve, it's, what was the quote leading in by Ben Johnson? JMO needs to stack good days. He's got to stack good things happening to him for all of us to get comfortable. Now, the touchdown was a big bounce back because that drop I can only imagine what was going on in social media.
What does that say? What does that say about Goff? How Goff feels about him going right back to him, which was very impressive.
Well, and again, you're going to get man cover where a safety ends up on you.
He
That's
made
an
the adjustment
automatic
in the
throw
air.
by Goff. And Steve, call it what it is. It's not the easiest catch in the world. It
was a very impressive.
He got it done.
Way to spin his body.
But now it's like, all right, it's a new week. I need a good week of practice. I got to stack good days. I got to go on the road. How about no drops next week? How about, be involved. Your turn at the plate is going to come. And then we'll all feel good.
When you say that, I think we are starting to see a little bit of it. I'm very hopeful. I have some optimism.
Same.
There were two concerns that I did have. Now, one of them may not matter now that we're talking about stacking good things on top of the other. One thing I saw from Sports Illustrated, looks like he had fewer snaps and a snap percentage as opposed to last week. Maybe that doesn't matter all that much. But there was a quote, I think it was in Free, where can't remember the outlet. But Amon-Ra was mentioning how, they want him to succeed, all that, yada, yada, yada. But on the sideline, apparently he had mentioned that, I haven't had a target yet. And Amon-Ra told him, hey, don't worry, your time is going to come. And when it does come, you're going to make the most of it. Well, that he did, but it still does concern me a little bit with that quote being published. If it's correct that, he's getting that sense of frustration.
And Steve, ultimately,
what does it say about the culture of the team by just galvanizing around him and Amon-Ra just leading the way?
That's the whole key. That's the whole key is they want everyone to succeed because everyone knows when you're called, you got to make a play.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Craig Reynolds yesterday out of nowhere.
Yep. We don't have any other running back. You're the guy. Okay.
Look, J-Mo's going to have to be comfortable being the fourth option.
Yeah.
And if he's not, they'll find somewhere else he can go.
Yeah.
Because if he thinks he's going to get, look, Amon-Ra, spoken for. Laporta, spoken for. Reynolds, spoken for. And assuming Gibbs gets back, spoken for. You're not going to get a huge target share. It's not going to happen.
Right. I mean, I know guys want this thing to happen so badly, and I would simply say it has to happen naturally. You'll know when you're like, yeah, he's here. He's a part of this lineup, and he's going to help this team win. When I look at Josh Reynolds, he was kind of a throw-in player. Not anymore. This guy goes out there and makes plays. Whether you like it or not, he may not be a household name throughout the league, but you know him here in Detroit.
That's right. That's right. No. Said it all. He's done it all. He's Rico Beard. It's tremendous. Let's go over to Andrew, 97.1. What's up, Andrew? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? How we doing today?
Excellent.
So I feel like Bill Murray and Groundhog Day from the last time I talked to you guys about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Just watch our school embarrass us in another way on Saturday, and then we get a nice chaser from the Lions on Sunday.
Let me say this before you get into your call. I want you to understand something, and maybe it makes me a bad person. At this point in time, if what Michigan State does bothers you, that's a you problem, not a me problem. Season's been over. Mel Tucker made sure the season was over. And there's nothing left to do but end the season.
Andrew, I will simply say this. After Saturday, the season is now over because you have no hope to even making a bowl game. So now, go ahead and cash your chips. Go do something else. We got plenty of lovely apple orchards in this state of Michigan, in the Metro Detroit area. Do that on Saturday.
Well, I'm watching my team chase a Pac-12 title.
Oh, my team.
I'm a Beaver for the fall.
Oh,
Andrew.
okay. You know what? And hey, we're going to have a bet when the Cougars.
I'm going to take online PhD classes at OSU. It's going to be exciting. Oregon State.
UW.
So what do you got on the Leos, Andrew?
All right, so you guys keep saying that it feels different, right?
Yeah.
I figured out why. I'm watching that game yesterday. I didn't feel a shred of worry the entire time. Oh, Monty's out. Run game's cashed. Sure, we're going to shoot Craig Reynolds out of a cannon and take out half your secondary on an Amon-Ra, on Amon-Ra's TD. Oh, we don't have a run game? Jared's going to throw 20-yard darts in a triple coverage without an issue. No worry there at all. And we go 7-minute drive in the fourth quarter, and Dan Campbell, like we talked about 2 weeks ago, he's just doing it right. We're going to pin you guys on the 2. Try us. Go ahead and try it. We'll see.
And that was the smartest thing to me.
We should have won by 50, but I was never worried.
Yeah, but the thing is, Andrew, I was a little bit, only because
What?
Football's a game of inches, and Baker was just like that first interception. Thank God the ball was tipped because that was a touchdown going the other way.
Oh, Mike Evans?
Mike Evans was 20 yards behind the secondary. You saw the safeties kind of looking at each other like, I thought you had him. No, I thought you had him.
And they passed him off to Casper the Ghost.
Right.
Yeah.
So there were things that you're like, okay, you could still work on that, but you shook it off. You made your adjustments. You caught all the breaks. And you're making your own breaks. You're not even catching breaks. You're making your breaks.
You're getting a taste of what Rico deals with weekly, which is privilege.
Oh, well, not anymore.
Oh, I love
Because
it.
you're going to be the number one seed.
You just hate to see it.
But the good news is I can go down to Ford Field to watch a playoff game.
That's right.
So
how long have I been saying you're winning this division? You're hosting a home playoff game.
Hey, hold on. Mike, you're right.
No. That's not why. I'm saying
let's
we're
give it
on
up to
track.
Michael Valenti.
No, I don't need that. I don't. That's not.
No. Seriously, you've been saying that all summer long.
So which week are they hosting? Are they going to be hosting not the wild card, right? Because they won't be playing in the wild card.
David, they're number one. They're host NFC Championship game.
No.
Lions, Niners here.
No.
Lions, Niners, the battle, that Purdy, Goff. There you have it.
Divisional round. You're hosting the Eagles. No. You're the 2 seed.
Nah.
Come on. Let's go.
You get the week off, and you watch the Niners and Eagles knock each other out.
All right, well, I can go with that, too. 248-539-9797. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. And you know what else isn't for debate? Harlan Barnett's an idiot. Wait, that's an editorial. It's the eco-friendly, most comfortable mattress.
Ross online, too.
Yeah, the iComfort Eco by Serta. Oh boy, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored, or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so, everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't, they don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
Whatever.
so be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here. And people like Rieger like get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
And this update sponsored by Cars for Kids. X-rays negative on the ribs of Lions running back David Montgomery, but he is expected to miss some time. Lions open as a 2.5-point underdog at 3-2 Baltimore on Sunday. Don't forget Lions Review tonight, 5:45 here on 97 Win the Ticket, followed by Red Wing Hockey. 101 Wings visiting Columbus tonight. Our broadcast starts at 6:45. Unbeaten in 2-4 Michigan State Saturday night. Michigan is, 23-25, 25-point fade over MSU Saturday night. Kickoff at 7:30 from Spartans Stadium. Inside Michigan football tonight at 7 on our brother station, AM 950 WWJ. Michigan State number 4 in the preseason top 25 men's college basketball poll. Kansas number 1, followed by Duke and Purdue. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Thank you, Kenny, for yelling at us as we were having a very meaningful conversation with management in the hallway, and Kenny just comes out, belches, may I add, and then goes, coming back. I mean, professionalism. Look it up. David, ticket text, we get to the people, we get to a football today, and then we just continue because the Lions are rightfully story 1, 2, 3, and 4 on a Monday.
The ride that is the Detroit Lions.
This team is going 14-3, losing to the Chargers and the Vikings once. Yes, number 1 seed. Here we come.
David, I can't sit here and say that person is wrong. Now, here's the thing. You're going to do an early buy-in, but I think it's going to happen. Now, around week 10, 11, more people are going to say, hey, I think I'm looking right now at 5-1. There's not, barring a horrific injury, you're in.
We are number 1 in the NFL. I'm not saying that now. Even if we lose to the Ravens, I still stand behind my statement. Number 1 seed, here we come.
The problem with people's mentality here is we are in the Midwest. It is a college football crazy, college football centric area. When you lose in college, your season's over or somehow you're devalued. That's not how it works in the NFL. Yeah. You're going to have an inexplicable loss. You're going to have a scheduled loss, meaning the league and the way the schedule fell and who you're playing, when you play them, the bye weeks, the injury. Yeah. You have to just take it as the body of work outweighs the one result.
Yep.
Now, people with small brains, yes, it is, Jim. They take it as, well, we play a game, therefore winner of get. No. Oftentimes, you could play a game, you can lose it. And let's say it's between two good teams. And you watch the composition of said game. Team A would beat Team B 7 out of 10 times. It just didn't get it done on that day. Mm-hmm. I have a right to tell you I'd still take the other team the next go-around. So people with small brains,
I mean, think about it.
They can't understand that.
But you don't. And then again, all you need is enough games to get into the playoffs, and then look at what your Giants did to the 13-4 Vikings last year.
in Minnesota. They handle their business. But yes, you can lose a game. It's not a power ranking where all of a sudden you drop down to the 10th best team. I'm looking at your schedule. You don't have that many losses where the Niners and Eagles, they got a lot of games that they're going to be playing against teams with winning records on the road.
I'm just telling you, I'm not ready to go to 13 or 14. If they go to 12-5, that's a hell of an accomplishment.
And I need to, like I said, I need to see what's going to happen with Montgomery the same way I need to see what's going to happen with Christian McCaffrey.
And Brock Bowers.
You heard Jimmy. They don't need Brock Bowers.
That's that SEC arrogance at its finest. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, hey. Joseph.
Good. Hey, Mikey B, Rico as well, Michigan State grad. I just want to know, real quick, what do you think about the Iowa game? Rutgers. I cannot believe that this team has literally blown 2 games. I don't understand.
What do you mean?
Nobody understands.
No,
Joe.
no, I keenly understand. Joe,
I just don't understand. Being a ticket holder, I just don't understand how this can happen.
I'll tell you how.
I know you said.
I'll tell you how.
Not going to be the coach
because they are a poorly coached team by a collection of con artist grifters.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think that if Mel was the coach right now, we'd be 4-2 or
yes.
2-4?
I think if you have a head coach, you have the ability for someone to hold people accountable, for someone to play a role. Once you lose a head coach at the collegiate level, and most times at the professional level, you lose control of a room, of quality control of all of it. And even though Tuck was a below-average coach, to put that sock puppet, Harlan Barnett, whose headset's not even plugged in on the sidelines, that's criminal to those kids.
It is plugged in, but no. And what happens, unless you have a team that says, you know what, we really want this guy to be our next coach, and they play for him, it then becomes substitute teachers. And, Joe, we all know what happened when we had substitute teachers in grade school.
Right.
Okay?
Hey, Rico, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
When it comes down to, so Harlan was that much of a mismanaged compared to Mel Tucker. I remember you guys were telling me this year, right, that we were going to go 5-7 anyway. We'll be lucky to win one more game, right? I just want to know who we beating.
No one. You're going 2-10. Stop caring.
Yep.
Don't show up.
Right.
Don't sell your tickets to opposing fans, but just understand the season's over.
Joe, if you want to look at games where they could win, they have 3 games where they're 50-50.
You're a liar.
But you saw what?
Stop. That is a personal. No, it's targeting.
That's not targeting.
Hold on. Timeout on the field.
How's that targeting?
Targeting on Rico. You cannot attack that man. He is fragile. You hear it in his voice. Do not sell him. They have 3 games they could possibly win. Don't do it.
I can't.
Targeting.
Mike, it's not Michigan, Ohio State, or Penn State.
Emotional targeting. Rico Beard. What jersey number do you wear?
David.
Targeting on number 41, RL Beard, and he's been disqualified for the hour of the show.
What other games then?
Yeah, stop.
Minnesota.
No, okay, we're done.
Nebraska and Indiana.
Indiana's the only one I'll accept.
I just said that there are 3 games where they're 50-50.
Yeah.
How is that targeting? The last 2 games, they were 50-50. They were on the wrong side of the coin.
But Harlan Barnett just basically said that the team can't close. So if they can't close, you can't win these games.
David, I said there are 3 games where they're 50-50. Now, you can't go bowling. That's done. So there's 3 games where they can go 50-50, and maybe something happens that they win one more game this year.
No one cares. 2-10
okay,
doesn't matter.
The man, Joe, cares.
Oh, I know, but
Joe's
got to get a hobby. I'm going to buy Joe a puzzle. No, I'm going to buy him a beautiful fall foliage puzzle because it'll take him a few weeks to put it together.
It's difficult because it's your team, and you feel like, you know what? Not you.
Oh, all right.
But Joe is like, hey, I just want to know, can I see one more victory this year? And I'm saying, you got 3 games where you're 50-50, whether Mike wants to agree with me or not. You know what? Upon further review, there is no penalty. Play on. No targeting.
And I hope Michigan uses our stadium as a toilet this weekend.
Now, that probably won't happen.
No, and I hope they do.
No. and I think it's needed.
And I hope the boosters are ashamed
Because
to wear green out of the house.
You may need the public humiliation.
That's right.
To get people off their ass to do stuff.
I implore Jim Harbaugh to go for 2 at every turn.
I implore Jim Harbaugh to just be the ass that we think he can be.
I like that. Be the biggest ass you can be.
Right. Because here's the thing. Ohio State and Penn State won't
Shoot
do
for
this.
the stars.
Right.
Be the biggest ass you can be.
The more you know.
You know what? And as soon as you think it's enough, no.
Do
Pick
some
up
more.
the phone and you call Devin Gardner and say, hey, Devin, this next play's for you. We remember that game. We're going to run it up on them. They had -48. We're going to get -50. Their quarterback's jersey will be bloody.
Just let me know when you're done.
I'm sorry. Go
All
ahead.
right.
Tell them something.
NFL football, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Look, if you want to bet the rivalry game, Michigan is a value at 24.5 currently. FanDuel's got you covered. Value, spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. They got it all. More betting markets than anyone. College, pro, you name it. Rico's betting touchdown props for Middle Tennessee State. That's not a joke. By the way, they play tomorrow night against Liberty if you want to bet that wide receiver again. I don't remember his name. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off football the right way. The official partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-270-7117. All right, this is going to be exciting. We're going to get back to your calls in a second. Little college blitz, and I'm going to do my best Harlan Barnett imitation, which means I won't speak and I'll blankly stare into the sky.
I'm out, man.
Yuda. David, hit the music.
Enrico, that is where we will start. That's right. Washington cracks the top 5. This is their best ranking in 6 years. How good are their chances making the playoffs? And does Michael Penix land? Where does Michael Penix land on your Heisman board?
He's number 1 on my Heisman board. And yes, I do think that I think they probably would. Oregon State is probably their biggest challenge for the remainder of the season. And they're probably going to have to play Oregon again unless Oregon slips up. But yeah, Kenny, I see them in the college football playoffs. And Penix, as of right now, he's got my vote. And I think he's earned it. I mean, he had his Heisman moment, 2 throws to win it. His only problem, he scored too fast.
And you got to imagine if they end up in the playoffs, it's going to be because of
at that point, he's already won.
Right.
Yeah.
Notre Dame, big win for them, just blowing out USC. Can the Irish turn their year around? And did you see the video of the crowd storming and Caleb Williams, his kid, just getting right in Caleb Williams' face?
Getting a selfie?
Yeah, getting a selfie, talking trash, all the stuff.
It's unfortunate because that's when all of a sudden I love it when kids storm the field because your college kids usually have fun. But when you do that, you take it too far. And then if Caleb Williams punches the kid, oh, well, you can't do that. Like, son, go celebrate with your fans. Don't run up to the quarterback after he lost the game because that's how bad things happen. See the tunnel incident last year. Go ahead, Mike.
Me is me or me is Harlan?
Go ahead, Kenny.
I can offer.
No, Kenny, go.
I would like
Kenny,
both, actually.
Kenny,
okay.
Kenny, just keep going.
I'll respond in a classy manner. The one thing I would tell you with USC is if Lincoln Riley's not careful, his assistants are going to drag him down. Alex Grinch has got to be fired at USC. He had him at Oklahoma as the DC, and Grinch's resume up to that point, very good. He improved Oklahoma's defense. Didn't make him great, but he at least made him passable. He did the same thing at Wazoo. Whatever they're doing at USC is not working. It is absolutely unbelievable how bad they are. Now, for more on that, Harlan Barnett.
He's just staring at the ceiling.
Blank stare into the New Jersey sky.
Great radio, Mike.
And Lincoln Riley was going to be my next question.
Is his headset even plugged in?
It's plugged in, Mike. They're a bad team. He could be piped into God. They're still losing games.
You know what he should have done? He should have taken a chair to the back of Jay Johnson's spine.
And what would that have done?
It would have stopped the sneak. It would have stopped the handoff on 4th and an inch.
He would be in jail right now.
Yeah, he would have root for radio. Would have had some real spice to state season. Coach assaults OC with chair, WWE style.
I did want to get to Lincoln Riley. I wanted to know,
what do you want?
When do you suppose people start asking questions? When does his seat start to get hot with all the expectations going?
And let's start out with Harlan Barnett's thoughts.
Okay. Can we just stay focused?
I think the hot seat begins if he doesn't make changes. He will absolutely get rid of Alex Grinch. They will hit the portal hard. They'll pay their way to buy in 3 or 4 starters. I think it can turn quick when you give a coach everything and the product lacks.
Mike,
it won't take long.
You do realize nothing about this has to do with Michigan State.
It all does.
Let's stay
Everything does.
focused. Okay.
Lincoln will make the changes that need to be made. But next year, if the defense isn't massively improved and if they're not winning the Pac-12 and making the playoff, you're going to feel heat. Welcome to the NFL on Saturday. Yeah. You people wanted it. You got it.
And I can ask this next question as Harlan Barnett if you want.
Yes. Yeah, communicate to me as Harlan.
I've opted out of this.
Actually, put your hood up for the rain.
I've opted
and just
out. I've opted out.
So for real, I was watching a lot of football over the weekend, obviously. I saw the start to the Colorado game. And then I turned it off. I was like, this is done by halftime. What the hell happened?
Hate to see. You know what happened? Advertisements for Shadur Sanders' merch store at halftime happened.
That was interesting, wasn't it?
You know what else happened? Dion hitting his team with a bus. Look, they were never good. So this is enjoyable. because the idiot media tried to sell you a narrative. They're terrible. Dion will get it going. He will get it to be good, but they were not good. And by the way, karma's got a way of getting to you.
Going into a bye, do you love his speech after the game? Oh, we're practicing tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, look, the other one, it was the catch of the year. I mean, that kid dunking on Travis Hunter and just being like, come here.
And then
hold on a second. Let me just take that.
Moonwalk backwards. Didn't even lift the ball from the helmet. He just said, you know what? You're coming with me.
Blown a 29-0 lead, though. Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
But you know what? I think I know the game now for the November 5th Lions bye week.
What's that?
It's UW at USC at the Coliseum.
Okay. Serious note, because I think I'm going to go to LSU the week of November 18th. Do you want to go to Corvallis, UW at Oregon State?
Yes.
I don't even know how to get to Corvallis. What do you have to do? Parachute in? Is there even an airport there?
I don't know.
Harlan, what do you think?
But, you know...
Hey, you want to hear what was going through his mind
and you know
as
what?
As that onside kick happened?
Oh, jeez.
Told you didn't opt out of this season.
Hey, here's another one. Hey, Harlan, what do you want to do on third down? Staring at the sky.
Kenny, get control of your blitz.
I'm sorry.
Harlan,
Kenny.
Harlan, everything's burning
David,
down
would you
around
please
you.
cut his microphone
Here's
off.
Harlan's inner monologue.
You know I can't control this, Rico. Brock Bowers goes down for the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yes.
Their road out of the season is not exactly easy. They have Florida, Missouri, Ole Miss, and Tennessee. How difficult will it be to navigate through that without arguably one of the country's best players?
Very. Because I think he's the key to Carson Beck's development. When you have him, that's the cheat code. That's the automatic double team. It's the guy who's able to
leaves your receivers in one-on-one coverage.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Kenny, you still have the best team to get out of the SEC. Now, look, Missouri's no treat. Drinkwitz has got it going. Luther Burden is a monster. But are you better than they are? Yeah. Should you be able to stifle Ole Miss's ground game? I mean, I'd like to think so. But overall, without Bowers, Kenny, that is, from a skill position standpoint, he's the most important player in America. I mean, Ra-Ra's a nice player. Lovett's a nice player. McConkey's a nice player. None of them are Bowers. I think you lose a game, but you still go to the SEC title game.
See, I think you're going to win games, Kenny, but I think they're going to be uncomfortable wins where it's not going to be the blowout. It's going to be a last-second field goal or touchdown or a defensive stop. It's going to have you pacing up and down, but you'll win the games because I don't think that the teams that you have are world beaters.
Harlan on 4th and inches.
I thought you quit watching them.
I was at a wedding. We didn't have a choice. The poor groom's day was ruined.
And that is your college football.
The guy threw his bow tie across the room.
That's your college football blitz.
UW.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got I got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. Once beaten Lions visit the twice beaten Ravens on Sunday. Ravens themselves at a 2.5-point favorite. Of concern for Detroit, the ribs of one running back, David Montgomery. More tests being done, but he is expected to miss some time. Presumptive heir Craig Reynolds, a career average of 4.1 yards per carry if Montgomery's unable to go. That's over 22 games. Montgomery's also averaged 4.1 yards a carry this season. Lions have won 4 straight by double digits for the first time since 1991, a year when they were 12-4, and yes, won a playoff game. Lions review today, 5:45, right here on 97 on the ticket. Then it's time for the Red Wings. 1-1 Wings visit Columbus tonight at 6:45 with the pregame. They'll drop the puck just after 7. Saturday night in East Lansing, unbeaten Michigan visiting 2-4 Michigan State. Kickoff at 7:30 inside Michigan football tonight at 7 on WWJ. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to business. Lions. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. And it's simple. Multitude of angles. They all point in the same direction. This is a hell of a lot of fun. I opened the show. I thought that was the most impressive victory I've seen in 25 years. I came out here in 98. You go on the road against a first-place team who's off a bye, and you don't just win. You clown car them. And oh, by the way, your running game wasn't going to work. You lost David Montgomery. Your quarterback, who some people still try to tell you isn't a franchise QB, throws it 44 times, 350 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, made all the right moves, and was absolutely money on the money down. 9 of 13 on third downs. The best thing they did, a 7-minute drive in the fourth quarter, then punt, pin, inside the 5. Tampa Bay, what are you going to do with it? We just took the whole fourth quarter, and we're still up by 14. So that's 1. 2, it feels like more than just a win. It feels like this thing is a city and a franchise and a fan base turning the corner. And there's a lot more work to do. But, guys, it's real, and it's special. And if you don't get aboard, you're missing out. Third thing, Rico brought up seating. Your schedule is, on paper, far easier than the Niners and Eagles. You could start dreaming about the 1 seed. You're 5-1. Eagles lost. Niners lost. I get saying you can.
You're playing 3 teams with a winning record as of right now.
I'm choosing to wait.
Okay.
But I don't disagree with the idea. The 1, the 2, all of that, as long as you take care of some business in the next couple of weeks. You're at Baltimore, home against the Raiders, bye week at L.A. Win 2 of 3. You win 2 of 3, you're 7-2, 9 games in, 8 games to go. We really start to chart this thing out. But I really do want to get to the bye week before I do any seed discussions. But Rico, it is fascinating point, and he's right. It's tangibly easier than the other 2 teams.
Niners have 8 teams with a winning record. The Eagles have 7 teams with a winning record. You have 3.
Also,
you do the math.
We brought up J-Mo. And yesterday is probably what he's going to be, which is you're not going to see him in the game as much as you want. You're not going to see the ball thrown to him as much as you want. And I've comped him to Deshaun Jackson. I've been saying that now for 2 months, that he's a guy whose primary role will be to take the lid off the defense. Could there be a game where he has 3 catches for 140 yards and 2 touchdowns? It's like the Randy Moss Thanksgiving special. Sure. But the reality is, Amon-Ra's going to get the 10 to 12 targets a week. Hell, Laporta got 10 or 11 yesterday. Josh Reynolds on money downs is where Goff looks. There's no scenario J-Mo's a top 3 receiver on this team. So he's got to get comfortable with that, and you got to get comfortable. Now, that was a big rebound by the kid after another horrendous drop to catch that touchdown pass. You're man up. You beat your man down the field. You got a sight line on the ball before the DB. You got to come down with it. And he did that. He needs to start having more positive things happen to him. So that was an encouraging moment Did I forget anything we've talked about?
I think that's it.
Oh, and by the way, shout out Harlan Barnett. Let's go to the people. If anyone could confirm Harlan was awake during the Rutgers game, let me know.
No, he was awake. The team just hit the portal mid-play.
Let's go to Chad, 97.1. What's up, Chad?
Hey, Mikey, it's finally talking football with my my favorite paisan and my beautiful black boys. It's been way too long. Who would have thought I'd be calling?
Donald Sterling reference. Chad is not racist. That was a Donald Sterling reference. Everybody calm down.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah. Who would have thought I'd be calling in a rivalry week to talk Lions? But
because there is no rivalry. You know what Saturday's going to be? Saturday's accepting an invitation to watch your Nona get beaten to death with a baseball bat. Who's accepting that? What was your grandmother's name, Rico?
Is it Wood or Big Mama?
No, it's Negan. With the
barbed wire.
With the barbed wire, right? What was your grandmother's name?
We just called her Big Mama.
This is going to see Big Mama get her head caved in by Negan's bat. That's what Saturday is. Shout out Big Mama. Rest in peace.
Hopefully the boys in Mays are ready to play. That team's always ready to play.
You'll
Michigan.
be fine. We're garbage. Next.
Jared Goff. When we got him, when he was drafted number 1, and then Wentz was number 2, I was like, this has got to be the worst quarterback draft ever. A guy that went 6-6 at Cal and at 1AA guy. And I thought Goff's first year, I thought his whole time in L.A. he was terrible. I was like, he's got a great team. This guy stinks. He's got a great coach. What more does this guy have to do to prove that he is the guy? And not only is he the guy for this team, can you name 5 guys playing better quarterback than him right now?
Chad, you know what?
No.
Let me help you out here. The reason why you have the Goff haters is because he doesn't do the things that Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes do, where they extend the play. He just stands in the pocket, makes the throw, leads his receiver, hits the guy, moves the ball down the field, but he's not breaking tackles and jumping over people and hurdling them. That's what some fans need to see.
You mean like when we had guys like Barry Sanders and Calvin who did nothing but provide highlight plays, but the team won absolutely nothing?
Right.
Chad,
take
a bow.
That's David, actually.
Chad, take a bow.
Actually, that was David's point.
Yeah, you win today.
That's David. That's all David. That was David last week. He said, what do you want? He doesn't make highlight plays, so you don't like Goff. You had a guy with a big arm, drafted number 1 overall, SEC powerhouse, all the talent in the world, all the highlight throws. He won nothing. Nothing. All this guy has done has been the most consistent quarterback in the league all year long. And him and Campbell have completely changed this culture. Matt Stafford did nothing to change this culture. Absolutely nothing. No. And I can probably say that Goff's performance yesterday and his performance at Kansas City totally morphs anything Stafford ever did here, if you ask me.
Well, it was just, again, Chad, and I know, you've listened to the show for a long time, whether it's basketball, football, like there are scheduled losses. There are just league games where you're like, all right, well, now we're going on the road, first place team on a bye, waiting for us. We've been killing people. Probably a game we're going to struggle. You're right, Chad. He didn't allow it. And to answer your question, I mean, realistically, if there's probably one quarterback that I think is playing objectively as good or better than Goff, it'd be Tua. And that has no bearing on our existence because he don't play in the NFC. He's one of the 3 or 4 best QBs in football through 6 weeks. Does that mean he's one of the 5 best overall if we drafted as starting a franchise? No. You'd still take Mahomes. You'd still take some of these other guys. But it doesn't matter because this isn't a game of Madden created team.
No, but some people still need the flash, Mike. And you know what? Here's the thing.
Not the right one.
They also want a quarterback that everybody else envies and says, ooh, we wish we had your guy. Goff just wins games, but he's just never going to be Josh Allen.
Listen, I thought yesterday was an important step as well because Todd Bowles' entire existence in life is bringing more people than you can block. Yeah. Every third down, every blitz situation, Goff stood in there, made the right read, the right throw, on time, on target.
On top of that, yeah.
If you get to a point, Rico, where people are afraid to blitz you, that was the secret to Aaron Rodgers' success all those years. You couldn't blitz him.
Yeah.
And you can't.
Now, by the way, we're going to take away your running game, so it's just you throwing the ball 44 times?
In a pinch, that's nice. Now, this team still needs to run the ball.
Understand.
Where are we at with David Montgomery, by the way?
Well, I was just about to give you that update. Dan Campbell is speaking to the media right now. Says that David Montgomery has a cartilage issue in his ribs and will be out for a little bit.
Well, I disagree with that. I need the Lawrence Taylor needle from Any Given Sunday, and I need him to play in Baltimore.
I just made $1 million.
I disagree with that. David, try it again. Let's hear the David Montgomery update.
He will be out for a little bit due to rib cartilage injury.
Little bit.
What about Jahmyr Gibbs?
Nothing on that yet. So no update yet. I'm sure they're about to ask, and I'll see in a second.
Montgomery's been so valuable. Turning a 3-yard carry into a 5-yarder, a
Always
5-yard
moves
into a
forward.
7-yard. Okay. I disagree with David's update, but that's fine.
I didn't know that. I didn't know we could do that, David.
I didn't know either.
I just found out years later I don't have to agree with all your updates.
I'm an adult. Do what I want.
I think Mike just rebuked you, David.
I rebuke you.
Did, yes.
And once again, rest in peace, Big Mama. No slander. I was just making a point. It'd be like, again.
Harbaugh's out there playing eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Think about it. Think about it. Be like, hey, Grandma Mitz, I'm gonna buy tickets. Like, Kenny, what was your grandmother's name? You got anything good for me?
My grandmother's name is Irene, still alive.
All right. Would you buy tickets to watch Irene get beaten to death with a baseball bat?
Grandma Irene? Oh, come on, man.
No, she's a sweet lady.
Very
You would
sweet
never
lady.
want to see her get beaten to death with a baseball bat.
Never.
That's what buying tickets to go see Michigan State is this weekend. Think about it.
Now I see.
You do. You don't need to buy tickets to that. You already know she's going to get beat to death with a baseball bat. Why do I need to see it?
Can we stop killing grandmas already? It's been 2 segments of
Might have
grandma
been dead
killing.
for decades.
Kenny, this man has been super morbid for the last 2 weeks. He's killed me. He stood over my grave at least 5 times.
Hey, by the way, I saw the University of Pittsburgh stole my bit. Remember we were going to do the Rico urn? Did you see what Narduzzi did with Pitt? They have the feelings vase.
No.
They have a vase or a vase out in front of their football building, and the team has to put all their negative thoughts in the vase. It's some Ted Lasso stuff, man. It's unbelievable.
I thought it was like an F your feelings, and they just, with the opposing team.
Google Pitt Panthers feelings vase or whatever it is. Okay.
I thought it was like Miami they would raise the tombstone before the game of the opposing team, and they just had to put the score up there.
Yeah. No,
that is still ball.
Miami's new bit, they've dug a hole for Mario Cristobal. It's just a matter of when he wants to get into it.
There's a job opening in East Lake.
Will you just put... oddly enough, I found someone with the same brain power as Harlan Barnett. It's Mario Cristobal.
Everything changes so fast these days, and that's a great thing. Back in the day, we were lucky to get one video to load to our desktop computer, but now there's Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with the faster speeds rolling out all the time, and internet that can power a whole house full of devices at once with ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, another could be playing a video game in the basement while somebody's doing the latest TikTok dance in the kitchen, and Mike could be watching his favorite team in college football.
With the head coach's headset unplugged.
It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now and now through November 15th. New customers can get 75 megabit internet on the next generation 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated means he's, according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so – everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
IRS collections,
here,
audits,
8 or 9.
not fun. You need a law firm.
chooses them
Fight
because they
for
had
you,
more
protect you,
postseason.
save you time and money. You need Abraham and Rose. Maurice and Jerry, they've brought clients in front of the Supreme Court and fought for their rights. They have dealt with the IRS for years, and they will advocate for you. They'll fight for you. Most importantly, they're going to quarterback the process to save you the migraines. Visit AbrahamandRose.com today, 248-539-5040, so you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Yeah, and if you're looking for something to listen to on Saturday, it'll be a college game day type deal. We're going to talk college ball because, well, Mel Tucker bleeped in the Punch Bowl. I have an Urban Meyer update, and I'll give it to you at 4:31, respectively. I have an Urban Meyer update. That's all I'll tell you. But first, we go back to the people. Lions are the main deal today. Rico, are you listen, you're upset. What's wrong?
I'm not upset.
I didn't kill off your grandmother with a bat. It was a hypothetical.
No. All this negativity. I'm trying to preach positive
I'm
stuff.
super positive we're having home playoff games.
How is any of this about this is the Lions.
No, I know, but the Urban
What
Meyer
is
update.
David doing now?
What?
What is David doing right? You don't have your headphones on.
He doesn't. I'm instigating, making it seem like it's him,
Right.
but he doesn't even hear it.
No, I'm fine. I just didn't. Yes. Thank you, David. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Rico. I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize. This is the Lions' day. I'm like, guys.
It is.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, but at this point, it's like, whose fault is this whole Ukrainian conflict? World hunger? Cancer.
Stubbed your toe this morning?
Recession.
Wife thinking about leaving you.
Wife did leave you.
Kids hate you. About to lose your job.
Weather.
He's sitting right there, okay?
Notice I haven't spoken.
Let's go to the people, shall we? Let's get back on task, as they say. Go to Doug, 97.1. What's up, Doug?
What's going on, fellas?
How are you, sir?
Out down here in Tampa right now.
You were one of the many who went to the game?
Yeah. Man, it's amazing. And I was fortunate enough to go to the KC game, too.
Wow.
My best mate. So he has season tickets. So we were down there, me and the wife. And just seeing it down there in Tampa, the sea of blue was awesome.
Was it as obvious live as it was to us on television? I mean, it felt like it was a Lions home game. It felt like it was almost 50-50.
Okay, so in KC, it was loud. You could hear the "Let's Go Lions."
You could hear it yesterday.
Now, I texted some of my friends because I didn't think it was as loud in the stadium. I don't know. That's a big stadium. And I'll tell you what, thumbs up to Tampa for an old stadium. That is a really nice stadium. But I texted my friends and said, is it as loud on TV as it sounds down here? And everybody was like, yeah, it's super loud. And then after the game, because I was at like section 335, right on the 50-yard line, after the game, visiting side was blue. It was just awesome.
Yeah.
I wish I could post the videos. But I don't know what it is, but I'm an older gentleman, but there was the young guys wearing sombreros, and I think it goes back to
Chris Berman,
the Silverdome. And they walked up and they said, "What the F? Is this a home game?" I mean, there were so many Lions fans there, and it was so funny because everybody was kind of quiet, and these young guys just fired it up, and then it was, "Let's go Lions."
No, and Doug, it's
was
obvious,
great.
and I think it's something that'll continue for two reasons. I mean, I'm not taking a shot, but a lot of people leave here after high school or college because I don't know if you're aware of it, the job market's not exactly robust, and the weather sucks, and our roads are terrible. But outside of that, it's fabulous. The point is, you have a populace nationwide. You always used to see it with the Red Wings, and you're seeing it now with the Lions. But the other thing is, the NFL's become an event-based sport where, like other sports, you ignore the regular seasons or you don't make that big of a deal of it. For football, you look at your schedule, you got 8 or 9 road games, and you go, where would I like to be? Where would I like to go? What would I like to do? You're seeing it become very college football-like in that regard. People are planning trips. And I know they tried to get it going with the ski mask thing. Your bit could easily just be, we're going to show up in your stadium.
Yep, we're just going to take it over.
And that's kind of like what Ohio State and Nebraska fans did for years. That's really what your bit can be. If you're winning and let's face it, this week will be a tough one to infiltrate. Baltimore is a fierce fan base. It's also a hellhole of a city. Oh, yeah.
I just fully expected to see about 30, 40% Lions fans in there.
Oh, I'll take that bet. No way.
No,
not Baltimore. The fans
way.
won't allow that.
Yeah, you're not getting into Baltimore.
You know,
You're not
David,
getting
you
into
may be right.
Pittsburgh.
I'm not a big Baltimore Ravens fan, so I don't keep up with the happenings there.
Yeah, it's also a hellhole of a town. So, I mean, that's.
They got D.C. Well, I guess that's the commander, so you're right.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe. He's up next, 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
What's going on, brother?
3 things real quick. The seating stuff. Week 1, the Lions took care of business on Thursday night. People were talking, I thought it was crazy, about rooting for the Vikings to beat the Eagles. And I was just like, hold the horses. Let's just win a division. I'm rooting for the Eagles week 1 for that. And then now you're 5-1. You can kind of peek at it. Get to 7-1 at the bye. Let's open the book. Let's really look at this and look at the schedule for sure.
Yeah, but just think about it, Joe. If the Vikings would have beat the Eagles that day.
Listen, the Eagles, courtesy the Rico Beard Research Institute, the RBRI, Philly still plays Miami, Dallas, at KC, Buffalo, Niners, at Dallas, at Seattle. Listen, that's got 4 or 5 losses written all over it.
Somewhere, yeah.
San Francisco still with Cincinnati, at Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, at Seattle, at Philly, Seattle, Baltimore, Rams. Niners could lose 3-4 more. You just hate to see it. Detroit, at Baltimore, at Chargers, at Dallas. You win 2 of those 3, you can lay claim to the 1 seed. And part 1 of that test comes up this Sunday.
Very possible. And then the other thing, a few plays like you guys always say, decide the game. I don't think Bugs' deflection and his play, actually, he was a healthy scratch the first 2 weeks. And then when he came back, that was the sack. He just takes up the middle and he frees it up for, the guys on the edges. Him and Jones, Benito Jones, do a great job. But I thought, if Bugs doesn't get that deflection, Mike Evans is still running today down the sideline for a score. That was a 10-point swing, even though, we couldn't punch it in for the touchdown.
But those are the moments.
We got 3 points.
Joe, we always talk about it.
10-point swing.
There's going to be 5 or 6 plays a week in the National Football League that'll decide your game. But what you're bringing up, though, is also a part of trade deadline is going to be October 31st, about 2 weeks. I want to see the Lions as buyers. And we don't have some laundry list of names yet. That's not my job. That's Brad Holmes' job. Add to this defense, whether it's a corner or a D lineman, add it. The time's now. Like, you're not going to hey, I got news for you. You're going to win a bunch of games this year. You know what's going to happen? They're going to make your schedule a hell of a lot tougher next year. You're in it to win it. Let's get after it.
Yeah, I don't think you have to go full F those picks.
Correct.
Because I'm looking at what Holmes has done. Yes, I've questioned some of his first-round picks and selections, but if you can go out there and identify somebody, even to bring in depth on your defensive line or in the secondary, and that you have to pay a 4th or 5th round pick for, man, yeah, you're not going to miss that pick. You
Yeah,
go ahead and go.
the only picks I'm not interested in moving are a first or second rounder. If we're talking about players in a contract year, the very best I would ever offer is a third, and that player would have to be high level. I'm with you. Something in the middle rounds, a functional player that can give me 20 snaps a week and add him to the mix.
You go find another Bugs or somebody like that. Okay, great. Now we got something. Okay. But, yeah, I don't think you got to go get Max Crosby.
248-539-9797. Life insurance, depressing, but it's necessary. Call Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. Mike will help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is also affordable. And Mike, National Benefit Plans, what makes them different? Well, Mike will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He guarantees you the best possible rate. He is your wartime consigliere in the insurance game, and he will find you the right plan. The longer you wait, possibility of not getting life insurance increases, so don't wait. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
And of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means he's, according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so, everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't, they don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
Whatever.
so be it. I have a feeling he'll do the Mike Mussina route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here. And people like Rieger like get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Line's a 2.5-point dog at 3-2 Baltimore Sunday. Dan Campbell saying today that running back David Montgomery will be, quote, out for a little bit, end quote, with rib cartilage damage. Craig Reynolds has a career average of 4.1 yards per carry. He's the presumptive heir running back if he cannot go. Unbeaten Michigan at 2-4. Michigan State, they're a 24-point underdog now in East Lansing. It kicks off at 7:30 right here on 97 The Ticket. Inside Michigan football tonight at 7 on AM 950 WWJ. Urban Meyer reiterated he has zero interest in ever coaching again.
You shut your mouth.
Yeah, he's never said that before. Michigan State, number 4 in the preseason top 25 men's college basketball poll. Kansas, number 1, followed by Duke and Purdue, Illinois, the only other Big Ten team ranked. They're number 25. MLB playoffs with 2 games today, 1 game tonight. It's game 1 between the Phillies and D-backs. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We have breaking news. We have a comment from Urban Meyer, who for some reason was at the Knoxville Quarterback Club. What the hell is that?
Okay.
His first public comments on his future since the MSU job opened last month. Remember, he has not been asked about it on Fox. Quote, I am good. I never really took a day off. People, when I say that, scratch their head. I'm like, I never took a day off. I had health stuff go on. I became addicted to sleeping pills. I was a maniac worker. Now, also, Shelly, his wife, is let's go here, let's do this. I have 4 grandkids, let's do this. The first year or so, I woke up and I wanted to go coach a team, but no desire. So no desire.
I'm really buying it, but
it was never. It is never.
Going.
Then he was talking about the state of college football. Now, this I do agree with. It's never been harder. I'm telling you that right now. It's part of the reason I have no desire to get back into it. It's really, really hard. Every coach, every player, they all have an agent. Think about that. Remember those days? Maybe a coordinator had an agent. There's nothing wrong with agents. They're great. But when I'm the head coach having to deal with a high school player that says, talk to my agent first, I'm going to want to meet with your family because we're talking recruiting and other stuff, blah, blah, blah.
See, I don't know. The fact that they have not asked him on the Fox show. Well, there's
breaking
more.
News from 97.1 The Ticket. Rico Beard reporting there's still a chance.
The fact they haven't asked him on the Fox show tells me he's told them, hey, guys, I don't want to talk about this at all. Because you would think that would be the easiest thing. You're national. Hey, Herbs, any interest in the Michigan State job? Nah, I'm good. This is like the general manager coming out saying, the head coach is my guy. I believe in him. Cut scene. A week later, coach fired. So when they hire somebody, I'll see what happens. I still think that he threw a number out there and said, if you're serious, match this number and I'll rescind all this stuff because so if he changes his mind tomorrow, what are they going to say? Well, Urban, you lied? Nah, he's not a new head coach. We'll see what happens.
David seems to be smirking in a very disrespectful manner at you. David, would you like to speak?
I understand what you're saying, but I think these are some strong words coming from Urban Meyer. He hasn't said anything yet, and this is like the first words from him. I believe him.
See, David,
I'd like to side with the councilman from Detroit.
Which one?
Right.
You.
Okay.
See, first of all, we don't even know if Rico's from Detroit. We can't verify he went to a real high school. He went to the Bishop Sycamore of high schools.
Joy Road and Greenfield.
No, he's from Southwest. He's from Detroit, man.
Okay.
Lutheran Tech Western.
Okay.
Is that what it was?
No.
Detroit Lutheran Catholic place for kids who like to read.
Hey,
I
am from Southwest Detroit. There's a show on Stars about some people from my neighborhood.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll leave it at that.
Oh, really? What's it called?
What? Oh, you don't. Is he serious? He doesn't know?
I think he is serious.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I haven't watched every television show ever released.
BMF.
Oh. What?
BMF.
They were a group of guys who like to get together and sell pharmaceuticals.
Okay.
So-
All right. All right. Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
Guys, what are we doing here?
No, I'm just saying I am from Detroit.
I know you are. I was busting your chops.
I would simply
Detroit
say
Lutheran Western.
you're getting there. Detroit Lutheran West. It's 3 words.
And it's also fake. It doesn't exist.
Joy Road and Green. 8181 Greenfield.
Bishop Sycamore.
Lutheran West Leopards.
Okay. What were you saying?
I think if he had said this on Fox, maybe I give a little bit more. But the fact that they've never brought it up tells me he told all of those guys, this is not a topic we will ever joke about, mention, nothing. So that leads me to think I got some things going on in the background. Don't F this up.
So him talking to in a Knoxville quarterback club.
What is the Knoxville Quarterback Club, and how do I join it?
Wish I knew.
What is that? Is there an Ann Arbor QB club? What is the Knoxville Quarterbacks Club? And why would Urban Meyer be there on a Monday?
Yeah, I have no idea either.
They have to have paid him.
Wait, is Tennessee
It's a
Big Noon
TV
kick-
show.
I'm about to say, are they the Big Noon kickoff?
Knoxville Quarterback Club?
No, Tennessee. That he just
They're playing Bama this upcoming week down in Tuscaloosa, but that wouldn't be Fox.
Okay.
It says the Knoxville Quarterback Club is comprised of fans that love the game of football. Each Monday during the season, we hear from college football celebrities.
Does this have to do with NIL? Is this like the Rocky Top Collective? What is it?
It doesn't say anything about NIL, but I wouldn't doubt.
I mean, where is your life going if you're a member of the Knoxville Quarterback? Honey, I'm headed to the luncheon.
You just want to get out the house at that point.
Maybe we should get Stoney a membership to the Knoxville Quarterback Club.
And then send him back. No. He's still here.
He never left.
Michael, what did we ever do to you?
He keeps yelling at us that Ronald Bellamy should be speaking.
Bruce this, Bruce that.
David, some ticket text, please. So there's your comment from Urban. I don't know. Wake me up when they hire a coach.
All right.
I'll let you know if I care or not. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, someone says, what is happening on this show? Y'all gave Mike an inch and he took 40 miles with the drops. From Marcus.
Not at all. Not at all.
I'd be willing to bet that the Lions fans outnumber Chargers fans in L.A. in a few weeks.
Okay, and water's wet.
Right.
Yeah, that one's a gimme.
Right.
Yeah, if you want tickets.
What's that, a 3-foot putt? That's a gimme.
If you want tickets, yeah, you can get them probably at a cheap price because they don't show up. They don't show up and Rams don't show up.
Someone says, I'm putting my money out there now. Goff plus 1,900 for league MVP. Campbell plus 270 for coach of the year. It's happening. My money is there.
I think your coach of the year could happen. The Goff thing, you have a lot to overcome.
And you got a lot of big names out there, too.
Yeah, you got to overcome media narrative.
And I do think that the MVP is a little bit like the Heisman, where if you have a good game against a good team, that carries a little more weight. And now you're going to be playing a bunch of, road signs where there's just nothing.
I'm with Rico, level 90210, Lions #1 seed, Super Bowl bound, Anthony at work.
I mean, I do think that the #1 seed is on the board, especially if you go into Baltimore and you beat Lamar Jackson. The rest of your schedule looks you won't have winning teams on there. And once again, it's not your fault. But you can only play the teams on your schedule, and I think that you will handle them. And we'll be sitting here saying, man, they played 8 games in a row. They beat teams by double digits because, the Bears just got downgraded. I didn't think that was physically possible.
No, it's possible. Yeah, have you seen Badgett play? Oh, boy.
I mean, they're just making up people
dear.
now. Hey, hot dog guy, what's your 40 time?
David.
In terms of Goff, I watched QBs all over the league yesterday throw dumb interceptions. And Goff is so cerebral, he throws it to the ground and doesn't force anything. That is what I need from my quarterback. Someone else says, the Lions need a field goal kicker desperately. I am nervous about later in the year with our kicker.
Here's what it's going to come down to. If you're in a position in a must-win, this playoff caliber game, and it's 4th and medium, and your choice is I can kick a 54-yarder or I can go for it from the 37, you need to get comfortable you're going for it. Patterson's going to be a guy 46, 47 and in. Other than that, they're going to be going for it. And by win probability, that's the right move. It was funny, like people were, I know it's college football to pro, but it's the same principle. Like if you're criticizing Dan Lanning for going for it against UW, you're an idiot.
No, but see, here's the thing about the win probability.
What?
It takes ownership away from the coach just making a decision.
No, I agree.
Where you can sit there, well, that said that I should do
but
this.
I'm saying in reality, if I don't have a great kicker and I have an offense that's one of the 5 to 7 best in the league, on a sensibility level, you go. Like Lanning, it was never about, oh, well, Penix will have this much time. No. If I go for it, Penix doesn't get the football. If I miss, he's going to score on me anyways. They scored in 2 plays. So at least I had time to go back down the field. It's never about the time. It's about the possession when you're facing an elite quarterback.
But you'd like to think your defense can step up and at least make it a little bit difficult for this man.
Mistakes were made.
I mean, the first play, 60 yards. Boom. Watch this. Touchdown.
NFL football. New customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. You've been thinking about joining FanDuel? No better time to get in than right now. Sides, totals, props, anytime touchdown stuff. They got it all. More markets than anybody. Go to
JJ McCarthy Heisman odds?
I mean, I don't even know why he's listed, but okay. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season with FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got I got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
Big Lions Monday. Not going to let the Urban Meyer stuff get me down. Until he officially says the words, I refuse to coach those scumbag Sparties. We're just going to keep hope alive because we don't have nothing else. Program's dead. Lions will reset everything in literally 9 minutes. But just an unbelievable performance yesterday. You go on the road, first place team, off the bye week, and you drill them in their own yard. It was as good as it gets. Rico's got the scheduling matrix. We're chasing the 1 seed. J-Mo catches a bomb, and I think it's kind of how you have to get used to how he's going to be used so you don't drive yourself nuts with why isn't he playing more? Why don't they throw him?
I like the game, Mike, not because they drilled him, but it was very systematic. They just grinded the Bucs to ashes. It was a playoff feel. They played smart. They played within themselves, and they walked out of there. You took over the stadium, and it was the best. It was better than the Chiefs game. And I know you're like, well, the Chiefs are the defending Super Bowl champions. So that was a playoff game. That's how you go down and take over a stadium, fans and the team. Like Tampa coming off the bye week. No. I like the fact that they took care of business. They played smart and they got the job done. They didn't score a ton of points, but they didn't need to. They did exactly what it took to get the W from there.
Let's get to the people. Let's go to Robert, 97.1. Robert, what's going on, buddy?
How are you guys today?
Good, Robert. What's up?
Great. I live in Baltimore, and as soon as the schedule came out, I'm like, hey, I need to go to this game this coming Sunday. So a buddy of mine is actually flying in from Michigan as well. So hoping for a great result. I'm very nervous with Lamar's scrambling ability, not so much his throwing ability. I think his lack of taking care of the ball actually plays into our hands really, really well. But a little bit of inside info on this sort of traveling fans, all that sort of thing. It's you guys remember Terrell Suggs, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So he is going into the Ravens Ring of Honor on Sunday. So I know a lot of season ticket holders around here that they would possibly have sold these tickets for this game, whatever. Not a big rivalry game, of course. But then when that was announced, they're like, nope, I'm not selling my tickets. So, and you guys touched on it already. Like the local fan base here is, very passionate, very rabid. And so I would expect maybe 5,000 people, maybe.
Yeah, you're not infiltrating that yard. It's just one of those places I don't see it. Now, Chicago, yes. Hell, Green Bay, you already proved it. Tampa, you proved it. I think there's a big shot in a lot of places, but Baltimore, I don't see it.
No. The one caveat to that, though, and you guys know this, of course, but there are a lot of Detroit transplants, Metro Detroit area transplants in the D.C. area. So with them not playing the Commanders, do they make the trip up to Baltimore? Yeah, I guess I could see that, but that'd be really the only thing. But obviously hoping for a great result and fingers crossed.
Yeah, hey, listen, man. All you can do, you go, you roll the dice anytime you travel to a road game. You hope it works out. I mean, you'll have fun regardless. You know your team's good regardless. But, yeah, I mean, if they beat Baltimore, this turns into something different. 5-1 is a great time. They won a game in the NFC against the team. I thought I thought it was going to be a dogfight. You kick their ass. You beat Baltimore to go to 6-1 with a BOGO ticket. Raiders are not coming here and beating you.
Nope.
I look at that. Now we're talking something different. Now we're talking about the 1 seed. You're talking about can this team win 13, 14 games.
The Raiders, and then you get a week off.
Right.
And you know what? This is probably one time Lions fans, you got a lot of injuries going down. You may not want the bye week. You may want to keep this train rolling because you are beating people by double digits. So, yeah, you win this Ravens game, and I think it's safe to talk about the number 1 overall seed. Now, Super Bowl,
Take it easy. All right, let's calm down.
No, that's for later in the year. But right here, right now, beat the Ravens. Looking at the rest of your schedule compared to Frisco and the Eagles, yeah, I think that you'll be sitting with the bye week, Mike. You and Kenny won't be down there for the first weekend. You'll be at home watching the game. Kenny with the slick back hair, you don't have to be down there. Take the week off, Kenny. Football means nothing to you this week.
And now that Brock Bowers is done, so are you. Let's go to Johnny, 97.1. Hi, Johnny.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Johnny. What's up?
Hey, listen, the Detroit community needs to thank you both for hosting the show because you guys have always given it to us straight. And you see things clearly. And the fact that you're thinking about this team this way means everybody needs to think about this team this way because you got no skin in the game. Neither of you have the Lions as your top team. And outside of that, if you just look at it from the eye test, we're not as good as the Eagles or Niners likely, but we're right up in there. So, yeah, we are capable of number one seed because we do have a probably favorable
I'm going to tell you
schedule
something.
compared to them.
I'm going to tell you something. I think you are as good as the Eagles. I think the Eagles have problems that are not surface level. I think when you look at them, they're good enough to win most weeks. But my fear is, A, they lost both coordinators. And Jalen Hurts, if you look at the underlying numbers, is not nearly as good as he was. Second of all, defensively, regardless of who the coordinator is, you're seeing cracks in the foundation because they lost 6 starters and because they're playing so many young players. Johnny, I got to be honest with you. The only team I put above you right now, unequivocally, is San Francisco.
Well, so that's funny because in the triangle, I would say the Lions probably have an advantage over the Niners. Stylistically, I think we could punch them in the mouth more, like mentally. The Niners would have an advantage over the Eagles, and the Eagles have an advantage over us, just matchup-wise. And maybe that's just, off the shoot, like, illogical. That's just how I see it. But I agree with you overall. Like, the facts you brought were fantastic in terms of the Eagles and where they're at right now and what's going on. Yeah, they do look weaker than normal.
Now, Johnny, I think the funny thing is, if they did play, we would, a healthy Christian McCaffrey going up against the Lions' rush defense would be something that you want to watch for.
Yeah, and again, the Lions' number one rush defense in the league. I'm not telling you you're going to shut them down like you did the Bucs. You know the other thing the Lions are number one in the league at? First quarter defense. You do not allow your opponents to score in the first quarter. Why is it relevant? You get ahead. You play with lead. You dictate terms. The Lions are averaging 1 point allowed in the first quarter this season. You're doing everything right in all 3 phases. And I get it. Okay, we don't have Justin Tucker to kick from 65 yards. If Patterson drills every field goal 45 yards and in, good enough. Because at least it allows the coaching staff to know going in without hesitation, these are the things we need to do. If it's 4th and 4 and I can take a 48-yarder or I can go for it, they're probably going for it. Patterson is going to be that money guy inside 45. I think 45 to 50 is questionable. I think anything over 50, you're probably not kicking. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, but you know what, Mike? Especially when you're starting to go up against some of these teams with the losing records, maybe this is where you gain your confidence. I'm going to put you out there to kick because this is like live practice. Because I need to know what you could do in the playoffs. And if I just keep going for one of these games, I'm going to need you to go in there and win the game for us. I need to have some confidence. I need you to have confidence of knowing you've done this before.
248-539-9797, Northville Lumber. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex decking from Northville Lumber to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason Northville sells that much Trex decking. They stock all colors, all varieties, and they do it at an industry low price. Whether you're a deck builder or do-it-yourselfer, they have got you covered. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do, stop on by. It's all in their warehouse. No lead times, no wait times. Get that project done before the spring rush. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
We're brought to you by Mother Waddles. Dan Campbell saying today running back David Montgomery will be, quote, out for a little bit with rib cartilage damage. Lions a 2.5-point underdog visiting 3-2 Baltimore Sunday. Monday Night Football tonight, the Cowboys and Chargers. Unbeaten Michigan visiting 2-4 Michigan State Saturday night, 7:30 the kickoff. We'll have it for you right here in the ticket. Michigan favored by 24. Inside Michigan football tonight at 7 on our brother station, WWJ. We have a Lions review today, 5:45 right here, a 97-1 the ticket, followed by the 1-1 Red Wings visiting Columbus tonight. That begins at the pregame at 6:45. Urban Meyer has reiterated he has zero interest today in ever coaching again. Now take this for what it's worth. On November 23rd, 2011, Urban Meyer said the following when asked if he had a deal to coach Ohio State. And I quote, "I've not been offered any job." He was introduced as the Buckeyes coach 4 days later. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97-1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Lions obviously have been the main dish. You heard Jeff bring up the Urban Meyer thing. He was at the Knoxville Quarterback Club. That's way in the background because, I mean, State in unprecedented fashion had a coach launch himself out of a cannon 2 weeks into the season. Wake me up when they hire somebody. Lions, it's simple. Man, they're dialed in. They're different. And it doesn't matter. I had a belief they'd win this division or, host a home playoff game. Like, this is different, man. 5-1, going on the road. That's 4 straight wins where they've beaten someone by double digits. It's all different, and I couldn't be more impressed by what they did yesterday. Rico and I have talked about it. Rico has the scheduling matrix, which he'll give you in a second, because, guys, reality is if you're going on the road and beating a playoff team by double digits and dominating on a day your running game's not working, and Jared Goff, who some people don't like, can go 30 of 40 for 353, 2 touchdowns, no picks, and just handle it. Say, hey, this week's on me. I got this. And defensively, guys, it's real. Like, I know you're going to continue to bring up the Carolina game from last December, but that's the outlier. For basically a full calendar year, you've stopped the run. And this year, you rank number 1 in the league, allowing 64 yards a game on the ground. It's real.
Yeah.
You don't let your opponents get the lead on you. It's real. And I want to know where you're at with it, because to me, at Baltimore, this is the beauty. We could talk all week about this game. I mean, Rico, would you say it's one of the 2 best games this week again?
Yeah.
You're in a big showdown. Monday night next week. Like, think about the world we're living in here with this Lions team.
From last year, every game at 1 o'clock and no one cared.
To now, America's game of the week flexed.
Yeah. A year ago, you're getting curb stomped by Bailey Zappi and the Patriots.
Well, mistakes were made.
Think about that.
I know.
The Patriots can't score.
I know.
You've moved on.
But it's as impressive a victory as I've seen in the 25 years I've been in this town. And that's not smarm. You don't go on the road to a team off a bye of playoff caliber and beat the living hell out of them. You don't do it. You did. You're 5-1. You got every right to believe you could be 7-1. The game against Baltimore ain't going to be a treat. That's going to be a hard hat game. But, man, if you can find a way to just win 2 of the next 3, at Baltimore, home against the Raiders, at the Chargers, win 2 of 3, you're 7-2. What Rico's about to bring up to you right now becomes, in my world, very relevant. Hit him with the matrix.
Well, here's the thing. The Lions, their remaining schedule as of right now, have 3 teams with a winning record. You got to go to Baltimore, to the Chargers, and to the Cowboys later on this year. Philly, on the other hand, well, they're at home with Miami. They have Dallas at home, at Kansas City, Buffalo at home, 49ers at home, at Dallas, at Seattle. They got 7 times. They got to play a team with a winning record for the remainder of the year. San Francisco has 8. They got Cincinnati, at Jacksonville, Tampa at home, at Seattle, at Philly, Seattle at home, Baltimore, and the Rams at home. I say all that to say your schedule is easier than theirs. It's not a knock on the schedule. You can only play who you have, but you have a MAC level type of schedule to finish out the year. You have teams with losing records. And believe it or not, may have just gotten easier because reports are out that Justin Fields has dislocated his throwing thumb, which means the Bears are, as bad as they are going to come in there with a backup QB. Yes, there's somebody worse than Fields out there, and they're going to be playing him. You're going to take over Chicago. You're going to take over all the stadiums. You're going to have the advantage in pretty much every game for the rest of the season. I say all that to say, you beat Baltimore, and you're sitting in the catbird seat for the number 1 overall seed in the NFC.
Yeah, if you beat Baltimore, you're all intents and purposes, you're 7-1 hitting the bye. I mean, just call it what it is, guys. I'm not a big fan of the BOGO stuff that Rico preaches, but it's fun. F it. Let's have a good time with it. The Baltimore game is going to be tough. I mean, at Baltimore and at the Chargers represent 2 of the 3 difficult games we view moving forward. Every week in the NFL is a challenge. But games that are road trips against playoff teams, those are tougher. I mean, you got 3 of them. If you can beat Baltimore, yeah, you got a right to dream. Because what he says about the schedule is true. Look at what Philly's got. Look at what San Francisco's got.
Yeah, Philly has 7 games against winning records. San Francisco has 8. You have 3. Do the math.
Yeah, so stacking wins. And yesterday was very important. But I'd love to know where you're at with it. 248-539-9797. The other thing we talked about, I think you need to get used to Jameson Williams being used exactly how he was used yesterday, which was barely. Now, he caught the touchdown, but that's been my point to you for months. Amon-Ra is going to get 10 to 12 targets a week. Laporte is going to get 8 to 10 targets a week. Reynolds is going to get 6 to 8. And overall, Jared Goff will complete passes to 7, 8, 9, 10 different players weekly. You don't believe me? Go look. So what does that leave for J-Mo? Not much. And I think if you can take a few deep shots a week to him, you can try to throw a screen here or there. That's how he's going to be used. Now, I'm happy he caught the touchdown because that drop was horrific. You have to make that catch. But he didn't. It's 2 weeks in, it's 2 drops. But he caught the deep ball, man cover, beat his man down the field, and made a contested catch. He needs several more moments like that to start feeling good about himself, to earn trust. He can add a dimension. But if you're expecting, I had friends text me yesterday, how come we're not playing J-Mo? And it's like, who am I taking off the field, guys?
Right.
Like, who do you want me to sit down? Josh Reynolds, who has, 17 catches, and they're all for first downs? They're difficult grabs. Is that who you want me sitting there? You want me not throwing to Amon-Ra? Not throwing to Laporta? No, guys, get used to it. This is how he's going to be used. And I'm sure there'll be a week here or there. Maybe he blows up and has 6 catches for 130 yards. But Rico, I don't see it.
No. Mikey's a luxury item. And like it or not, yeah, because everybody that's ahead of him is getting the job done on a consistent basis. More than just 1 catch, 1 touchdown. They're out there making plays. He hasn't had that game yet, let alone a string of games like that. We talk about Laporta because we have seen it from like game 2, and it's like, wow, he just keeps getting. Can he do it? Oh, wow, he did it again. He did it again. He did it again. You know what? He's that guy. Jameson is still hope. We're hoping he's going to be that guy. But Reynolds, Laporta, Amon-Ra, they've done this thing consistently. So that's why they're options 1, 2, and 3. And as of now, he's 4.
The other update, which I still disagree with David, and I was disappointed in what he said, but per Dan Campbell, in all seriousness, David Montgomery is going to be out, quote, a little while, has a cartilage issue in the ribs. Not good.
No.
Because now you're kind of down to it now.
But it sounds like they feel a lot better about Jahmyr Gibbs. So
yeah, my problem is I don't know if I do. I like Gibbs.
Got to grow up fast.
I like the idea of Gibbs. But there is no one on this roster who's going to tote that rock 25 times between the tackles like David Montgomery. So that's a problem. Now, maybe Gibbs can show us. And he showed some signs a couple weeks ago. But that's a lot to ask. So we'll see. Look, ultimately, it's the beauty of this team. Right. Next man up, diverse offense. There is no one guy. And every week, go look at the chart. Goff is completing passes to 7, 8, 9. I believe he completed passes to 10 different people yesterday. That's how they're going to kill you. So if you're expecting J-Mo to have 150 targets, it's not going to happen.
That's not their style of offense.
No. And he better get used to it, too. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Laz, 97.1. Laz, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. First-time caller. Keep up the great work you guys do. I'm calling from Montreal. Living in Montreal, it's tough to be in the city because there's fans of every single NFL team, and every time all these years, since 95, I've been going through these losses by myself here with like two other fans in Montreal that we occasionally try to look at each other and walk the other way because we're all depressed. How do we find a new way to lose every game? 95 was a great season. 3-6, we came back. We made the playoffs and we got beat badly by the Eagles. And this feels a little bit the same way. Like we're making noise, but you know, like I'm not thinking of that 3-letter word that we always talk about. But it's a great season. Like 5-1, that's amazing, and we have a chance to play for like a 7-1 record coming out of the bye. That's insane. Our defense is playing great. Our OC is sick. I'm ecstatic. Like I
You
don't
should
say,
be.
like,
What I'm trying to figure out is how the hell did you become a Lions fan in Montreal?
Well, it started with my dad. I'm Greek, and my dad was like, "Hey, that guy Dick Butkus, you know, not Dick Butkus. What's his name? Alex Karras. He's Greek. You know, he plays on Webster, the TV show." And I was a kid watching it, and then I ended up seeing Barry Sanders run a play on Thanksgiving flea flicker with Dave Craig, and I was like, "That's my team." I'm no longer a Bills fan. I'm a Lions fan, and it's been
That moment in time.
years of misery.
I was going to say, little did you know that moment was going to cost you 30 years of your life. Laz, I will say this.
Rooms are painted.
No slander. Montreal's one of my favorite cities. I grew up a couple hours south, but Montreal bagels, totally overrated. I'm sorry. Can't help you. Totally overrated.
Laz just took a stray.
No.
And before I let you go, take this stray.
Talk to anyone you ever met from Montreal. They brag about their bagels. They're basically communion bread. They're awful. They're not doughy. They're flat. They're just.
Laz, let's walk into this garage.
And gone. Fabulous city. The bagels suck.
Your bagels, yeah. Goodbye.
All right. Take him to church, Rico.
No, not me. Kenny.
From the big
church.
Jazzy Cat?
Jazzy Cat. From the big screen to the backyard, nothing says fall quite like football. Kenny Cott here, and as we know, it is rivalry week. Everybody gearing up for the big game, whether you're planning tailgate, hosting a game day party at your house, you need premium cocktails for your guests. We will give you daily drinks to get ready for the big game. The first cocktail we're going to give you, the Tito's Pick 6. Here's what you need. Make this cocktail: Tito's handmade vodka, 32 ounces of apple juice, 16 ounces of ginger beer, 2 to 4 ounces of lime juice. Add in some agave and cinnamon sticks. The trick with this drink is to heat the agave and cinnamon until the spices dissolve. Add the ingredients to a punch bowl or pitcher, and boom, you have a premium cocktail ready to serve at your tailgate party. This is a great addition to any rivalry party, whether it's in the game or halftime. You can find the recipes for these premium Tito's drinks on our YouTube page all day long, or go to titosvodka.com. 80-proof Tito's handmade vodka is distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas, crafted to be savored responsibly.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got I got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
Hi, Kenny Cott here. No, I'm kidding. Listen, when you're injured in an accident, auto, truck, slip and fall, David Feminino, the guy you need to call. And we've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David, you get paid. He will personally make sure you get every dime. And David will not take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, they got to call David Feminino, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get to the people. Lions are the main dish. Excuse me, David?
Drive.
All right, we're going to go to the people next because David is pushing more production on me. Let's do Drive of the Week. There's your drive. First overtime after blowing a 29-0 lead. Stanford with the death blow. A false start on 1st and 10, so it's 1st and 15 from the 30, and you think Coach Prime's going to get away with another one. Just kidding. A throw to Elik Iomanor, and he dunked on Travis Hunter, using Hunter's skull as a bookshelf for the ball, and then ripping Hunter's head and the ball off once they got to the end zone. It was the catch of the year.
Basically, guys, he didn't even try to grab the ball. He just pinned it to the back of the helmet and said, let's moonwalk. You follow me into the end zone.
I'm going to drag your carcass with me. It was, I don't care if it's 2 plays.
I don't want to score. I don't care.
That's a drive. A man's soul left his body, and Stanford beat the Buffaloes. You just hate to see it. Right. All right, that's the drive of the week. Now, if I may, we're all still in the afterglow of Kenny's commercial. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, it's been a long time, Mike. I think last time we talked, Chad Henne was the quarterback for Michigan, so Boomaye.
Wow.
What I wanted to say, though, is I think something that I haven't heard anybody talk about is how the Lions' defense is really aiding Jared Goff, because in those 4 games, the last 4, Lions never trailed. So he's going out there, and they're taking the lead, and he knows, like yesterday, they could have won only putting up 9 points. And so I think there's really something to be said for never having to play from behind to, like, find the play that you have to make and just go out there and, let the team do what it needs to do to win.
Mike, I'll give you an example. You're 6 weeks into the season. You allow 1.2 points on average in the first quarter. You are able to take the opponent's best laid plans, cast them aside, and generally speaking, give yourself the lead. You want to talk winning formula, stop the run and get up on people. It's as good as it gets.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the time.
Mikey, nice to hear from you the first time in, 16 years? Tremendous.
Yeah, I've been on hold the whole time.
Mike's been on hold for 16 years.
I'm glad that you held on, Mike. Appreciate you calling.
Mike, my appreciation for you holding for 16 years. Go Blue. Enjoy the weekend,
and Mike,
okay?
Mike, things have changed.
Thank you.
Mike, things have changed. I'm no longer Terry Foster.
We've had a couple changes along the way.
I did notice a difference somewhere along the way.
Yeah, up next, Sully's got a hell of a tan going on. Oh, wait, it's David. And even though David's follically challenged, still decidedly better lettuce than Sully.
I guess so. I'm losing it, but okay.
It's like you say, was that a compliment?
I'm just saying. And
it comes with the seed.
Right, exactly.
I hate you.
That's awesome. Guy goes 16 years between calls. That's fantastic. I love the loyalty. He was listening the whole time. Respect. 90. This is the thing people don't realize. 95% of your audience will never call you. Ever. It's reality.
It's why you hear a lot of the same people all the time. Yeah, because those are the calls. Most people just kind of sit back, listen, enjoy it. Now, when they see you out in the streets, they'll say, hey, I like the show, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, only 5%.
Kenny Cott here for Agave. All right.
Here, let me tell you all about
Kenny.
Wait. Can I do my next read like Kenny?
Yes.
Okay.
Kenny, it was solid. We're going to get you there. I love it. We got to work on the
whether you're
recipe.
Tailgating, you're a Michigan or Michigan State fan.
He has a whole week. He's not going to do it anymore.
He doesn't get a choice. That's the beauty of it.
I mean, you know how some of these scripts are in these reads?
I know, which is why I'm going to come back there. We're going to tear that up, and you're going to ad-lib.
Get
You're
ready.
going to do it the right way.
Get ready for the big game this weekend. Michigan State.
You can't deny the taste. All right. Kenny's at Kenny, what about DeBrincat? Come on. Just everybody be careful, please, now. Don't say, I know Roberta's going to do something unsavory. Let me go to the people, please. Let's go to Brandon, 97.1. Brandon, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir.
So I got a couple points to make. I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit on the Lions and Super Bowl contenders and first in the division a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, that Tampa game, Baker Mayfield is not a good quarterback to begin with, but there was at least 2 or 3 plays that could have been a touchdown if he could just put the ball somewhere in the facility of the wide receiver that's wide open.
True, but Brandon, here's the thing. For the rest of your schedule, put it like this. Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson are probably the best quarterbacks, and Justin Herbert, the best quarterbacks you're going to face. Other than that, a lot of backups. So
now, you see, my Steelers had no problem with Lamar Jackson. That was an easy game for us.
We never have problems with Lamar.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, honestly, I look at this schedule, and, yeah, you beat the Ravens. You can talk number 1 seed in the NFC.
Here's the deal, Brandon. I'm not mad at all because I tend to agree with your opinion on most of it. It is for me, win 2 of the next 3, then I think the conversation starts. But in fairness to Baker, and I know I like Baker, he's interesting. Baker, if you trust certain analytics, has been a borderline top 10 QB through the first 5 weeks of the year. So I'm not telling you he's a superstar, but he's played good ball for Tampa. He has.
Yeah, he is kind of like a Geno Smith. He's definitely doing a lot better than what people probably expected coming into the season. One last question for you guys. It's about the Steelers. I'm a Steeler Nation fan.
Yeah,
and if you think we didn't have Canada as our offensive coordinator, do you think this team would have a legitimate, more of a chance of making playoffs and going further in the season?
Yes. I think Matt Canada is your version of Dave Warner. I don't think it would all of a sudden transform you into this monolith offensively. But yes, Matt Canada, yikes.
Yeah, when the coach has to come out and defend you, that's never a good thing.
Kenny, try the agave. All right, let's get to I did that for you. All right, let's get to a blitz. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy. No, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff, they love Kenny, and they want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They'll find you every discount, every rebate, and every incentive to save you money. Hamilton recently received a large delivery of new 2024 Chevrolets. They're ready for immediate delivery, and selection is best right now, including the October Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox, $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you get 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, I said that. A 2024 Chevy Equinox under $300. You know what I say? The best deals I found at 14 Mile and Miles. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
And of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means he's, according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so, everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't, they don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'd be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
Whatever.
so be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here. And people like Rieger like get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. Lions, a 2.5-point underdog at 3-2 Baltimore Sunday. Dan Campbell today saying running back David Montgomery will be, quote, out for a little bit. He has rib cartilage damage. Monday Night Football tonight, Cowboys and Chargers mixing it up. Hey, we have Lions Review today right here on 97 on the Ticket beginning at 5:45, followed by the 1-1 Red Wings visiting Columbus tonight at 6:45. Unbeaten Michigan at 2-4 Michigan State Saturday night at 7:30 right here on 97 on the Ticket. Michigan favored by 24. Inside Michigan football tonight at 7 on brother station WWJ. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, the Ticket at Odyssey.com.
On Rocco. Rocco Beard?
Yeah.
Your Italian counterpart?
Hey, Costa's father called in the show and offered to buy Jimmy cookies. Wanted to know what flavor he liked. It got creepy, Mike. Oh, by the way.
I leave for one day and it all falls apart. What?
Yeah, not good news for Kenny. Looks like Brock Bowers is likely out for the rest of the regular season. So hopefully they're hoping he'll be back for the.
And just briefly, because this isn't Georgia radio and this is the Lions Day. When they do this, am I wrong to just go, you know what, he's out for the year? Colleges seem to play this game where, like, remember Jackson Smith and Jigba? They just kept moving the deadline. What do you mean the regular season? There's only a week between the end of the regular season and the SEC title game.
He's having something called tightrope surgery.
Oh, that's what Cedric Tillman had, the Tennessee wide receiver.
Yeah.
They basically, they tie a string from your ankle.
It's to improve the high ankle sprain that he had. So,
Tillman ended up missing, I think it was it 6 weeks? I'd have to go back and look, but he had this procedure last year.
So they're hoping he'll be back for the SEC championship game and then for the play. Or, you know what? Just hold him out to the playoffs. So,
okay, noted. Yeah. All right. Well, Kenny, at least you have a season. Or you could be MSU. You could just lay down on the train tracks and wait for imminent doom. I mean, that's kind of what we do.
But you know what? If you do that, if you're MSU, you probably lay down on the wrong train tracks.
Truth. And you've stopped caring. You just don't care.
Hey, it's these tracks. You know what? Screw it.
We'll get to it. But, hey, shout out 52-3 downloading. You wanted to talk seeding. Lions are 5-1. Niners 5-1. Eagles 5-1.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, one of the most impressive line wins of the last quarter century. Zero smarm. Going on the road against a team off a bye who's in first place and dump trucking them. That's big time. Yeah. So, with that in mind, you wanted to bring up dreaming a little bit.
Well, here's what happened. Because yesterday was the perfect storm for the Lions. Because all of a sudden, before the game even happened, the Niners lose because Moody misses a field goal. Everybody goes down.
You just hate to see it.
And they lose to the Cleveland Browns and P.J. Walker. And it's like, wow, okay, didn't see that coming. And then later in the day.
It's almost like Purdy's not very good.
Do you want me to do this?
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. I owed you for the Giants cheap shot.
No, you started with it. You gave me a Purdy shot first.
I don't know what we're talking about.
So that means I owe you one.
I don't remember.
Then later in the day, the Eagles, looking as if all they have to do is run out the clock against the Jets. Jalen Hurts throws a pick. The Eagles are now losing. So now the Lions are sitting there at 5-1 with the Niners and the Eagles. So I'm like, okay, let's see who these teams have on their schedule. Mike, I'm looking at this. If the Lions can go to Baltimore, and now you're going to go up against a mobile QB, which has been an Achilles heel for the defense. But Baltimore is beatable. They're not like, oh my God. I was more worried about Tampa than I am Baltimore. The Lions, if I look at this correctly, only have Baltimore, the Chargers, and Dallas as winning teams left on their schedule.
Sounds right.
3. I look at Philly's remaining schedule. Philly has Miami at home, Dallas at home, at Kansas City, Buffalo at home, 49ers at home, at Dallas, at Seattle.
You just hate to see it.
The Niners, Cincinnati at home, at Jacksonville, Tampa at home, at Seattle, at Philly, Seattle at home, Baltimore, and the Rams at home.
Kenny, you just hate to see it.
Do you know what this tells me?
Tell us all.
You're playing a MAC-level schedule. Not your fault. You play the teams on your schedule. It's not your fault that the Bears are going to be out there with a emergency QB when you play
Bobby
them.
Badgett or whatever.
You beat Baltimore.
That was bad.
You're the betting favorite for the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Home field throughout. You get to start in a bye week. And guess what? You only have to play one of either Philly or San Francisco, not both. So you handle your business in Baltimore.
Say it.
You're the number 1 seed. You're the best team in the NFC.
Now, he's not wrong. I just don't know that he's right. David, I'm looking at you when I say this. I'm not ready to go to the place he's going until or unless we're sitting here. If you all of a sudden, if you can beat one of Baltimore or the Chargers and take care of your business against the Raiders, if you're 7-2 after 9 weeks, and the only thing on that runway where I think, hey, there's a chance you're a dog is Dallas, I'm willing to go there. But I want to see the next couple weeks first.
Well, you know what?
But here's what I am. Here's my declaration. You're not the only one who can be bold.
Okay.
You're number 2 in the NFC. The Eagles, while they are winning, are not right. Losing Shane Steichen, the OC, losing Jonathan Gannon, the DC. It matters. Replacing 6 starters on defense, primarily with young people. It matters. And you have the separator. If you take away Philly's ability to run the ball, Jalen Hurts turns into a pumpkin. You're the number 1 rush D in the league right now at 64 yards a game. I don't have a problem saying if you're a Lion fan, let's shoot for the 2 seed. You want to start talking about the rarefied air or going to Rico Beard 90210? Well, let's just take care of some business here.
Yeah, but
first.
Mike, the businesses simply don't have a letdown because, my goodness, Bears, Packers, Saints, Bears, Broncos, Vikings. Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sitting there looking at the Niners are saying, well, we got Tampa, Jacksonville, Seattle, Philly, Baltimore, Rams. A little different.
It is.
These things aren't the same.
No.
You win this game next week, I think you are in full the number 1 seed is in your hands. It's your destiny. The only thing you could do is screw it up.
He's handing out BOGOs. Now, I'm not ready to go there, but I dig it.
But I'm a hater. But
Okay,
I look at the numbers.
You got to let that go.
Statistics.
You got to let that go.
Statistically speaking.
No, you have the recipe. You have an offensive line that will travel, will get the running backs healthy.
Right.
You have the number 1 rush defense in the league.
And your fans will take over Chicago. You will have about 70% Lions fans.
I was just about to say, the thing that separates you from the Niners and from Philly, you're not going to be an underdog in this division.
Mm-mm.
You've already pounded Green Bay at their place. You will not be an underdog to the Bears. You will not be an underdog to the Vikings. And you will not be an underdog to the Packs' return trip here. Meaning, I hate
5 wins.
Yeah, I hate saying it, but
say it.
It would really be disappointing if you don't go 6-0 in the division. It really would. And that's not something I could say normally.
And let's just say you mess around and you lose 1 to the Vikings. You see what the other teams have to play and you don't?
Correct. Listen, if you want to talk about the number 1 seed, you got to go 14-3. And I'm just not ready at 5-1 to go there, but I understand why you are, and you're not wrong.
Your schedule is teams with losing records.
Yeah, I need the next couple of weeks. Hey, look, if they hit the bye at 7-1, if they beat Baltimore this weekend, first of all, Monday night may as well be Mardi Gras. Monday night's going to be insane.
But you're not afraid of Brian Hoyer?
Monday night's going to be insane. But if you hit the bye at 7-1, I actually could move the timeline up. But I take it week by week, and I want to be 1-0 this week. We are on to Baltimore, Kenny.
Okay. The coupons are back next week.
That's fine. Hey, you want to offer BOGO? If you beat the Ravens, you beat the Raiders. So be it.
Okay.
But remember, something weird happens to teams when they get told how good they are. Handling success is every bit as difficult, if not more, than handling failure. Now, they don't look like the type of team that's